Yeah. Yeah, right. Hey, can I get excuse me, just 1 minute. Could I get a regular amended agenda without all this?
Yeah,
Could you just have a spare one?
I don't, but I'll find it for you.
What?
I don't have them.
Oh, everything in
Pat Cashel
Yeah.
at the door. So Crix Myers is in the beanie on
the second row.
the second row, the guy with the black pants.
In the middle.
Yes.
Hi. How are you? Yeah. Nice to see you. Right. Excellent. Thank you. I see you've got your green
No,
on.
put together. So just to
Thank
make
you.
sure
But
we
if
buzz
yeah.
it, but I just wanted you to know
Okay.
we don't have a history of being great about stuff.
We don't. I'll
We
try.
don't.
I'll give them a
You'll be
warning at
great.
the head. I don't know.
Yeah, you'll be great, but that
That's
way
right.
we are going to kick off without the mayor. So I'm going to go grab you an agenda. Do you need a clean agenda? Are you good? Okay. Okay. I'll grab you an agenda, Naomi, and then I'll
I'm
come
gonna
back
get
and we'll
started
going.
without that agenda. Okay. Well, we got Oscar here now. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you pass that gavel? Thank you so much. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Vice Mayor Naomi Dewar, and our wonderful mayor will be joining us later in the meeting this morning. We will be getting started with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't know, Mr. Gossage, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. It's a beautiful day in Reno, Nevada. I just came back from Washington, D.C., which cannot compare with this place. So on that note, we are going to have a roll call, please.
Madam Vice Mayor, Breckus, Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, Weber absent, Jarden. Here. Reese, Shivi absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right. I will amend my other opening statement, which it is a beautiful place, and if you haven't been, I recommend you visit, but I've had the privilege of visiting before, and I was very much indoors and focused on meetings. Okay. But we're, yeah, well, that goes without saying. All day long, love Reno, Nevada. So with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have quite a bit of public comment today, so I would remind commenters to please be respectful of the 3-minute time constraint and be prepared to go when your name is called. First public comment today is Mark Markell, followed by Jason Eastman, followed by Ivy Antanowicz.
Whoa. Speeding right in city council.
Can you move this thing forward?
I can bring this over to you.
Well,
Maybe not.
I just went around your toes when I was talking. Sorry. Thank you. I got it.
There you go.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good morning, City Council member, City Manager. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. back in 1989, I got in the car with a drunk driver. I was drunk also, but we not snotty face.
Smiley face.
Anyways, we were doing 100. We rolled 8 times. I was ejected, and the car landed on my head, put me in a coma for a month, in the hospital for 5.5 months. And I just want to warn people not, and Joe, this is what can happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver, and don't drink and drive. And now my life sucks. Just because I ride the bus everywhere doesn't mean the bus sucks. The bus system is a good system, but I can't drive, and I can't. My life's a wreck. Anyways, I just want to warn people not to get in the car with a drunk driver or drink and drive. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Markel, so
Jace.
much for coming.
Jason Eastman, followed by Ivy Antenowicz, followed by Grant Denton.
I see our great firefighter sneaking up on us here.
I don't think there's much sneaking with this group.
Okay, lumbering to the fore.
Ms. Vice Mayor, Ms. Manager, council members, my name is Jason Eastman. We are here today to speak to you briefly about the Shamrock Shave. This is going to be our 9th annual Shamrock Shave, raising money for children's cancer research via the St. Baldrick's Foundation. I typically wear many hats today. I'm here representing the fire department. I am also the vice president of Northern Nevada Fools. It's a fraternal firefighter organization who is hosting the event. A little bit about St. Baldrick's and actually children's cancer. Worldwide, every 2 minutes, a child is diagnosed with cancer. In the U.S., 1 in 5 will not survive. Of the survivors, 2 out of 3 will suffer long-term effects from that cancer. And there are many different types of children's cancer, and they all require a unique treatment that the research into adult cancers really doesn't cover. So that's where St. Baldrick's comes in. In 2018, St. Baldrick's raised $35,792,160. And since 2005, they have submitted $253 million to research grants worldwide. The Shamrock Shave itself actually just last week hit over $200,000 raised since we started the event in 2010. And we're slowly marching toward our goal this year of $30,000. We're just under $12,000 right now. Our event is going to be March 16th at Old Bridge Pub. The event's going to start at 10. Head shaving is going to start at noon. We got a pretty full day. We've got a raffle, food and drink specials. We're going to have some Irish dance performances, some bagpipes. In fact, our EMS Chief Nolan is one of our bagpipers, him and his son. And then again, we just like to come before you every year and show you these are the shirts that the Reno Fire Department is wearing for the month of March to bring attention to this cause, and also to allow the entire department to raise a little bit of money for the cause itself. So the firefighters have paid for all these shirts out of their own pockets, with the proceeds going right back to the event and then to St. Baldrick's itself.
And are these also the people who have signed up to get their head shaved?
I certainly have. As you can tell, I desperately need a haircut.
Jay for Chuck.
We certainly receive support in a lot of ways. So I'd like to thank you guys for our time here. Thanks to our chief for helping us support this great event.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for being here and what you've done. I know, Mr. Delgado, would you like to make a comment? I know you participated before.
I have, and I know Councilman Reese has said that he wants to shave his head this year, so he'll be there. I did mine this morning, but not. But thank you guys so much. I mean, you hear from the community all the time in terms of the public service that you guys do already from day in and day out, but to go the extra mile and take care of, look out for our kids and the research that's needed in our community, especially when it hits our children, our most vulnerable. Appreciate that very, very, very much, and much success. And I'll try and be there for sure this Saturday and do what I can with as little as I have. But
Look forward to seeing you.
appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
right.
Thank you. Madam
Thanks
Vice
for
Mayor.
coming this morning.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Ivy Antanowicz, followed by Grant Denton, followed by Steve Trunday.
Hi, I am here to obviously oppose the Eddie's expansion of hours and occupancy. I really don't want to be here. I don't want to be up here saying disparaging things about Kurt or Phil. I actually really like Phil and Jared. Jared's a great guy. Unfortunately, Mr. Stitzer is very, very difficult to live next door to and try to be a neighbor to. We've been fighting and complaining about the expansion. We went through this last year. But even before the expansion, Mr. Stitzer agreed to certain constraints and limitations, which he is not complying to. And I'd actually like to, oh, shoot. Sorry. I'd like to show a video of that planning commission meeting where Mr. Stitzer,
Just move it up higher. There you go.
where Mr. Stitzer actually agreed to these constraints, yet to date, he does not. So.
Question for the applicant, clerk, please.
If you move it up higher,
We
still
talked a
go.
little bit earlier about
Be able to zoom
your
in.
license is reviewed quarterly.
Keep going.
Correct, okay. And when I was on site with you, we discussed your hours of operation, and that meant hours of closing means that that's not the last beer that gets poured. That means the last person is walking out of the gate. Correct. And violation of that could cause you your permit, special use permit. Correct. So you're well aware of what these conditions are and what the constraints are and what could happen to your SUP if your manager, your partner, you, whatever, decide to exceed those conditions, limits.
I am. I would, however, ask that if we are going to be conditioned to closing it,
Mr. Stitzer doesn't address the limitations. He just wants to talk about the ability to reapply again the following year for expansion of hours. Unless the bar is slow, they don't close their doors until 10 and midnight. And that's when they start to clean. The employees stick around. They stick around and sit at a table and cackle, laughing, and music with the cleaning. Sometimes they're there up to another hour after they close. So rather than talking about expansion, how about Mr. Stitzer and his group starts, operating under the constraints they agreed to? I really don't want to go on much beyond that. There's so many things to talk about. But I really want to close real quick by giving everybody an update on Henry. It's been a long time since I've been here. I'm his 24-hour caregiver, so it's really hard for me to get here and to give an update. But I gotta say, having spent almost 1.5 years in the hospital total, and it's been 2.5 years, he's gotten to a point nobody ever dreamed he would be able to get to. We have adult conversations. We laugh, we cry, we watch TV. It's going well. He's continues to get better, and so thank you.
Ivy, please send our heartfelt feelings over to Henry. Fantastic recovery. I know all of us have been involved in your story and your journey, and thanks for being here today.
He just saw that presentation that y'all gave to him.
Yeah.
He just found it on Facebook,
Ah,
and he cried and cried. And I can't tell you how much that meant to him. He'd never seen it before, at least not to his recollection. And he was so honored by that. So thank you so
okay.
much.
Did you Thank get you. the picture?
I did.
You got the picture.
It's
Okay.
hanging up in our common hall.
Okay. Thanks for being here today. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next public comment is from Grant Denton, followed by Steve Trunday, followed by Paul White.
Good morning, City Council, City Manager. Who else is here? Everybody. Good morning, everybody. So in cycling, there's something called a domestique, and that's the person that does actually all the hard work and like pulls the like winner to the front of the pack. And so I don't know how I've become Grant Denton's domestique. He's stealing all my thunder. But no, anyway, we're here. Grant's got a pretty cool thing going on, and he's actually the founder of the Karma Box. And so I know that without further ado, I don't want to take away from Grant Denton. I'm just here to introduce him. So.
Thank you, Patrick. So the Karma Box Project, if you haven't heard of it yet, is a grassroots community initiative. And when I say grassroots, like you're looking at the roots right here. And it started here in Reno. And how it started was a bunch of recovering addicts got together, and we decided we're going to build some boxes and fill them with non-perishable food items and put them throughout the city so that anybody that could use anything from there, whether it's beanie caps, gloves, socks are a big deal if you're in need, and sometimes just a snack, could just take from it. And the reality is we suck at building boxes. We were terrible. But we're purpose-driven, right? And so when I was taking one of the boxes to an artist to paint, she's like, can my dad fix this box? And I'm like, absolutely, please. And then when I picked it up from him, he was like, just let me do you a favor and continue to build your boxes. And now other members in the community are building boxes. There's architects building the boxes from TMCC for us, and there's even a sorority group from the university that's building boxes. And there's agencies. We have a list of agencies that want boxes in front of their buildings that and that they'll keep full, right? And there's also, we have a list of artists, but more than that, you have members in the community that are challenging each other to go through and fill all these boxes. There's moms, right, taking their kids to fill the boxes. There's grandmas taking their grandkids. And the value of that is that we're planting little seeds of civic responsibility, right? And what's next? From learning you're learning the value of civic responsibility, volunteering, maybe even voting. Right? Just these, it's very, very important. And so I had a meeting, I had a meeting with Hillary, and the mayor, and explaining the project to her, and she was like, "Third, you give us a box." And so we're here to present you guys with your box. You ready?
Yeah.
Is everybody ready for this?
We are ready.
All right.
Wow.
This box was built by Mike Reed and painted by Kerry White, and it's going to be placed right outside the city. And just know, it falls on us to give back, right? More so than there's going to be people that are taken from it. We get it. But there has to be an ebb and flow, and it starts with little improvements daily. And it could be just a Nutri-Grain bar. That's fine, but we gave. And that's what it's all about. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. In your last 11 seconds, should you come up and get a picture with your Karma Box with us? That's why it's so pretty.
These are very exclusive stickers I'll have you
Oh, wow.
Just because I can't afford a bunch.
Okay, could one of our staff please? Thanks, Mom. You're our new staff.
It's awesome.
Good? Thank you so much. Right. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, thanks for the indulgence.
Madam Vice Mayor, next public comment is from Steve Trunday, followed by Paul White, followed by Tim Young. Just to let all the public commenters know, we do have about 20 additional public comments to go today.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair, members of the City Council. My name is Steve Trunday, and I'm here as a board member for AVA Ballet Theater, the resident ballet company of the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. The Pioneer Center is more than just a performing arts venue. It is a major economic engine in downtown Reno. I'm going to focus on the economic impact of the ballet just to show you as an example, because I think the numbers are quite astounding. Since AVA Ballet Theater became the resident ballet company at the Pioneer Center over a decade ago, we have sold over $3.1 million worth of ballet tickets in Reno, Nevada. We think that's pretty spectacular, and over 100,000 patrons have come to the Pioneer Center to watch our shows. I think it's pretty amazing in a relatively small rodeo town, we've turned rodeo patrons into ballet patrons. Every cent in ticket sales and grant money that we receive is pumped into downtown Reno. We pay the dancers, we pay the orchestra players for the Reno Phil, we pay for the sets, the lighting, the wardrobe, and the stagehands. And then, of course, there's the economic impact of our patrons who go to restaurants, go to bars, they shop. Many of them stay in hotels. The Nutcracker that we perform every winter is the single largest performing arts event in Reno, Nevada, in northern Nevada. And we believe that about 20% of those patrons that come to the Pioneer Center spend the night because they're coming from rural Nevada, Truckee, Lake Tahoe, Susanville, and so we get room nights out of those patrons. We believe that we generate, with our ticket sales and what our patrons do, over $1 million a year in economic activity each year. Now, none of this could happen if it wasn't for the Pioneer Center. There really is no other venue that can accommodate what we need to operate our ballet company. The stage at the GSR is too large, and every other venue in Reno is too small. The intimate size of the Pioneer Center is perfect for us. Each year we bring in dozens of guest principal dancers, and these dancers are from the big city ballet companies, and they always comment on how great the venue is at the Pioneer Center. The Pioneer seats 1,500 people, and it's the perfect size for us to be financially viable. It costs us about $125,000 to put on each production at the Pioneer Center, and we always have a live orchestra, the Reno Phil, at all of our classical ballets, and it's very expensive expense. We can do this because the Pioneer is big enough that we can sell enough tickets to cover all of our costs. The Pioneer wouldn't be a perfect venue if it wasn't in excellent condition. Each year, the Pioneer staff is diligent, and their board of directors is diligent in putting money back into the Pioneer to make sure the facility is in excellent condition. The monies that the city of Reno give to the Pioneer each year go towards keeping the facility in an excellent condition. Just like the ballet, Broadway comes to Reno, the Reno Phil and other organizations that perform there are real economic engine into the community. When Tesla, Apple, or Google are trying to convince one of their engineers to come to Reno, they want to make sure that they have an environment that is really good. And all they have to do is point to the Pioneer Center, and they will see that that's what that's.
Thank you so much for making the time today. And the agenda item you're speaking on, I believe, is going to be a little bit delayed on the agenda. So just to let you know.
All right, thank you.
Paul White, followed by Tim Young, followed by Ray Valdez.
My name's Paul White. I represent a citizens group called QOL-Reno.org, Quality of Life. One of our focuses is encouraging transparent, ethical government, and you've got an item coming up, I believe, under B section that will test that. And that's you're being asked to vote on renting the South Side School, the historic site, to UNR. That's a great thing. If it's your property you own and UNR wants to be in it, that's great. The problem is it was first offered to you, it's 10,500 square feet. It was first offered to you, suggested by staff, to rent it to UNR for $1 a year. We asked some questions around, it reappeared a week later. Now it was up to $7,268 a year. That's 7% of what it should go for at the very least. $7,000 a year, at the very least that building goes for $126,000, $1 a foot. That's $120,000 a year, $600,000 for the life of that 5-year lease that UNR wants. This is such an easy thing to solve. I talked to a real estate person here at City Hall, and they said, well, they just thought that number would be a good idea, 7,000. I said, no one on the council would rent your home or your property for $120,000 a year less than what it's worth. How can you handle our money that way? Especially for the city that's got $500 million of fixed debt and another $500 million of pension obligations they don't have a clue how to pay for. This is the easiest thing. If there's anything but a 5-0 or 7-0 or who's ever here when the vote comes, to say no, go back to UNR and say, we'd love to have you as a tenant, just at a regular market rate where you're not negotiating with your money. How this came up, how staff came up with this, if this is staff's idea of competent rents, someone needs to be looking for a new job in that department. So you're all very aware of this. We emailed you the details on this. This is the easiest thing in the world to say, why, of course not. Of course we don't give up $120,000. Because if there's any yes votes for that, whatever the explanation is, we can know that it's not ethical and it's not transparent. And based on your State of the City address, that's what you're about this year. And we also want to compliment Councilmember Breckus for being the only one of the 6 of you to stand up and counter the mayor's claim that the finances of Reno are really great. No one else had the courage to speak up and say that. Hopefully you know that. Anyhow, we look forward to seeing your vote. This is an effortless one. If you vote no, bring them back in, get the fair market value.
Tim Young, followed by Ray Valdez, followed by Matt Mansour.
Good morning. Honorable Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, Councilmen, I'm Tim Young, President and CEO of the Reno Philharmonic, one of the resident companies at the Pioneer Center. I learned yesterday that the funding for the Pioneer Center that is being voted on today has been reduced by 50% from the prior allocation from $50,900 to $25,900. The discussion in your staff report describes clearly the impact the Pioneer has as the primary performance venue in downtown Reno. And I know you're going to hear from other speakers about the impact on this reduction in funding. I have 2 points to make as you consider the action. First, the ripple effect of a reduction in funding, and second, the message that you're sending to the community. The Reno Phil is celebrating our 50th anniversary this year, which is also a celebration of 50 years in partnership with the Pioneer Center. In this anniversary year, we'll be producing 36 concerts at the Pioneer for audiences of approximately 40,000 people. 25% of those programs are heavily subsidized. They're for students attending our school district concerts and family programming provided free of charge to the community. All revenue for a free event has to be provided by contributions. Every penny of expense has an impact, and our partners at the Pioneer have been able to reduce their charges to us so that we can continue to offer those programs free of charge. Like all of us, Denise and her team at the Pioneer are dealing with limited resources. Some percentage of the funding cut being discussed today will need to be passed on to those resident companies and will ripple through all of the programming at the Pioneer. This cut will impact the ability of all the presenting partners to bring art to diverse populations, limiting accessibility of the arts at the time when the importance of the arts to the continued growth of this city has been stated again and again. Which brings me to my second point. On the EDORN website, under the Why Move to Nevada tab, arts and culture is featured prominently. We often hear anecdotally of business owners and employees whose decision to move or their happiness in our community is related to the cultural offerings of the community. City of Reno website has a terrific arts and culture section announcing that city is a leader in arts and culture, that arts and culture make Reno the place you want to do business, to live, to visit, and to create art. I love that karma box. The Pioneer is the primary performance venue in this community, and the message that you're sending with this funding cut is completely opposite to that on your website. It is that the performing arts do not matter, that art is not important to the future of this community. My challenge to you would be to reverse this action. Instead of a 50% cut, this grant should be doubled to $100,000. Imagine the positive impact that would ripple through the performing arts community and the positive statement you would make about your support for arts and culture in Reno. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Young.
Ray Valdez, followed by Matt Mansour, followed by Denise Sewell.
Come on over here.
Tuisi Kitwu, Siaya. Say good morning in my native language. My name is Ray Bacasega Valdez, Yakiome. Been before y'all before with some reservation and disappointment, but we're here again. I think it's important that I address who we are, and then we look upon your vote. I'm here in opposition of the eddy in general. I'm not even sure why we're talking about expansion, but it is what it is. Disappointed that Hillary's not here. Nice to see you, Carl. I think I saw Chief Soto here. It's important that I bring an issue in front of him as well about the eddy. I have standing with me today my daughter, Willow Wata Bacasegua Valdez. She's a sophomore at, who's that? Dang, they're moving too fast. Freshman at McQueen High School. And then I have Sophie Ross here, who's a senior at Innovations High School, where I teach. I teach at Innovations High School. Some of you have been there at Innovations High School. I think it's important that you know who is at the Riverside. Who are those people? Who are we? Well, you've heard about art. We're artists. Many of us made commitments to keep art in the community. That's why we live there. I'm grateful for Art Space to give me that opportunity. I've been there 6 years. So who are we? What do we do? I'm president of the American Indian Movement of Northern Nevada. I'm a licensed school teacher in the district. Spiritual volunteer for the Nevada Department of Corrections. 12 years. There's people in here who I've done ceremony with their relatives. Going to Washington County Detention Center. Been going in there 10 years. My commitment to the artist lofts was to keep art in the community. So I teach in the community. I donate my time to the community. So I'm asking you at this time to have kindness and compassion for those of us that live there, to protect my child, my other daughter, who's at Clayton. I think that piece is missing. Performers, creators, musicians that teach in the community, we're asking you to protect us. Allow us to be. That's what we committed to. Throughout this past year, it's been difficult with the eddy in many ways. The most obvious to me was one weekend when they had a live band out there. They weren't supposed to. Said they had a special pass. I'm like, how's that work? All day, from 9 till 8 at night, all day. I come back home, others are complaining about it. Said, call the police. So Chief Soto, I'm not clear why we impose a ordinance that says there's a decibel ordinance, and then when we call the police to say, well, we don't have the ability to test that. We don't have the ability to test that. So I think about who you're making this decision upon.
Thank you so
The
much.
advisory board ignored that.
All right. Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Valdez. We need
Thank
to
you.
hear from everyone. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, next public comment is from Matt Mansour, followed by Denise Sewell, followed by Danny Cleus.
Well, I'm disappointed that the mayor is not here. This is the second time I've came for public comments to talk on this subject, and I've even requested a meeting with the mayor, and she's denied a request for me as well. I wanted to talk to you guys about Lime Bike, because I think you guys are discussing that today in one of your meetings. I myself, a quick intro who don't know me here, I'm a USA Cycling licensed cycling official and a bicycle safety expert. This is what I do for a living. Lime Bike is nothing but a startup company that's unprofitable, that is trying to put their product out on the streets as fast as possible with disregards to all safety, just so they can beat the other guy to it. City of Sparks has figured this out. The University of Nevada has figured this out and said, enough, you guys are out of here. You know, given that electric scooters are not allowed in the sidewalks of Reno, it would be foolish to allow them to be Lime Bike, to let them put those out here. Lime Bike has consistently lied to the city of Reno on their reports. I've looked at some of the reports that they've made public, and I asked them for copies, which they've refused to show me how they created their data. So, guys, don't take what they have to say seriously, because it's completely made up. Again, their agenda is just to get their product out there as quickly as possible so they can justify to their investors that they're doing something. One of the reasons I'm against Lime Bike is I have seen the many accidents that have happened around the city at night and the daytime, many which could have been prevented if just simple helmets were used. I've seen at least 3 incidences where people are lying in the streets that have crashed on Lime Bikes where there is an ambulance in attendance. And this is something that City Council has helped create for our city, and I don't think this is a positive thing for our city. A note on Truckee Meadows Bike Alliance. I've also spoke with them. They have an opposite viewpoint on Lime Bikes. Unfortunately, they do not believe in bike safety ahead of accessibility, and that's a quote out of their mouths that they have said that. They actively promote unsafe cycling and promote the running of traffic signals and other traffic laws and participate in events that are designed to break as many traffic violations as possible. So please do not take them seriously as a bicycle organization, because they are simply not. One of the things I just see as a citizen, people have picked up the Lime Bikes and thrown them in the river. It's happened, okay? People aren't going to like the scooters anymore. In fact, they're probably going to hate them worse. The river deserves better to not have scooters thrown in it, so I'm asking you guys, please do not approve any more products from Lime Bike, and please get rid of the existing bicycles. Thank you.
Mr. Minster, I would be happy to meet with you. I've been a supporter of Lime Bike Just Accessibility, so I want to hear these issues more.
Okay.
So if you could get with Brad Fitch, my liaison, as vice mayor, at least it's a start.
Great, thanks, Naomi.
Okay.
Denise Sewell, followed by Danny Cleus, followed by Denise Ross.
Thank you. Esteemed council members and city staff, thank you for all that you do for our city. My name is Denise Sewell, and I'm the new executive director of the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts. I've worked for the Pioneer Center for the past 15 years, and since January 1st of this year, it has been my honor to take over as the leader of our iconic and historic theater. As you know, the Pioneer Center is a 1,500-seat performing arts facility right here in the heart of downtown Reno, and it has operated continuously as a theater for the past 50 years. Throughout the many changes in our city, we've provided a consistent and dependable gathering place for cultural experiences for over 100,000 patrons each year. We've been the resident home of many local arts organizations, including the Reno Philharmonic, AVA Ballet, Art Town, and Reno Tahoe Comedy. We're also an important economic driver and revenue generator, drawing people to the downtown core to support the restaurants, bars, and shops when they attend events at our theater. Our nonprofit employs 11 full-time staff, 20 part-time staff, and hundreds of local union stagehands throughout the year, in addition to over 250 volunteer ushers and 20 volunteer master gardeners. I'm here today to respectfully request that the city reconsider allocating the full $50,900 budgeted for our sponsorship grant in the current fiscal year. This amount is included in our organizational budget for the current year, and we were surprised to see that the agenda item today is for approval of only $25,900, approximately half of the amount that had been designated. Financial support from the city has been integral to the growth, success, and improvements of the Pioneer Center. City funds have helped us fulfill our mission and deepen our community impact, including offering partially subsidized rental rates for our resident companies and the local nonprofit entities who rent the theater. The Pioneer Center is more than just a building. We are a connector, a place where artistic vision and creative genius are brought to fruition, a place where diverse audiences come together for shared human experience. To put it simply, we are a place where art is brought to life. We host over 100 events each year, ranging from small local dance recitals to international symphony tours and Spanish language programming. From Washoe County School District student performances to touring Broadway musicals and the State of the City address. From educational field trips for local children to Art Town blockbusters like David Sedaris, Mikhail Baryshnikov, and Itzhak Perlman. We also operate an educational outreach division that brings performing artists into elementary schools and public libraries, giving over 30,000 children each year an up-close and hands-on experience in a diverse range of genres, from Japanese taiko drumming to marionette puppetry. As we look to the future, we're renewing our commitment to the wonderful community that has supported our theater for over 50 years. We're placing a priority on equity, accessibility, inclusivity, and the importance of sharing stories from a broad range of perspectives. Myself, our dedicated staff, and our board of directors are all passionate about the work we do as stewards of an important community resource and the impact that our work has on the citizens of Reno. We're hopeful that you will consider restoring the full funding awarded for the current year to $50,900. And on a personal note, I would welcome the opportunity to host you for a tour of our facility and a conversation about upcoming projects and initiatives we're working on for the future. Thank you for your service to Reno and all of its citizens.
Thank you so much for letting your position be known. Very
Thank you.
helpful.
Danny
Next.
Cleus, followed by Denise Ross, followed by Christine Madalozewski.
Gonna need the overhead, actually. Danny Cleus for the record. There's a handout for you. It came from a Dr. Gloria in Florida. So some of this doesn't really apply to the Lemon Valley area. But how safe is the effluent water going into that lake? If you guys remember, that effluent water was supposed to be for part of that lake in the dry months. Well, now that lake has been wet for 2 years. Where do you think all your effluent water is going to? The surrounding neighborhoods and everything else. Now, on top of that, this is the recent pictures of the Living Valley sewer plant. So you add your 2.5 million gallons that goes in there in the wintertime. You add in the Lemon Valley sewer plant and all the effluent water going in there. That effluent is just not staying in one part of that lake. We have green moss. You ever see green moss grow in the wintertime around here? I haven't. Another thing, this is going to be the heart stopper. That is Lemon Valley Elementary School that you guys are polluting, along with Washoe County. This should never, ever happen.
Where's the school on this picture?
Lemon Drive and
No,
Patricia.
on this picture. Where's
This is the back playground of that school.
Thank you.
There's other pictures, or you can go out there, the basketball courts covered in this water. It's not the first time. 2017, they did the same thing. They never ever cleaned up the dirt in that playground for those kids. This is 2 years. This is unacceptable. This is a disaster. Something needs to be done out there. Effluent water, and this is the school. You imagine, I've had sick dogs. My neighbors put down her dogs. How many other animals around that lake has been sick? And I'll tell you what, in the last year, I've had more problems with my health than I've had my 53 years of living. Something is wrong. Something needs to be fixed. Not tomorrow, not anytime in the future. It needs to be done now.
Mr. Cleese, can you leave the pictures and we'll get copies, and thank you for coming today.
Denise Ross, followed by Christine Madalozewski, followed by Shannon Windle.
Sorry. It always does that. Sorry about that. Denise Ross, for the record. I'd like to ask each of you to please use your positions and persuade Mayor Sheeby and Governor Sisolak to contact us and come out and do a tour so that they can both see what's really going on there. This affects you, all of you, because of all the decisions that you make regarding building. All of that building has to do with more effluent going into the lake, with more water runoff, on and on. What you're seeing right here is a breach in the berm along Pompey Drive. Maybe it won't concern you because it's county and not city, but what your decisions are doing are having lasting effects on this. This is along Pompey Drive, right here. We've got a little over a foot left before the water tops the HESCO barriers along Pompey. Aside from the undermining that's going on by the breaches and the leaks. Dwayne Smith from Washoe County will tell you that he's been observing these for the past 2 years. That's kind of ironic because these HESCO barriers haven't been in this location for 2 years. That berm wasn't built 2 years ago. Pompey was left out whenever they did flood mitigation for the rest of Lemon Valley and Lemon Drive. It's a failure. The residents are terrified that they're going to lose their animals, that they're going to lose their homes, even perhaps lose their lives. Now, if Washoe County can't do something to focus on this issue and to realize how catastrophic it's going to be when, not if, but when that road collapses and that lake comes rushing through, when you have that much pressure on Pompey, it's pushing water all underneath the HESCO barriers. Somebody needs to do something. All I can think of at this point is asking the mayor and the governor to please come out, please contact us. They need to see what's going on. The county, Washoe County, is just putting a Band-Aid on it, saying that they've been watching it. It's not true. That I have residents who have been patrolling that area for the past 2 years, and I have video of that exact spot in January that had not a leak one. So whatever Washoe County is saying, it's not true. And I won't stand up here and risk my word and my reputation. It's not true. Please contact the governor. Have him get in touch with us. Thank you.
Ms. Ross, thanks for coming today. And also, I did have an opportunity, as you know, to introduce some North Valley residents to the governor as he was getting, inaugurated. And I will reach out to the mayor and the governor and see if we can get that set up. And number two, I'm going to ask our manager if at one of our next meetings, maybe in April, if we could have a presentation from Mr. Flansburgh, because we'll be in the melt season, the runoff, and he's already showing graphs where this year is as high as 2017 already.
Right.
So that's what I'm concerned about. So it would be good to hear from him, like a status report. I'll ask for that at the right moment, but I wanted to mention it while you're here.
Appreciate it. Yes, you introduced me to the governor as well. He gave me his card and said to contact him. I sent him several interviews with Colo and emails, and just, I think his staff
Yeah.
has been busy with other issues.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get it done.
Okay.
Okay?
great. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Christine Modelazuski, followed by Shannon Windle, followed by Randy Lee Salisbury.
Good morning, City Council. I'm Christine Modelazuski with Avanti Wellness and wanted to share a community event that we are putting on March 20th. It's Science Destroys Addiction. We're grateful to have two interns from the university working with us on this particular event and reaching out to leaders of the community to join us. We're also grateful to Chief Deputy Jeff Clark from the Washoe County Sheriff's Department, who will be joining us and speaking. They'll be sharing statistics of what they're seeing in relation to substance abuse in the county, as well as their goals in the county and what they would like to see. When we meet with families, we often meet people who have already lost someone due to an overdose or are currently in that struggle of what's going on and what can I do with the current situation with a family member who's struggling. So our hope and goal with this particular event is to put new insight into why this epidemic exists, why it's a societal problem, why we need to work together as a community to resolve this epidemic and start to change that shift. So anyone that you think might be interested in attending, it is a free public open event. It's located just down the street from here at 200 South Virginia Street on the 4th floor. And I'd briefly like to introduce Luis Fain. He's just joining us from the facility in Argentina that we work with. So we were able to actually import him permanently. So I'd like to introduce him.
Hi, good morning. I'm very happy to be here. Last month I got my green card and I chose Reno as my new home. And I want to ask you, I want to serve this community. I've been a philosophical coach for the last 30 years in the field of addiction, wellness, and study Western and Eastern philosophy. I'm here to help and serve this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming today. And I just a note to my colleagues. I had an opportunity to attend the National League of Cities meeting in Washington, D.C. this last week, and there remains a big focus on both opioids and addiction in every city in America. So it continues to be at the forefront. So thank you.
Shannon Wendell, followed by Randy Lee Salisbury, followed by Eric Brooks.
Good morning, City Council members, Hillary Sheevy, and our City Manager. My name is Shannon Wendell. I'm the President of Hidden Valley Wild Horse Protection Fund. We are a local, all-volunteer Nevada nonprofit 501c3 corporation headquartered here in Reno. Our mission is to protect, preserve, promote, and rescue the wild horse population of the Virginia Range. These horses are considered icons of our American history and are beloved by millions of people from around the globe. We would like to take this opportunity to share with you some very exciting news and ground-changing news. Our long-awaited Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles special license plate has finally been released for purchase through the DMV offices across Nevada and is available now to all residents. Proceeds from the special license plate will go to benefit the historic Virginia Range Mustangs. We have established many projects and goals for this special plate and are very excited to be working with our partner organizations to create a plan that will include local government agencies, landowners, developers, and the public. In moving forward, we expect to increase public safety, heighten awareness about our wild horses through educational means, as well as promote these beautiful icons living right in our backyards by embracing and participating in avenues to develop a thriving ecotourism base in our area. We would love to have an opportunity to come back to a Reno City Council meeting and provide you with a presentation about what we are doing, what we intend to accomplish, and where we are going to help diversify our local and regional economy. We see a very bright future with regard to the creation of a public-private projects that include our stunning natural resources. We would also like to take a moment to thank the City of Reno, especially Council Member Naomi Dewar, for taking action last year that helped keep our community a little safer by installing 3 electronic message signs along Veterans Parkway. These signs warn drivers on the newly opened Southeast Connector
through the DeMonte Ranch corridor about the potential presence of wild horses along the roadway. We are greatly appreciative and believe these signs helped motorists become more cautious while driving that new highway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope to see you back soon.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Randy Lee Salisbury, followed by Eric Brooks, followed by Donna Clontz.
Hello, my name is Randy Salisbury, and I'm an injured naval aircraft carrier mechanic. Was in Desert Storm. I come to Reno, Nevada 11 years ago, and before I come to Reno, Nevada, a house burnt down and I become homeless. I've been homeless now going on 10 years. Just now came up for housing. I'd just like to address the fact of the favoritism of putting other people in front of people that have been waiting. I deserve the housing. And also I'd like to make this short but sweet. My wife and I are here and we're homeless. And the new ambassadors that you have put here on the streets in the blue uniforms, I think that the purpose of them being here is for a different purpose than they're representing. They're treating the homeless really bad right now. As far as when we come into the park in the summertime, if the tourists are allowed to throw a blanket down in the park and sit in the park or lay in the park or take a nap or fish where they want or swim where they want, I can understand the drugs and the alcohol part. That's the law. You don't drink in the park. That's okay. But if you're following and abiding by the laws, I do know that they have, and as far as up to this morning, told us we can't sit in the park this long or we can't take a nap in the park. I've been here 11 years and officers have told us, hey, if you want to take a nap, go to the park. So I'm just simply have proven it and would like it addressed that we spend our money the same as regular people that come into town. I just ask that they try to be a little bit more understanding. I understand there is homeless people that have no respect. They throw their garbage all over and they don't clean up their mess. And I'm a wildlife fish and game fisherman, and I don't like to see beer cans thrown in the river because I eat the fish in the river I catch. Final and last thing I got to say is there's no signs posted on the Truckee River where you can and can't fish, except for the ones on private property. The biggest fish and the nicest, healthiest fish I catch are in downtown Reno, around the movie theater, and so on as far. I've had officers stopping me, telling me I can't fish there. How can you tell me when I carry a fish and game license I can't fish in a part of the Truckee River where it's the Truckee River? So all I'm asking is a little bit more understanding that all homeless people are not the same. Please don't go into the parks and say, hey, you can't take a nap here. When summertime is going to come, there's going to be a lot of people that lay around in their swimsuits and take naps. And how are you going to, I understand this is a small town and you're going to see us every day because we live here. So we walk around in the same neighborhood every day.
Sure.
Okay, when an officer gets to know you by first and last name because he sees you every day, I just want to be treated a little bit better. And I'm speaking for everybody because not all of us homeless people are taking advantage of the resources. We're trying to get up on our feet.
Sure. So I really appreciate you coming here today. I know
Thank you.
there's some experts on the council and we have some
Thank you.
staff. I think you bring up some good points, and so we really need to look into it. Did you, since it did address ambassadors, I don't know if there's someone
really are
we'd like
being treated bad, ma'am.
to forward Mr. Salisbury to. Do you think?
Definitely. We'll carry your message with regards to the ambassadors. I know they just came on board this winter.
Thank you.
So, and they're doing training, so I'll be sure to carry that message across.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And when you signed in, is there a way to contact you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have that? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Brooks, followed by Donna Clontz, followed by Eric Holland.
Good morning. My name is Eric Brooks. I work at the Sierra Arts Foundation downtown, and I'm a co-founder, co-owner of Art Spot Reno, a community access for arts and integration with businesses. I'm here today to talk about the Eddy. I never thought the Eddy would work. I saw the Eddy being built every day as I came into work, And in all the conversations that our friends would have, it was not going to be a success. Reno was not ready for something like a container park, an outdoor bar like that. As we slowly watched it come together, watched the landscaping go in, the excitement built, the buzz built, and then the owners came in to see our arts and asked for a meeting to see how they could partner with us as community members. At that point, I thought this might be something different. And in the past year and a half, through both ArtSpot and Sierra Arts, we've partnered in almost 10, it's actually 8 events, so it's almost 10 events with Eddie, and they have been absolutely fantastic to work with. They volunteered their space to have community events through Art Town. When we had the Banksy here, we did the kickoff party with them. They've never asked for any money to have these events there. They're always ready to lend a hand, and they are huge supporters of local arts. They're one of the best examples of how a business can interact with arts. They get out their checkbook, and they've commissioned artists to do interactive pieces within the garden. They've hired 4 different muralists, 3 of which fit the diversity that the Arts and Culture Commission is working on right now very strongly for the next couple of years. And they've also commissioned a piece, they're releasing a piece from Michelle Riley. It's called Freedom, and 100% of the money that they're paying to lease that piece goes in to help women's advocates against violence. They're amazing people, and for a vibrant downtown to continue to flourish, it needs 3 things, 3 major things: entertainment, dining, and nightlife. And the Eddie can supply all 3 of those things in a safe and secure way. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Great to see you.
Donna Clance, followed by Eric Holland, followed by Deanne Radcliffe.
Good morning, council members and city manager and staff. My name's Donna Clance, and I am the chair of the Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. I wanted to thank you for all the support that we have gotten in the last few months from city staff, from the city manager's office, from city council as well. I wanted to tell you a little bit about what happened yesterday at our meeting, which kind of talks about the excitement and the new life that the senior community is adding to our city of Reno. Yesterday we had, and using the funds that the council gives to us to support programs in our community, we had a presentation and we approved a new effort to involve the gay community in town, to work with our center to create some senior programming in the Wells neighborhood that we'll be working on for the next year. Older Americans Month is coming in the month of May, and we're working with the city of Sparks, the county, and our own staff here to create a vibrant and active month of May with a lot of activities going on, including Stuff-A-Bus that started here with our own Councilwoman Jardin. That this year will be an effort with Sam's Club to have the RTC bus at the Sam's Club facility rather than at the ACES Stadium for folks to come down on 2 evenings and donate things for our needy seniors in the month of May. We have our Senior Discovery TV group that is with funds donated from our council, getting some new equipment to help them create even better videos that can be displayed, public service announcements and videos on our regular television channels, with the charter channel with the city of Reno. So we've got a very active and energized group of seniors that create video presentations about issues that are important and interesting to seniors, and also to add to our community life. Yesterday, we also heard from our pickleball players who are growing and growing. There are 500 to 600 folks that are playing this great sport, and there was a great idea from Councilman Jardin yesterday to take a look at putting some pickleball courts on the trench top, the lid on 3rd Street, Commercial Row, to have pickleball right here downtown at a pretty low cost. And again, Senior Advisory Committee would step up to get us some portable nets and equipment and so on, so that pickleball players could come out on nice weather and play pickleball in our downtown area. We're working on recommendations to improve recreation programs for our seniors, and we're most excited that we're going to be getting a new home inside the city structure, and we thank the city manager's office for taking a look at that to become part of the new neighborhood services program that will be coming before the council in March, so that we could become more like a NAB that would be working on the various parts of our seniors' needs and services here in town. So thank you again for all your support. all of our volunteers are so excited to help make some more and exciting things happen for our senior community. Thanks.
Thank you. What a neat idea. Pickleball on the lids.
Eric
Big,
Holland, followed by Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Monica Dupé.
So I actually found out a few weeks ago that I'm a senior now. I'm so old that I can get a free lunch at the county courthouse, not courthouse, the county senior center. So they walked in there and they gave me free food, which I don't really need. But I came here today because I frequently walk along a bike path. And last summer, or actually I went through a whole process on this, but I became somebody that started to call Reno Connect every time I saw the villages starting to pop up, because I know there was a man who just said he has a right to be along the river. He also said following the law. So I agree with him on the part about following a law. And so people do not anybody, do not have a right to camp along the river. That's the law. That said, as a society, we have an obligation to make sure that there's nobody that has to live along the river. So I'm thanking you guys, because the bike path looked like Bangladesh last summer, and now it does not. I walked along it yesterday, and I had a great time. And I had a stroke a couple years ago, and I still can't drive, although I'll be able to get my driver's license soon. So I started walking. I used to jet out to places far away to paint. Now I'm beginning to paint along the bike path. And that's great. And the river's beautiful, and I'm going to start creating walking tours. This one here is called Beaches, Brews, and Berets. I'm going to start them at the Artist Loft, and we'll walk them along the bike path, which appears safe right now, talk to them about the awesomeness of the Truckee River, the history of it. I'm going to cut north on Sutro and either walk them back along 2nd Street or 4th Street, hit maybe the Potentialist Gallery or the Morse Burner Hotel, because, okay, I'm using a sandwich method. I'm going to praise you guys. I'm going to give you some meat to chew on. I'm going to praise you. I'm a high school art teacher, and that's what we do, is we say, this is really good. You can make it even better. You know, this is really good, though. So I suggest, I saw a Facebook post not long ago by one of the city council members about this old bus station. You want to do something with it. My suggestion is to build a gigantic apartment house. We have a problem with the housing in this town. It's the people are falling off the bottom end, as somebody said earlier, and living along the river. Other people are having to gang up. People are scared to death that their rent's going to go up. I'm an art teacher in this town. Some of my students are now 35 and having families, and they get notice in the mail to rent. Did my time run out? No. The rent goes up $500. Can you imagine getting that in the mail? Yeah. You know what? If you're going to rob from people, just rob a bank. Don't treat your tenants like that. So I'm advocating for an emergency rent control ordinance, not forever, but to stop this eviction wave. It troubles me. I live in the artist lofts. I agree with my neighbors on the eddy. Thank you.
Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Monica Dupé, followed by Sam Dene.
Hello, my name is Deanne Radcliffe, and I'm a resident of Verdi. I'm here to talk about illegal signage in Verdi once again. So my PowerPoint is going to be coming up very shortly. Okay. So I'm a native of Reno. I have lived here my entire life. I love Reno and I love Verdi. So I saw you guys in late January talking about illegal signs, and this is related to the 2 housing developments currently there. So this was the map I could rob off of the internet last night. So those little red dots there's really 2 ways to get to Verdi. One is off of I-80 at exit 3, and the other is exit 5 over there by Boomtown. So those red lines that I drew on the map really denote where the signage is for the housing developments that are happening. So the site one obviously is the DR Horton or West Meadows, right off of Highway 40. But they have signage really through every road in Verdi advertising their developments, and that's not legal. They're not following the law. So this started back in August. The signs had been up for a long time before that, but my first thing to code enforcement was in August, so that was the start. And this, the pictures appear a little dark, so this is the I-80 westbound off-ramp at Garson Road or near Boomtown, so that's just denoting a Bates sign there. The next one, again, so they are on the other side of the freeway, which is the I-80 eastbound on-ramp. So again, right there with Boomtown in the background. Again, all advertising Bates Homes or Meridian 120 up by Cabela's. So they've added, since I was here in January, I just want to give kudos to Joe from Code Enforcement. I've been emailing him signs, but Bates has added signs along South Verdi Road, which is a county road. And again, that's a violation of Washoe County Code. They have a 15-foot right-of-way and the signage should not be there. So these are just signs all around South Verdi Road. Again, those two roads that I have noted in red. So, and then they've Bates signs are down right by Bridge Street and Highway 40. Again, a violation of that revised statute. Anyway, and now we're going to head to the DR Horton signs. So DR Horton or West Meadows, those signs are all along Highway 40 in the NDOT right-of-way, which is illegal per Nevada various statutes. And those are just pictures I snapped over this weekend. So where have I been? Lots and lots of requests to code enforcement. Anyway, I've been emailing Joe on almost a weekly basis after taking all those signs. My children have asked me to stop taking the pictures of the signs because they're sick of it, because they see them every week. I've contacted NDOT, Washoe County. I did the presentation, and Bates put up more signs. So I at this point, I would love to ask you, I think it is a huge burden to ask the citizens to have all these requests in for months and months. Again, kudos to code enforcement. Joe has been great, and I really appreciate his time and effort, but I really think that these companies are making a mockery of all these rules. And I don't know if you're able to revoke their building permits, because that might send them a happy message to stop. Anyway, if you could do that or increase the fines for code enforcement, I think $500 as a max fine is maybe not enough, maybe $10,000. I'll go grandiose, right? So anyway, I just think it's not kind to the citizens of Verdi that are already there. And again, we're all tired of the signs. Most importantly, thank you for your time, guys, okay?
Thank you so much. I'm going to have Councilwoman Jordan just give us an update, but I want to just tell you, in other communities where I've worked, $10,000 a day is the fine. And so it is not ridiculous. So anyway, back to you.
Thank you very much. And you are correct. Thank you for acknowledging Code has been on top of this and out there and has confiscated many a sign. They are in violation and citations are going out. I will be making some phone calls to maybe up the food chain. So I'll get on that. Thank you.
Thanks for coming again. We appreciate you staying on top of this. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Monica Dupé, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Gordon Gossage.
Good morning, Council. Welcome. Councilman Reese, nice to see you. My name is Monica Dupé, and I'm here today because I'm a concerned citizen who wants to see public dollars prioritized to public issues. With our current resource scarcity and inability to ensure the basic needs of citizens are met, I implore the Council to oppose Agenda Item L5 today. Also, a quick search on the Nevada Secretary of State's website just yesterday shows that Gary Hill Thomas is a manager or member of at least 10 companies in Nevada, and all are for-profit. Even Mr. Hill's Gladiator Sports is registered as a domestic limited liability company. It is not a nonprofit. The city of Reno already has many low-cost and free sports and after-school activities available to the community. So if they are interested in doing something different with 265 Keystone Avenue, then selling it, and I encourage you to sell it and put that money into helping develop extremely low-income housing, or maybe even for rental assistance for people that's having trouble paying their rent or being evicted, as someone else mentioned. Or if you are interested in using the property differently than what you had intended, which is getting it appraised and selling it, I would encourage you to put an RFP out to all nonprofits and see what kind of great ideas would come forward. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you so much.
All right,
Sam Dene, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Dr. Larry Weiss.
Sam, Dene,
the guard angel for Reno government, against Reno government much of the time. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation, and then I was a pilot for Pan American World Airways for many years until my airline was blown out of business by the terrorists and then thrown under the bus by our own government. It's a little known fact. It's a tragedy in the history of America, what was done to Pan American World Airways, and it's been kept secret except for me. Since Pan American was blown out of business by the terrorists and then thrown under the bus by our own government, I've started coming to government meetings. Since 1995, I've been to virtually every single Reno, Sparks, Carson City, even Carson City government meetings, and I do it all philanthropically, and I don't even really know why I do it. I think it's an epiphany. I get these epiphanies from God, and she tells me, you got to go to these meetings and keep advising the citizens and doing what you're supposed to do. Sometimes I arrive at these podiums and I don't even know how I got here. So when people ask me, well, what have you done, Sam? What have you done? Oh, earlier this morning, they had this beautiful thing called the Karma Box. I love it. A great idea that was done semi-philanthropically, where they're going to put goods in there for people to give out to needy people. Well, you take that beautiful idea and you multiply it by 1,000, 2,000, and that is what I have done for the community. I'm responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno. And I ask anybody to come up here, and nobody in 25 years has said, no, Sam, it's only 91%. It's the Lord's truth. So many people have benefited from what I have done. You take EDON, the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. Mike Kazimierski owes everything to Sam. Do I ever get a thank from him? No, I got a token thanks one time. The Tahoe Reno Industrial Complex, Lance Gilman and Don Roger Norman, they owe everything to Sam. I'm the guy who brought the Gigafactory, was a driving force to bring the Gigafactory to Reno. Smoking marijuana, all you people who might like to smoke marijuana, now it's legal, thanks to me. They didn't want to do it. I said, do it, and they did it. And I could go on and on and on about the things I've done. And I'm proud of what I've done. Sometimes I say, what's going on? I have to balance between the two F words, fun and frustration, because I tell all these people what to do, and they eventually do it, but you never know that Sam was behind it. And the thing is, for a person who does all these things should be gaining some gravitas. You cannot get the gravitas unless the media is telling the truth. So I have two things that make me mad. Two things, the media and the media and the media. Joe Hart, Anjanette Damon, RGJ, dismantle those people and get some honest media in this community, or make them tell the truth.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you for thanking me.
Madam Vice Mayor,
And
our
you're
next
welcome.
public comment is from Gordon Gossage, followed by Dr. Larry Weiss.
Hi, my name is Gordon Gossage, and democracy is a wonderful thing, as is public input. And I do represent a organization called YIMBY of Northern Nevada, and I had a wonderful conversation with one of you on the phone that I really benefited from. And that's to really learn to tell people now that NIMBY, not in my backyard, is not the opposite of YIMBY. That there is lots of legitimate public input that needs to be made, especially about environmental issues. And the difficulty that you guys have and the planning group has is to distinguish between public input that is constructive to the community and public input that is just slowing down the gears. And I think, hopefully, you guys, if you hadn't read the article online, you saw it today in the RGJ. I invited Stephen Lehman to come to Reno to give us some perspectives on how we can create a new city. And I would like to just briefly read what Regenesis Reno, which is the parent company of YIMBY, is all about. Regenerative describes processes that restore, renew, or revitalize their own sources of energy and materials. And regenerative design uses whole systems thinking through many different areas to create resilient and equitable systems that integrate the needs of society with the integrity of nature. So putting together people and the built environment and nature is what it's all about. And a crucial goal of regenerative culture is to create regenerative cities. And a regenerative city is an urban development built on environmentally enhancing restorative relationship with the natural systems. And it's very important to ensure that the cities are creating opportunities for local economic growth, enhanced livability, well-being, and improved social equality, and greater democratic participation. So it's a very, very broad movement. And I would like you to take a look at our site. One of the things that we do believe in is collaborative work. I know a lot of people come up to these podiums and really are frankly kind of insulting to you guys, and I don't think that's a very good approach. We need to work collaboratively. You guys are not the enemy, the planners are not the enemy, and the developers are not the enemy. So one of the things I love about Reno is I came here because of Burning Man. And 9 days in the desert, we managed to figure out how 75,000 people can actually create a city without screaming at each other. The other thing that I love about Reno is Grace Church. I went to Life at Grace. I know Pastor Dan. And again, very different than Burning Man, but they have created a community resource where people can talk and they can work together and create a regenerative city in Reno. Let's work together. Thank you.
All right. And I enjoyed our conversation too, Mr. Gossage. Thank you for being here today. Do we have more public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, our last general public comment today is from Dr. Larry Weiss.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I am Dr. Larry Weiss. I'm with the Center for Healthy Aging here in town, and we provide a variety of services that add life to years, focus on the quality of life for elders. And one of those programs you are reviewing at C15 is called Elder Gap Services. It's for elders that don't have any resources available to provide a particular service. It could be a variety of things, and I will give you a couple of examples. But it's basically they've run out of insurances or money that they've had, whatever source. And we help them secure a mattress or something because it was soiled or something like that. And let me just convey a couple of examples to you. Mr. W. is a 55-year-old physically disabled man. With help from the Washoe County Senior Services, Mr. W. was able to find low-income housing. He needed help to pay for the deposit. Mr. W. was unable to secure the housing without the help from Elder Gap Services. And this program was reviewed and approved by Reno Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for your information. Here's a Mrs. C. Mrs. C is an 89-year-old woman who is disabled and uses oxygen. She has an open wound and needs the oxygen to help with the healing process. Her oxygen concentrator's alarm had been going off, so she was not wearing the oxygen. Elder Gap Services helped pay the service fee to have the oxygen concentrator repaired. And we work very closely with a variety of organizations in the community, including like HOPES, and get these referrals. Mr. T is a 68-year-old disabled veteran. He is bilateral amputee. Mr. T has been participating in an RN medicine management program for 4 years in Northern Nevada HOPES. He lives independently, and his success was featured in the Northern Nevada HOPES annual report. Unfortunately, after withdrawing money for his rent and clothing, his wallet was lost, possibly stolen. Mr. T was very appreciative of the help from Elder Gap Services to help him cover his rent. just a couple of examples of the kinds of programs that I hope you will support and approve in C15. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. With that drawing to the end, the public comment, I just wanted to give the gathered group some notes on process. We're going to hear the item A4, approval of the agenda, A5, approval of the minutes, and then we're going to hear item D15, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. And the reason is we're very tight on a quorum. Our legislative advisor needs to get back down to Carson City, so I want to sneak him in, and then I want to go on a break, okay? So if we could go to approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I have a couple of changes to the agenda. Item C11, Table Rock Capital LLC, request for funding. That is pulled from the agenda. We received notice just this morning that the owner seeks to keep that property as affordable housing. Item D8, which is great news, and you should have already received a memo about that. Item D8, we disposition of 705 North Virginia Street. We got a request from the applicant to pull that. We have no new meeting date set on that. And then item D13, I'm requesting that we move that to 3/27, March 27th, because one of the reasons we were having it at this later date was to take advantage of the new council members being able to hear those priorities. And of course, one of those is not here today. So I think you already mentioned item D15, legislative update being heard out of order, but then also the RTC items, which are items D11 and D14, should be heard around the 3 p.m. mark. And those are the only changes I have, Madam Vice Mayor.
All right, so could you just go through the actual, or what we're pulling off the agenda?
Items to be pulled, C11, D8, D13.
All right. And moving up on the agenda, D15 legislative, and moving back a little on the agenda, D11 and 14. And with that, may I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, I believe we have the minutes. Let me turn this back to approval of the minutes.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And then we'll go to item D15, legislative briefing. Mr. Shaver. Is he around? Here he is, right here in the front row.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, for taking me out of order today. Despite the ill will I've obviously earned with my colleagues in the staff box, I do need to get back to Carson City to advocate.
And all the people behind you.
Well, sure. To advocate on your and the city's behalf. I will do this quickly in 3 parts. The first will be just a refresh on some of the priorities that you've already approved or asked about. We will talk a little bit about some of the major issues that we've discussed in the last couple of weeks, and then from there we will talk about sort of what is coming down the pipeline for the next couple of weeks. At any point in time, please stop me if you have any questions, but I try to make this as succinct as possible for you. And then before I get into that, you also have a list of all of the bills that are being tracked by the city of Reno right now. We're hovering at just under 300 bills of the 500 or so that have been introduced that we are tracking. There are about 600 bills that have yet to be introduced. Those will show up in the next couple of weeks. So, jumping right in, first and foremost, Senate Bill number 25. That is the City of Reno's bill to allow for the use of E911 fees to train officers in the use of body-worn cameras, as well as pay for the staff associated with the redaction and distribution of that footage in terms of public records requests. That bill was heard early in the session. We've come to agreement with Washoe County on some mandatory language, which is pretty ministerial, and we're just waiting for that to come up to work session, but we have had no sense of opposition from the committees. The other bill, a little more complicated, Assembly Bill number 4, you may recall, is your measure to put these cities in the state on par with counties in terms of creating fire protection districts. We're still trying to unwind a mandatory language that will keep stakeholders happy and at the same time achieve what we're trying to achieve. The initial pass at the bill, where they basically copied the county's responsibilities from NRS 244 and put them into NRS 268, it wasn't a clean port, as it were. We're still doing a little bit of work on that one. We talked about affordable housing a lot at your last meeting. Councilwoman Breckus, you asked for updates regarding specific other measures that may not be municipally related as it relates to housing and affordable housing. So right now, the other things coming down the pipeline that don't necessarily deal with our authority, our Senate Bill 151, which changes the timeframes and causes for tenant evictions, coming from your colleagues, Senator Ratty and Sparks, and then Senate Bill 256, which prohibits certain types of housing discrimination, particularly in the case of folks who might be on public assistance or things like that from occurring in the rental market. That comes from Senator Cancela down in southern Nevada. We are we're monitoring those bills to make sure that they fit in with your affordable housing framework, but we just wanted to give you, or I wanted to give you a little bit of an update about where those were. Councilwoman Breckus, since I'm on you, Senate Bill number 43, you may recall at your last meeting, Councilwoman Breckus brought up. This was the bill to authorize local governments to impose red light cameras. That bill was dead on arrival in the legislature. We understand, though, on the staff side, that reducing traffic and pedestrian fatalities in the city is a top priority. And Councilwoman Breckus was kind enough to volunteer for a conversation with Senator Cancela, who chairs the Transportation Committee in the Senate. And I think it was actually a pretty productive conversation. We're going to move forward on a hearing about these issues globally in Carson City. So thank you so much for taking the time to be on that call, Councilwoman. And Senator Cancela is pulling together stakeholders, because these are critical issues that our pedestrians and drivers face every day. Last week, since I'm on the thank you train, Clerk Turney came to Carson City to testify on a bill that made some changes to the open meeting law. Now, obviously, I don't think there's anybody here who doubts our transparency in operation or our desire to comply with the open meeting law. Our public commenters even get to use PowerPoint, which is something I didn't know until today. But the bill just doesn't contain enough restriction on the way it could be applied. We have a history in this city of reviewing the open meeting law sort of liberally and making sure that we're looking at it for maximum inclusivity. This bill, in attempting to make it easier for actors to do that, actually makes life a lot more difficult. So the folks pushing the bill say, for example, that they want to make sure that we're not on the hook for room size, that, if we have an overflow room, or if this room gets packed like it is today, the municipalities aren't liable for folks who couldn't get in. Well, they do that by saying we have to make a reasonable effort to achieve a sizable enough room. That doesn't actually mean anything. I know that we have at least one attorney on the council. Reasonable effort varies from person to person. If we have a full room for an agenda item and it comes up again in a couple of weeks, and we try and find a bigger room and the person charges us $12,000, did we make a reasonable effort? Did we not make a reasonable effort? These are the sorts of things that we're looking out for. I don't mean to get too granular on these. I just want to make sure that you have a sense of the level of detail that we're going into on a lot of the bills that you see in front of you.
Quick question. What number bill was that?
Oh, that was Assembly Bill number 70, ma'am. I apologize.
AB 70?
Yes, ma'am.
And just so we understand, what problem are they trying to solve? That people are scheduling rooms that can fit 10 people and there's 100 people that want to attend? Is that?
Thank you, Councilwoman, for the question. That is one provision in a very large open meeting law overhaul measure that was put together by a series of stakeholders in the interim. Our own staff were not in that particular group, so naturally when it comes out of the group there are going to be some issues. That's not the only one. For example, that bill also doubles the time frames that can be used to file a lawsuit over the open meeting law, which would take it clear to 8 months. And when you have projects waiting in the wings and folks waiting to put their land to use, that's probably a little too long. Also last week was Assembly Bill 236, which is the major criminal justice reform measure. That was a bill that dropped 6 days before it was hearing. It was introduced and then heard 6 days later. And so I do want to use this opportunity to thank our colleagues at the Reno Police Department and the City Attorney's Office for being able to review a 200-page bill very quickly and turn around some comments on it. That is a massive political measure. We're not going to get into every specific of the bill here, but there's been a push for criminal justice reform, not just in the state, but nationally. This is the Nevada version of it. The police department and the city attorney's office collaborated, sent some notes to me, and our areas of concern were actually reasonable. We've talked to the sponsor. He's willing to work with us. Primarily, what we hear time and time again, and a story that unfortunately is mine to tell at the state legislature, is that the city of Reno has the same number of police officers on the street right now as we did in 1991 when Councilmember Reese was 6 years old. And when we do things like reduce penalties for repeat offenders and things like that, and send folks out on the street, well, that is going to increase workload for this diminished number of police officers that we do have. We were able to do this in a way where we're having a productive conversation. The last thing I want to do is take any of the city's interests and put them in a politically precarious situation. So we try to keep those conversations productive and moving forward. And the remarks that I was able to deliver from our various departments were actually quite well received. So we're pretty happy with that. Earlier this week, we saw a bill to more than double the sovereign immunity cap and create new layers of gross liability for all governments in Nevada. We saw a bill that to require a regional planning report from the four regional counties here, Washoe, Story, Lyon, Carson City, require us all to meet together, prepare a report on how everybody's development is affecting the other jurisdictions, and submit that to the Legislative Council Bureau, where it will likely sit on a shelf. But we were able to get an amendment in there to make sure that the cities in those jurisdictions, specifically Reno, Sparks, Fernley, have a seat at the table during that whole process, rather than having it be done just at the county level. So we were able to make some progress on that.
I want to just say I really appreciate that, because I was concerned about this bill in that, it would study the problem, but we've already been studying this problem for 4 years during this whole growth period. And I think that if there was to be a change, it should be something that we can actually get something done to help us with the housing, the police, the fire, all of the things that we're dealing with from the growth. So rather than studying about it. So if it moves forward.
We will continue to take those remarks back to the legislature. The thing about that bill, that's Assembly Bill 240. It's sponsored by the entire regional delegation that represents here Republican and Democratic. So hopefully, if it comes out of committee with the right language, it should be in a good place for the rest of session. But we're going to stay on top of that one. That's been flagged by several departments as being a priority, and we're going to make sure that we stay on top of that. Monday, we had a hearing for Assembly Bill 129, AB 129 and AB 236, both require new types of training for our police officers and our other first responders within the city. What we're hearing back from departments on things like this is, listen, we want the training. We want to be able to be as good as we can out in the field, but there's time considerations that have to come into play. There's obviously a cost to them, and what we don't want is to expose officers to civil liability or something like that should the training have been somehow later found to be inadequate. And so we've been working with the sponsors of these measures to make sure our officers are focused on doing what they need to do and make sure our firefighters are focused on doing what they need to do while still getting the resources and training that they need. And so that's been a productive process as well. Bet y'all didn't know how boring this was.
We're here riveted.
Closing out the week, there's a bill on animal testing to ban testing cosmetics on animals in the state of Nevada. Why does that apply to the city of Reno? Because the way it was drafted, it would be the city attorneys that would be responsible for enforcing it. And that's not something any city attorney's office in the state is equipped to do. And I was on my phone just coming up here, and gentlemen, good news I heard from the sponsor, you're coming out. AB 212 is a great opportunity to support a bill later on this week that allows us to take the names or allows, I should back this up, allows a code enforcement officer to request that their personal identifying information, name, address, things like that can be withheld from public records in case they're ever targeted by somebody in whom against whom they had taken an enforcement action. That is a similar thing that social workers can do that, police officers can do that. Just adds code enforcement officers to that same ability to redact. And then Friday this week, we're looking at two potential measures coming down that are actually a priority. My reports don't normally go into this many bills, but we just had a busy week. So later on, we have a bill coming up for the municipal court, basically allowing them to create a online adjudication system for a criminal traffic penalty should traffic penalties remain criminal coming out of this legislature. There will be efforts later on this legislature to decriminalize all traffic penalties, which could create a budgetary concern for our municipal courts, specifically to the specialty courts. So we want to make sure that that can be done in a way that allows us to preserve these programs that have been very effective for the court and popular with the community. Okay. And then finally, there will be we are hearing rumor of, but have not seen, a major public records bill will be dropped. Obviously, this is the most transparent place I've ever worked. We understand your commitment and staff's commitment to transparency, but there's a bill floating around out there that would expose our staff to personal liability if they were to say, take 7 days instead of 5 to turn around a public records request or things like that. That's probably a little draconian. And so we are looking forward to see the language on that to make sure that the people, particularly in the clerk's office, but across the city, who are just, working as hard as they can every day aren't being penalized for not doing their job fast enough.
Wow.
So those are the items of interest that we've covered in the last week or so and that we have coming up in the next week. You have an entire tracking list in front of you. If I can answer any questions for you, I'm happy to do so.
Let me go to the council. Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I understand that the health department, again, is going to be proposing the closing of the classic vehicle registration loophole, and it's probably more important now than it was 2 years ago because our air quality's declined, and I was just hoping that our body would renew our support for that bill. I think it's consistent with a lot of the action that the governor has taken in terms of signing on to the climate change bill recently, and maybe it'll be this bill's chance, but I understand that hasn't dropped yet.
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. Again, Dylan Shaver, Policy and Strategy for the city. No, we have not seen that bill introduced just yet. However, when it is introduced, we can make sure that it'll be on your tracking list. And the way I think that Mr. Shipman has told me we can do things, if it's on your tracking list and it's posted with your agenda, then you can take action on an item on that list at that
Okay.
time.
And then the one, because we have the Lime franchise that Lime scooter one that would allow those scooters, has that been dropped yet?
Thank you again for the question, Councilwoman. No, that bill has yet to be introduced. I actually was talking to one of the lobbyists involved with that this morning. Lime is now on their third lobbyist at the Nevada legislature, so there was a little bit of delay while they were sort of shopping for a new representative. So the industry has yet to agree on language. I did have a communication with that bill is being introduced through the Speaker of the Assembly, and I did have a conversation with him about it earlier this week, and he indicated that he is not going to tolerate any shenanigans. I had to clean it up a little bit with that bill. And so while we have not seen language, we are all but guaranteed a seat at that table when it does come out.
Okay, I just
Who was that mentioned that?
What?
Who said that? No shenanigans?
That was the Speaker of the Assembly.
So just two more quick comments. Maybe you could flesh out some of the bills that are coming forward in terms of rent regulation. I hear a lot of people saying, rent control, saying I support rent control. I don't know if I do. I don't know if I don't. I really don't know what's being proposed. I have spoken about wanting to see the bill go forward where people are offered termed leases, 9 months, with a solid rent base. And if they accept that 9-month lease, they can't be jacked up in 3 times in 9 months. If they decline and want to go month to month, they're also rolling the, with luck's chance. And I feel like that's a model that I've seen. I represented it to Senator Ratty, and I've been wondering if that's in play, or is she looking at enabling local governments to rent control? I'm just curious, more detail, more dive. And the last thing is I've read the fire study bill that Senator Kefauver has put forward. It has 2 provisions, basically. It references that, hey, local closest engine responds wherever. Hey, let's look at it all. I'm advocating that a third, hey, which is really the whereases, that maybe marries in our bill on fire services that didn't get very far, that if this committee stands up of members, presumably it be members of our Northern Nevada legislation, legislative body, right? Right? I mean, it'd be all of them. Pretty much.
So that interim study could conceivably consist of any legislator.
Okay.
We would assume, should it be approved, would be, of course, those of regional jurisdiction.
Okay. Well, I would like that represent that we say, hey, let's look at the revenue sources authorized for local agencies to provide fire services and emergency response services, and those that are utilized, so that if this study does go forward, we can look at the fiscal, the financials, and understand those in terms of the complexion of the different fire agencies. I think that's key. I also think that maybe we need to get in the measure there of responsibilities for service demand, those who demand services who aren't paying into some of the fire emergencies. I think there's concern about the growing presence of UNR that doesn't have their own fire department. And as they grow, those demands are to us. And I think that's just one of those things. So in case the other one doesn't lift off and this one does, I'd like to get some of that fiscal analysis looked in. It won't get us the funding source, but it can be a way to vet some of the fiscal condition that we find ourselves in. So
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Mr. Reese? Nothing? Mr. Delgado? Okay, welcome back, Mayor Shivi. Do you have any legislative comments?
No, I think you're doing a great job. I also think that it's, obviously we're still kind of early in the process and things change. So, and I think you'll do a great job keeping us updated on those changes as they happen. It's really hard to tell right now because you know how much this sort of moves and shakes. So it's kind of just a little too premature to kind of throw things at you just yet. But I know you're doing a great job. Everyone says so down there. So thanks so much.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan? Okay, I'm good too. It was a great report. Thank you for this format. This is very, very helpful. And at this time, I'd like to just ask if we could get a motion to accept the report. All right, motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? Motion is adopted unanimously. And with that, we're going to take a break till 12:15. And we have a lot on our agenda, but we want to be refreshed. We've been short on a quorum today, so we've all been sitting at our seats. So, so with that, the meeting is adjourned till 12:15. Thank you. Memo, so I didn't do an update until after the agenda already went out. Okay. So they didn't really have a ton to update? Yeah. From the last meeting? Okay. Well, anyway, that's what I'm going to bring up, just to get clarity on that. So is that what we're doing? We're creating a working group? So this is what I want. I agree. Okay. Well, I hear you. Yeah, that's fine. I'm saying that contract's fine, but I just want, all of the, to me, it's one thing. Okay, we'll go with that.
What item are we on?
We are on first public hearing item, Eddie. And please keep inviting me. I couldn't have come yesterday. I was in the air, but, you know. Sure. Okay.
Ward 5.
I want to see good stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, the Eddie. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, are you not on
On that one?
Yes.
no, it was all over the place. But we did have like 3 or 4 people on the
All right. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Madam Mayor, we're ready
All right,
whenever
let's call
you
this
are.
meeting back to order. Starting with item, I believe, B1.
We are on
correct?
B1, Madam Mayor, correct.
Okay, at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. We received 1 letter in support, 4 letters in opposition, and 2 letters from concerned citizens. Additionally, I have public comment on this. However, I would recommend that council take the applicant's presentation, hear from staff, and then we will take public comment.
Okay, let's do that. I'm going to call up our staff. Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. This item is the annual review of the operational conditions of approval associated with the special use permit for the Eddy project located at 16 South Sierra Street, adjacent to the Truckee Riverwalk. Original approval was granted in 2016, and consistent with last year's review, the operation remains compliant with the adopted conditions of approval. These include security planning, maintenance of noise monitoring equipment, limits of hours of operation. To date, over the past year, we've had 3 code enforcement complaints received from the same individual. Code enforcement found no violation on any occurrence. The applicant also provided a letter to council requesting modifications to 3 of the conditions related to hours of operation. You could get that overhead, please. Related to hours of operation, occupancy levels, and the requirement for continued annual review of this entitlement. So existing conditions are Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. The applicant is requesting that that be modified to extend Wednesday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., and no change from Sunday to Tuesday. Occupancy levels are currently capped at 350 persons on site. The maximum occupancy per fire code and building code is 584. They are requesting to amend the condition to allow 500 people on site at any given time. And they are also requesting that the annual review be removed. I would note to council that if the annual review condition was removed, if there are any problems or concerns with the special use permit, it can be brought to council's attention for review. That concludes my presentation. We have representatives from code enforcement here to answer your questions as well.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Obviously, for those new on the council, Bonnie's not here. This was a venture that we went into a couple of years ago, and it was new to the area. We had never done an outdoor kind of open container park, beer garden event space previously. But we also wanted to activate kind of a vacant lot to see what kind of activity we could generate, what sort of impacts that might have. So we walked trepidatiously into this new venture, and I have to say, largely, it has been very, very successful. The feedback that I get is positive. It's a great venue, family venue, and many in the community appreciate it very much. I did have a question, though, and one of the public commenters brought it up earlier, and I did want to get some clarification. There were some modifications and additional conditions of approval that were placed. And one of them says, hours of on-site activity shall be restricted to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, except as provided by condition number 12, which is a special event. Services of alcohol, I wanted to get from staff a clarification of cessation of all activity. What did you understand that to mean? Because there's some question of, did that mean patrons are out at 10 p.m. or employees and everybody is out at 10 p.m.?
Thank you. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. The intention of that condition was business activity. The way that code enforcement has applied that is as all customers are out, that general cleanup and that sort of thing does not constitute general activity on the site.
Okay, so employees cleaning up after the close does not violate the special use permit?
Correct.
Okay, and we didn't put any parameters in the special use permit as to how long or the noise levels of the cleanup period?
That's correct.
Okay, I wanted to get some clarification because that wasn't super clear to me. And I know some folks from the public mentioned the concern about the cleanup period and that there's still some noise and activity going on. That's all I have right at this point. I turn it over to my fellow council members for question and comment.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Dewar.
Yeah, thanks so much for the clarification. That is not what I recall, your answer, and I could be very wrong, and I did not review the tapes, and I don't have, any backup material, but I remember we had a very lengthy conversation on it, and, maybe you could advise further.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Dewar. Joe Henry for the record. When I was present at the meeting also. When we talk about hours of operation, we're talking about hours of open to the public. And I believe it was Commissioner Weisky who made those comments. He didn't want to see someone there, and doors closed, last call at 10 o'clock. No, all patrons are out of the business, and you're closed.
And I apologize. I was talking about when council, I wasn't at the planning commission, nor did I review the tapes. I was talking about when we debated it at council, which was 3 years ago. 3 years
Yes,
ago.
and that one, it's a little gray matter up
So
there by
that's what I
then.
wanted to get clarification on the clarification, because
Well, just like we have special use permits, special use permits for hours between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m., that doesn't include employees working in the store, stocking and things like that.
right. The difference here is that it's an open air outside venue. It's not inside where the noise of a few employees cleaning up doesn't matter. And we talked about emptying the trash. I remember we went into it at great length. The bottles, the trash, all of it at when we last discussed it, not planning commission. So that's where I wanted to just get the clarification.
And that one we'd have to probably review it again because, as I said, gray matter takes over and I can't remember that one.
I'm with you on that, so that's why I'm asking.
It is. It's just a really light gray. It's almost clear.
Yeah, I wore gray and gray today, so
I can jump in really
light
quick.
and dark. So.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. So it's not, this is as detailed as the condition gets, but it is noticed in such a way so that you could add that clarification at this time. Whether, if you keep it 11:30 and all staff has to be off by 12:30 or whatever it is, but this would be an appropriate time to put that clarification in so that everybody's on the same page.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan. Thank you very much. Could we hear from the property, the applicant, to hear how many employees do you have when you're closing? How many are there?
When we're closing, just a couple. There's typically each bartender left over that's closing out the tills. We've got security that's kind of putting away all the chairs, closing up the actual containers, and cleaning up the trash. So it's really, it only runs 30 minutes or so beyond end of business.
That was gonna be my next question.
It's, there's not people sitting around tables laughing and cackling. It's get business done and get off the site. And so that's the directive my staff has been given.
Okay.
But at that point in time, to definitively answer your question, I would say 5-6 people.
Thank you.
So do we have this in, I'm looking for all the presentations that we have. Did we get one on this? Did we get this handout?
Nathan Gilbert, this is a summary of the letter provided by Mr. Stitzer. So this hearing is a continuation from the 2016 approval. So we're still working with the Planning Commission's recommendation. As Claudia mentioned, you do have the ability to modify it. We noticed it that way.
Is this on the overhead?
Beg your pardon?
Is this on the overhead or on a PowerPoint?
This is on the overhead.
Could you enlarge this, sir? Just, I wanted to look at this comparison just to understand could you go over it one more time? I mean.
Kind of straighten it up, too.
Yeah, there we go. Just trying to grasp what you already know.
All right. Starting with hours of operation, the current conditions limit operations from Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Friday and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. The applicant is requesting that that be modified to extend hours of operation on Wednesday through Thursday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. So that would be an additional 2 hours, and extend that to Wednesday nights. He's also requesting Friday and Saturday be extended from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. As far as occupancy levels go, it's currently capped at 350 persons on site, and they have been diligent in adhering to that. They're requesting that it be extended to 500 persons on site at any given time, and they are requesting that the required annual review be removed as a condition of approval.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to my colleague, Councilwoman Jordan, I too remember and recall those meetings that we had back then, and it's been over 2 years, I believe. And one thing that conversation I remember, as I recall, is it was one of those pieces where the geography, we're in our downtown. The folks that are in the neighbors and the growing communities that are moving to our downtown are going to start to interact with some of these entertainment districts, some of these outdoor venues, some of this liveliness that we see. And so that's part of the probationary period that we had asked of them is, come back to us, let's see how things go. And I won't put that far past us to know that if you're right adjacent to neighbors, that's probably going to be one of the biggest complaints. But generally speaking, in terms of our overall growth in our community, I've heard the benefits of seeing this business move forward, some of what it's the bringing new people into our downtown, seeing some liveliness happening there, which is something that I've enjoyed seeing in terms of it being a special project into our community as we've learned from. Those are the things that I recall, but to your point as well, it is an outdoor venue. And so are there certain conditions in terms of when you guys are cleaning up, is all music turned off? Is it, an environment much more being sensitive to the neighbors of saying, it's close off time, we're no longer, I get it. It's probably, let's just get going, let's have a little music while we're cleaning up. I mean, is it completely almost shutting down to the point where you're just trying to be reasonable and sensitive to the neighbors? But I'm open to your suggestions, Councilwoman Jordan. I know your ear is so close to the ground and hearing from the constituents in the community to if there is room. But over the last 2 years, hearing from code enforcement calls and so forth, they haven't pushed as far as them learning from the first time around to what we heard today.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus, go right ahead.
Can I get a clarification from staff? I thought someone said that this was Councilman Jordan said that it's a family place. Is it a 21 and over venue? I think sometimes I see parents there in the daytime with strollers, but
It's specifically conditioned to remain all ages.
it is all ages for all hours?
Correct.
Okay, so it is family event. Thanks for that clarification. Here's where I'm at. I did support the hours of operation. I recall them being 1 hour more than I thought was appropriate. But I still feel comfortable with where the hours landed, frankly. So that's where I'm at. I don't know that I would put a condition on the cleanup crew has to be out by a certain time, because there could be something going on where it's in everyone's interest that something gets cleaned up before it attracts, rodents over the night or something. If they've got something happen, something spilled or something, I would think that no music would be good. The people load, I'm a little curious about. The building code on this, is it straight building code occupancy for what sort of classification of use?
For the record, Joe Henry, Senior Code Enforcement Officer. I believe that it's classified as an A occupancy.
A occupancy?
Yeah, assembly.
Yeah.
And so I think fire code is also measures, they take it into account also.
Yeah.
The fire code and building code is just a little bit different on that. But it is, I believe it's based off the A occupancy.
A occupancy, but isn't there a distinction in the A occupancy between, like this is an A occupancy, between indoor and outdoor?
That's why I think the load is a lot higher than you would think on
On an A occupancy.
on an
Okay.
A occupancy, because it is outdoor.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think that I'd like to maybe see them float up a drone next year and see what the difference between 350 and 500 is. I don't know how tight packed it gets in there. I don't like these reviews. I'm ready to get rid of them, but I'm inclined to see them go for one more year, particularly if the council changes any of these parameters, which I'm not super inclined to do. If I was feeling comfortable changing one, I would do the 500 occupancy. Sounds not terribly unreasonable. I'd be curious to see what the people load is of 500 on that space. That's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, of course, am the last to the party and the newest to the table, so I don't have perhaps some of the history. I'd like to hear from the applicant a bit more about how it's been this last year. I mean, can you come up and talk to us for a minute? I like Councilman Delgado, want to see a vibrant downtown community, and this project appears to be ticking a lot of the boxes for me. And perhaps it's that I think some of the art in there has been awesome, and I think folks being outside when the weather is good is cool. And so I'm trying to understand where you've been and where you think you're headed.
Sure. I actually have a PowerPoint presentation and a presentation that I can jump into right now if you guys would prefer, or I can give you a synopsis of the last year's operations and go from there.
I'd like to see it actually. How long is it?
I'm sure it's less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, it is less than
she
I'll
told-
make it less than 10 minutes.
Oh, you were prepared. Okay, yeah, I would like to see it. I would ask council members, are you, yeah? Okay, let's. Okay,
Sure.
great.
So that's the Eddie. I would like to first start off by reading a couple letters in support of the Eddie from people that weren't able to come here and speak today. First is from Roy Tuscany of the High Fives Foundation. He writes, "This letter is to show support for the business, the Eddie, and the incredible impact that business has had on the community of Reno and the overall improvement it brings in the scope of business downtown Reno. As a nonprofit organization that serves the outdoor community of Northern Nevada, we find it difficult to find a space that allows for large gatherings of supporters, is outdoors, and is donated to the organization at no cost. The Eddie provides all three. The best part, it is not outdated or in a setting that also includes gambling. The Eddie is a community-oriented space, which is for the people and a space that is enjoyed by all. This business needs your support to extend its operational hours so it can do more within Reno, the downtown community, and help improve the overall appearance of our beloved city." The second letter is written by Grant Corrigan. I believe many of you know Grant. "My name is Grant Corrigan, and I'm writing you today on behalf of the downtown Reno-based business, The Eddie. Every unique enterprise in our proud and incredible city represents a dream come true for its visionaries. The Eddie and its mission to give to our community is no different. Over the years, I've watched a team of Reno local creatives work to curate a clean, safe, and nationally renowned space for all ages to congregate, network, socialize, smile, and simply play games. The Eddie represents a juggernaut in the entertainment market and has been touted as a productive and contributing model of community unification by many visiting entrepreneurs and town/city representatives. Speaking for myself, I'm a spinal cord injured athlete who calls Reno his home. As a filmmaker and traveling motivational speaker, I often plan premiere screenings, corporate events, and inspirational gatherings which directly support local business. Due to the founders' desire to gift the Eddie space freely to 501c3 corporations, their location has often been ground zero for critical fundraising events and meaningful social gatherings. I believe this business to be a great asset to the forward-looking direction of our beloved city. I would like to see the Eddie stay in business with a sustainable business model which is well supported by the city of Reno. If there's a way to increase the operational hours of this established value-adding venture in a way which further serves the needs, interests of the city, I believe said change would well represent a win for our community. Rewarding creativity and ensuring the vibrancy of these businesses which support us all is a public interest I support. Onward and upward, Grant Corrigan." So I can kind of go over this pretty quickly, but this is a slide on what our ask is, which you guys have seen on the overhead. Couple things to touch on. The code allowance for max occupancy, like I said, was 584, and that is based off of zoning occupancy. Fire egress actually allows for more than that. When we talk about raising the capacity from 350 to 500, that would apply only in certain days. You know, let's call it Cinco de Mayo as a good example, or a really nice Friday, Saturday. This isn't an everyday operation where we're operating at 500 people. And then the removal of the requirement for annual review. You know, if we were granted extended hours and increased occupancy, I would even discuss, or be happy to discuss, a mid-year review to see how we perform this coming year. I don't think it's appropriate to throw that out the window as we change conditions, but if nothing's going to change, I think it's just a strain on the city's resources and our time that could otherwise be avoided. Our position in this is that we would like to be held to the same standards as other bars in the Riverwalk District, many of which have outdoor patios, many of which have people out on the patios drinking, hooting and hollering well past 2 o'clock. It also enables us to remain competitive with other establishments, especially since Reno's nightlife, being that we're in a 24-hour town, tends to get started later than you see in a lot of other metropolitan cities. So, and I do want to reiterate that we are in a 24-hour zone district. Essentially, we're asking to be allowed to run a successful business, which is absolutely necessary for us to be able to continue to provide the services that we do to our community. My justification in this ask, you guys, is that our business is 100% weather dependent. You know, when there's precipitation at any point in the day, we lose our crowd and it doesn't return. When it's super hot, or as we experienced last year, super smoky, nobody comes out until the evenings. So when we have these constrained closing hours, we really have 2-3 hours of viable business when it's 9,500 degrees outside. So it kills our summer. And then when we get into the winter and the temperatures drop, again, we see a huge fall off in business. So we are effectively limited to a 6-month window to generate the revenue to not only sustain the business, but also to be able to provide that facility and the amenities that we do, the services that we offer to our community. And it's really, really challenging under the conditions that we're currently set under. Beyond that, you know, we'd like to enable our employees to realize the most benefit from their employment. You know, the more operating hours enables them to make a little more money and justifies the fact that we're able to go and hire the best staff to provide the best product. And again, just being able to provide community benefits. I threw up a slide in here as far as the community impact. You know, we call ourselves a collaborative community space. And the things that we provide, Wild Marketplace, I'm sure you guys kind of know what that's all about. But we work with them. They're in there every month. We provide free fitness classes every Saturday and Sunday morning on the weekends, free live music events, free space for nonprofits and private events to use, vendor space for local businesses that, you know, are able to come in and capitalize on the venue that we have built, that we don't charge them. It's a family-friendly space. You know, it's a place where young families are coming and the kids are able to go and play and the adults are able to hang out and socialize with their friend. It gets them out and gets them into an inviting community space. We're dog-friendly. And then local artists and murals. That was touched on in public comment. I mean, we have spent a lot of time and invested a lot in beautifying the venue and creating a space for local artists to showcase their work and for local community residents to come and see art. We also support local breweries and distilleries. And then, you know, we're proud to say that we were reached out to and work with you guys in the Transforming Local Government conference that's coming up next month as a venue for that space. So that's something that I'm proud to say that we're able to do. And it's all because we have to be able to be successful in business. I don't need to run through these on, you know, item by item, but this is a list of nonprofit partners that we've worked with, that we've helped fundraise for, that we've donated to in the last 2 years. So this is not just a money-making venture. This is something that we really take pride in giving back and being able to help these foundations and groups. I can touch quickly on some of the previously communicated objections and give some of my perspective on them. That an outdoor bar with a higher capacity is not equitable to the impacts an indoor bar with a patio may have. I would counter that we have a larger staff, including dedicated security, and are constantly policing behavior and volume. Other bars don't control crowds on patios because their employees are all inside. So that's led to issues such as Old Bridge Pub and the Artist Lofts, Sierra Tap House and Arlington Towers, One Up in the Montage. I mean, there are instances where this has been a problem elsewhere, and we've found a way to get around that and to handle that. Also, the design of our facility has an innate noise dampening properties. It's proven by our compliance with the 65 decibel limitation, which our noise monitoring system submits reports weekly to code enforcement. And even during live music events where we've had special activity permits, we've been able to remain in compliance with that. The discussion at later hours equates to more problems. After 2 years of 0 infractions with code enforcement, business licensing, Reno PD, alcohol compliance, et cetera, I think that this track record speaks to our ability to maintain and provide consistent performance and be in compliance with laws and our conditions. And then perceived conflict between business and residential. We consider the betterment of the city having a positive impact on the residents in it. We talk about wanting a more vibrant city. We talk about redevelopment downtown and what that has an impact on the city as a whole. And this is what we're trying to do. This is what I feel we have done. And so that's just a comment that I kind of wanted to make there. I don't need to beat any of this up. So that's my presentation. I hope you guys have some pointed questions for me, and I'd be happy to discuss with you.
All right, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Councilwoman Jordan, did you want to say something? I was going to ask a question.
No, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Okay. So what I think is really interesting is that, this is such a new concept for Reno. Other cities have done it. I've been to several, like Austin and Las Vegas, and
Sure.
so it's not really new, but it was new to Reno. And one of the things is that, when the project started to develop, it was super exciting, and we see businesses all the time, and especially bars and things like that, that can go really, really wrong. And honestly, I mean, I walk by there all the time. I drive by all the time. I'd like to go there a little bit more. I just don't have enough time. But I would tell you that I've only heard wonderful things about it and great feedback. And I have a girlfriend that does yoga there in the mornings, and she's a single mom and can't afford, to stay healthy. And she was telling me that how grateful she was that the Eddy opens up. I mean, you guys have gotten super creative with really creating sort of like this community space. But I think what I'm trying to speak to is that there are good actors and bad actors, and I think you've really proven that you can be a good actor, and it's really how you run your business, right? And so I think that you have done a really, really good job. I guess the other thing I would say, because I know you have residents living next to you, and I always say downtown is a city inside a city. Remember, downtowns are very different than the rest of the surrounding community, okay? So because you are merging different lifestyles and different energies and things like that, and we've really tried hard to revitalize our downtown. Our downtown for a very long time still has a long way to go, but people that are investing here and believing in our downtown and finally bringing people into our downtown is really important. And so I thank you for creating a great space. I would ask you, and because I have not heard, and that's a good thing because the mayor always hears only the bad things, is how is the relationship with the residents that live next to you? I know they had some concerns last time. I mean, are you guys communicating? How is that working? Because you guys are neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we do a pretty good job of communicating. There's a couple of tenants that just are going to be against us no matter what, but by and large, the building as a whole, we get along with great.
Yeah, okay. And so the other thing you were saying, because, you know, you only have a window, so I get it. So you've got to be as successful as possible with like in this window, right? To keep your doors open.
Right.
How are you retaining those employees during that time that you're not open? I mean, how does that work? I mean,
So
it's gotta
our
be-
management staff is on salary, so we retain the
so
leadership who.
throughout this year, when you don't have business, you are still paying to
Correct.
keep them on payroll.
Yeah, I'm still paying business license, rent, insurance, salaries. I mean, the whole thing. We've got, every year we close down for 3 months. So no matter what, there's 3 months of silence on that property. And, you know, when we talk about these extended operating hours, we're really talking about maybe 6 months, because the spring and the fall,
Right.
when it's either not light or it's freezing or whatever, we're not staying open just to stay open, right? So we're responsive to the demand and you know what the needs are. And so, you know, these extended hours, again, I would reiterate, really could be conditioned to April 15th through October 15th.
So I would be supportive, but I would come back with, you know, the sort of check-in, and then maybe, you know, after that next period, then we sort of move to, you know, where it doesn't sort of trigger that. Right?
Okay, yeah.
But anyway, okay, well, thank you. I really appreciate you being here today.
Thank
All
you.
right, any other questions or comments from council members? Oh, there you go, Councilman Reese.
Well, I appreciate the presentation because, again, I wanted to understand a little bit more about your history and vision for it. So that my colleagues understand, I'd like to see you have the opportunity to expand your hours. I'd like the opportunity to have you come back if we can for a check-in. What I'm interested in is looking at how the downtown community continues to grow and be vibrant. I'm looking at some things going over on Pine Street that has some outdoor space to it. I'm looking to you. I think that as a community, what I hear people, especially mostly younger than me, talking about is the opportunities to be engaged outdoors. You know, these are a group of people who are very environmentally conscious. They like the idea that we live in a beautiful place and you can be outdoors and enjoying recreating in a beautiful setting. So I am in favor of allowing you the opportunity to go through the expansion on both the hours and the amount of people, with the proviso that you understand that if we continue to ask you to come back in, if that's a 6-month checkup, if things are not going well, you won't hear me supporting you. And so you have a vested interest in making certain that your employees are trained to handle the issues that arise there. I'm excited to see what you can do with it. Please know that you have my support in that regard.
Thank you.
Right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just love the Eddy. Every time I have relatives or visitors, I bring them down there. And it is what you say. You know, it's a great creative space and very family friendly. And we continue to have a challenge, you know, with the neighbors. And I wish that, you know, before you got here, Mayor, we had heard from some of those neighbors who came in and were concerned about the expansion. And you were sitting right behind them, so I could see your face. And I had really hoped that what would be happening right now is they'd be coming in advocating that, you know, the relationship was so good that they were totally signed off on that. So I'm open to changing some things, but I want to do it cautiously. That's just, you know, we're all entitled to our view. I'd like to see the hours be expanded for Friday and Saturday. I don't think 2 is really the family-friendly kind of hour, and maybe that's not your demographic at 2 a.m. that you're seeking.
Can I clarify the family friendly? So at Sunset, we actually turned to a 21 and up venue. So we
Oh, so you're
closed
both.
right. So it's family friendly during the daylight hours, and then we transitioned to a 21 and up venue at Sunset.
Is there
usually.
at sunset? Is that
Yeah.
what happens? Okay.
Correct.
So anyway, I'd be in favor of expanding the hours on the weekend, and I'm not adding in Wednesday. I think you asked. Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday. I mean I'm open to expanding to Friday and Saturday personally, and you know, to some number that I'm going to lean to Councilwoman Jardin to make a recommendation. I'm also open to expanding the number. I don't think I would go as far as 500. I'd probably split the difference and try a one step to like half of that to 425 or something in there to just see how the capacity is. But that's kind of me. I'm kind of a conservative step because it does have such a history here, you know, that some newer members haven't experienced for the years that we've been here. But kudos to you for doing a good job. And so that's kind of where I'm landing.
Thank
So-
you. And note that, you know, we recognize the gravity of what could go wrong here, right? I'm asking for something that could eventually be my demise. I'm well aware of this. And we will be operating our business accordingly.
Yeah.
And, you know, we'll make good judgment calls. If this is a problem, we're going to cut it off before it comes back to you guys and we end up in this situation with the tables turned. You know, if there's a certain night that's gotten out of control, it'll be shut down. I mean, that's just how we're going to handle ourselves.
Yeah. So just to recap, I'm for keeping the hours 8 to 10 on Sunday to Thursday, expanding them on Friday to Saturday, not all the way to 2, but I'm wanting to hear what Councilwoman Jordan recommends and increasing the number of people somewhat. So that's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. You know what, actually, because I wasn't here for public comment, I would like to take public comment now. So, because I think it's important to hear from the residents as well. So
Madam
thank
Mayor,
you. Madam
our
Clerk.
first public comment is from Cheryl Caldwell, followed by Kim Elise Lloyd.
Afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Appreciate you being here. I am here. I am the property manager of the Riverside Artist Lofts. I work for West States Property Management, and I am here to represent my residents and my building owner, who is Gene Kramer. I am new to this also. I've only been here a year, so I've been learning as we go along. I can say that the idea is fabulous. I am from Austin, Texas. And so I have seen this grow. My biggest concern is that it's going to keep growing. So we're going to expand the hours now. We're going to increase the capacity now. But what about next year? What about the year after that? What about 5 years from now when this becomes so huge? Because it's going to. It's a big deal. And it's very positive for the community. But it's going to become so big. Where are you going to go? Okay? So what my property owner wanted me to express, first and foremost, is we think this is a great idea, but we do have a population in our building that are elderly and disabled. And I have children in the building that go to school on Monday through Friday. And to have to deal with loud music and disruption in my parking lot or strangers trying to get into our building is kind of an issue. I support the Eddy. I think they have, well, Jared is who I work with the most. That's the only person I have worked with. He has been very communicative. They've been very upfront in coming to me with anything that is needed. That's been great. But the issues that I deal with as a property manager is noise and complaints that are well beyond closing hours. And it could be something of beer bottles being dumped into the trash can. That's very loud. You're right next to a building that goes straight up. All that noise goes straight up. One of the issues that came up is there another residential building that has a bar next to it? Yes, there are. There are a few in the city. But it's not an open outside area. That noise is contained, and your patrons are contained a lot better. My biggest concern is safety. I have had to deal with so many issues with parking where they come into our parking lot and people have had beer bottles thrown at them. Their cars have been keyed. Cars have been broken into. People try to get into our building, which is not cool. And most of the time, they're intoxicated. That's why they do that. This is during the daytime, not just at night. So that is our biggest concern. So with myself dealing with these issues and the complaints and my property owner, that's kind of where we stand. We don't want the extended hours and we don't want the increased capacity. We want the Eddy to be here in the city. We just don't think this location is the best one because they're going to grow and this is going to be an issue further on.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to Reno.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Emily Lloyd, followed by Holly English.
was unclear. I felt it was unclear. I couldn't.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. You've heard from me before. You probably know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it again. I'm one of 35 artist families. I'm a singer-songwriter. I live at the Riverside Artist Lofts, going on 19 years. I thank the City Council for keeping the time agreement last year and not expanding hours. My concerns about odors that I had have been groundless, and I'm glad of that. But lack of privacy and noise are still a huge issue, and our relationships, I would have to disagree, are not cordial with the people that run the Eddy. In fact, no one wants to complain anymore because they just say there's no point. We live downtown. We realize garbage trucks, delivery trucks, and special events are noisy. But we're talking about 250 days in a row of noise from 8 o'clock in the morning until potentially 2 o'clock at night. And then they're going to clean up. We get 5 hours maybe to sleep. Maybe. None of the people that have talked here, except for a couple from the Riverside, live there. You have no idea what it's like. We have to sacrifice our peace of mind because the Eddy is here to stay regardless. Okay, the project, I have nothing against the idea of the project or the repurposing of boxcars or whatever. But again, you know, the location, in my opinion, is foolish, and I happen to be on the second floor facing the back. I think that expanding their hours is unconscionable. 500 drunk people at 2 a.m.? Excuse me? The later it gets, the drunker and noisier people become. Isn't that a fact? It's impossible to sleep, think, or create under these conditions. Please, keep the Eddy to their original hours. That's almost bearable. Thank you.
Holly English, followed by Dick Wells. Holly did not state her position. Dick Wells, followed by Abby Kenyon.
Madam Mayor, council members, good morning. My name is Dick Wells. I'm an artist living and working at the Riverside Artist Lofts for the past 8 years, much before the Eddy moved into the neighborhood. I have 2 points to make and will keep my discussion as brief as possible. Point 1, when Mr. Stitzer made his original presentation and application for licensing, he stated he wanted to be a good neighbor, and in many ways they have been a wonderful neighbor. I would be the first to admit that. At that meeting, he was granted a license and was allowed to be open until 10 p.m. on weekends and midnight on weekends. Since this is an outdoor location, the sound is extremely difficult to contain. My studio and apartment is directly above and about 12 feet from their property line. We have 200 or so people drinking, hollering, laughing, and squealing all at the same time. It is not a joyous occasion for me. I've tried to be a good neighbor and have enjoyed more than one beer at the Eddy. Several, in fact. Thank you, Jared. And others. And I get along with most of the people most of the time. Mr. Stitzer and I have had a word or two. I fully understand that they've made a sizable investment in the property and need to run a profitable enterprise. On one particular occasion last year, they brought in a giant Conestoga wagon with huge speakers, perfect for the playa, but not a residential neighborhood. The sound was so loud, the windows in the building were shaking. I walked over to the Eddy, found Mr. Stitzer, and said, "This is not being a good neighbor." His reply was, "We can do whatever we want to." And that's pretty much his his way of thinking. He's a lovely man at the meetings, but not so in real life. The smooth-talking, gentlemanly Mr. Stitzer you hear at the council meetings is not the same Mr. Stitzer that operates the Eddy. Point 2, the Eddy is attempting to extend their operating hours from 10 p.m. to midnight on weeknights and from midnight to 2 a.m. on weekends. The disruption is nearly unbearable now and would be considerably worse if allowed to go on till midnight or 2 a.m. Your Honor, council members, I ask you simply, how would you feel if a couple hundred screaming, shouting drunks moved into your neighborhood and parked near your window till 2 in the morning? I respectfully ask you to put yourself in my place and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby Kenyon, followed by Dennis Troy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abby Kenyon. I'm a downtown resident here to speak in favor of the Eddy extending their hours. With a wide variety of places to live in our beautiful community, I have chosen downtown so that I can be close to restaurants, bars, and events. Being a resident of an older building with single-pane windows for the last 10 years, I am no stranger to the amount of noise that comes from our busy streets. However, I gladly sacrifice a bit of noise to live in a place that celebrates good ideas, supports creativity, and growth in our community. The Eddy is exactly that. It's a place where young families frequent, artists are able to display their work, and a unique place for all ages to go and spend their time and money. The Eddy is the type of place we want to keep downtown. Being a seasonal operation, they rely so heavily on good weather for their revenue. Being able to operate a few extra hours during the week would allow them to make up for the finicky Reno weather. I want to see the Eddy and places like the Eddy succeed, and extending their hours will allow them to compete on the same level as every other bar in Reno. I consider the Eddy one of the leaders in the revitalization of downtown corridor. Let's please remember that before these gentlemen opened their doors, this area was a dirt lot. For many people, myself included, they have made this area a safe and fun place to go in the heart of downtown. Please consider extending their hours as it will continue to benefit our growing community. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dennis Troy, followed by Craig Smyers.
Good morning, Dennis Troy for the record, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. One of the main reasons that I'm here today is because I've firsthand had close friends lose their businesses and close up their restaurants just down the street. I've seen the impact. It's real. And so I want to make sure that as a citizen, that our local officials are embracing the local small businesses and giving them the ability to succeed in our community. Giving our community the opportunity to get outside, socialize, recreate, and explore is one of the most valuable qualities of the Truckee Meadows. Let's embrace this and give our business owners the opportunity to strive and serve our community. Believe it or not all citizens want to be inside casinos or clubs or loud, noisy bars, but let's give them the option that they can enjoy their evenings outside. As a land use planner for the past 14 years, I see an amazing opportunity for the Eddy to grow and become more of an established anchor business in the downtown Reno. Again, let's embrace this, let's not push it away, and let's continue to foster a vibrant downtown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Craig Smyers, followed by Tony Peterson.
Okay. All right, that's good. Hi.
Yep.
Downtown residential housing should be encouraged and not penalized. High-density urban housing is the smartest form of growth and has the least environmental impact. The Eddy regulates its crowd size and does close on time. Even so, it is a relief every night after they close. The Eddy agreed to keep their speakers inside the bars to reduce the volume level. And last year they moved the speakers outside to the edges of the steel awnings, and they are much louder. There are 60 homes in line of sight of the Eddy. Open air bars are really noisy. The Eddy tries to be a good neighbor, but I ask you not to expand their capacity or closing time. Basically, their closing time is our bedtime, and 2 o'clock is really late, and midnight during weekdays is really late. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Tony Peterson, followed by Rachel McIntyre.
Hello, I am Tony Peterson, and I'm here. Oh, I've been hearing a lot about the young families that like to hang out at the Eddy. As a senior citizen, I have to say, I love this place. I can take my grandkids, I can be with my kids and their friends, get to know their friends. We could bring our dog. We just love this place. If anyone comes into town from out of town, I love to bring them there. It's a great atmosphere. It just, I can't say enough about it. And they didn't ask me to speak. I asked to speak because I feel real strong that they are such a positive thing for Reno. And my kids, they're in their 30s, 20s and 30s, they like going there even after hours because they have great security. They're so good at making sure that the younger kids don't get in with their fake IDs. They're very good about trying to stop all that. So it's a place that they can go that doesn't have that bar atmosphere or people want to brawl, and they're just there to visit and have a good time. And I think it's such a great place. It's sad that they're located next to the place. Perhaps maybe they can find a way to put double pane windows in that area to stop some of that noise, because I think if they could work together and do something like that, it would be fantastic. And I would hate to see them not make the money that they could make, the other bars are able to make because of that, because they are such a positive thing for Reno. And I just wanted to say that, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel McIntyre, followed by Randy Pease.
That's what I said.
Hello. Thank you all so much for allowing us, the community, the opportunity to come before you and to speak on behalf of the Eddy today. My name is Rachel McIntyre. I'm founder of a small business here in town called Wandering Wild. We are a small business development organization who also puts on a number of community development initiatives, one of which is Wild Market. Wild Marketplace supports over 170 local artists and makers across the Reno Tahoe community. We're proud to say that we launched in June of 2018. None of this would have been possible without Phil and Kurt and their partnership at the Eddy. Artists take many different shapes, many different forms, many different expressions. And I think that I can speak confidently on behalf of our artist community that each of them are able to grow their business, some of them who didn't even know they could make a living pursuing their passions because of the Eddy. It provides a venue, it provides a safety, and it provides a revitalization that I'm excited to be a part of in downtown. I moved here from downtown Portland, actually, about 3 years ago. Downtown Portland, as Mayor Sheevy pointed out, is an urban community that has infrastructures like this. I lived right next to one. And I understand, like, noise can definitely be an issue. Double pane windows, it's a good suggestion. What I would share with each of you is that the Eddy took a risk. Right? They took a risk in helping us revitalize downtown Reno. It's because of the Eddy that I even started frequenting downtown Reno from Midtown. My thought was, what's downtown other than casinos? And I'm not a casino goer. I'm not a smoker. I like being outside. I don't like gambling. And I much prefer bringing my business to an establishment that aligns with my values. one of which is community development, the other is which is philanthropy. I serve on the board of 2 nonprofits here, both of which the Eddy has donated their space, their time, and their resources to help grow. Additionally, I heard so many people when I moved to downtown Reno talk about how we don't go downtown. We just don't go downtown. It's just casinos. My thought was, if we want to change what we're known for in downtown Reno, then us as citizens need to take initiative in creating something there, and moreover, participating in it. So we did that, and I've worked with Alexis and Casey and was asked to create our marketplace in downtown Reno in City Plaza, and I was quite nervous to do so because getting foot traffic to go there and getting the greater community in Reno to go there is scary. And thanks to these guys and what they're doing, we were able to bring success to that venue. And to see that City Plaza turn so vibrant was something that, I know humbled many of us. So I'm here to support the expansion of the hours and the capacity. I hate when I go at 9:30 and I'm told that they're closing. And I think it's important because what creates safety in our downtown environment is foot traffic. The reason downtown at times doesn't feel safe for me as a female walking around is because there's no one there. So the more people we can bring downtown, the more excitement and vibrancy that we can bring through organizations that align with our community and our values, the better off we'll all be. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Randy Peace, followed by Eric Holland.
Madam Mayor, council members, good morning, good afternoon, sorry. I was here at the morning. My name is Randy Pease, and for those of you who have not had the pleasure of meeting, I'm the past president of Sierra Arts Foundation and the original appellant of this project. As a bit of background, the Riverside Artist Lofts, which is adjacent to the Eddy, is co-owned by Sierra Arts Foundation and ArtSpace, which is a developer of affordable housing projects that supports artists and community art projects. The Riverside is on the historic register, and as such, there are limited ways to reduce sound in the residence. That being said, ArtSpace is working on resyndicating the tax credits in order to provide some additional funds, which may be used to help mitigate some of the noise in the units at some point in the future. That's probably measured in years, not in months, but it's something that's in the works. As the past president and not the current president, I officially have no dog in this race. I do, however, have empathy for the residents, and as a business owner, I also have empathy for the owners of the Eddy. I think Kurt and Phil have done a really good job in trying to minimize the impact on the residents. For some of the residents, that remains a nuisance. I believe the Eddy has a positive impact on downtown and is good for the overall community, including the arts community. But I also believe there's some negative impact on the residents, and it's only some of the residents in the building. I think there's a solution to it that probably doesn't revolve around changing the business or the residents themselves. I think the solution is finding some more affordable housing that isn't adjacent to this property. And I'd like to actually meet with you guys over the next few weeks and see if we can come up with a solution. I've got some ideas that I think may work, and maybe we can move residents out who have who are facing the property and who have a problem with the business, who is disturbing, and we've got kids in the building. And I think maybe that's a better solution than trying to limit the business or tell the residents they're screwed, which are kind of the two options we have right now. So with that in mind, like I said, I have no dog in the race. I think they've done a good job. I understand the residents' concern, and I think there's probably some other solution that we should come up with.
All right. All
Thanks.
right. Good job. Nice to see you.
Eric Holland, followed by Kyle Hess.
So one of the reasons my girlfriend left was because of the noise from the Eddy. As you can tell from my shirt, I love loud music. That's why I never heard it, because I played my music so loud I couldn't hear the Eddy. But I'm here to support my neighbors, and I'm also here because I believe, as an old-fashioned baby boomer, that people should do what they say they're going to do. When a person makes an agreement, they should keep it. And so these folks came in saying they were going to close 11:30. My pointed question to them would be, if I was sitting in your shoes, is can you make a profit within the parameters you agreed to start the business under? If the answer is yes, then my next question would be, so are you pushing because I know that the young people behind me like to party, but I like to sleep. And I give to the community too as an artist, and I can't do it if I don't sleep. I'm not as bothered by the racket as most of my neighbors because I've listened to music for most of my life and I'm deaf. But you see them. There's people that really need their sleep. Craig Smyers, who's having trouble breathing, he needs his sleep. And again, I'm going to hammer this point. The Eddy people said they would close at 11:30. So I'm just, my pointed question to the Eddy people is, can you make a profit under the parameters? Okay, it's not my place. It's no? Okay, so they say no. Okay, so plot thickens.
Right answer.
I'm going to go ahead and, okay, here's the thing, though, is that if they didn't, okay, anyway, the plot thickens, so I want to show you my cartoon. Can you turn this on? How does
Yep.
this work?
We'll take care of it, please.
Okay.
You?
All right, so the answer is no. They can't make a profit under the existing parameters. Maybe there's a workaround that does not involve us moving. I just decided I wasn't going to live in Oregon because I don't want to move. I like it there. I'm not a newcomer. I'm an old comer. I've been there since 1999. The changes in downtown Reno are fantastic. I left you guys an open-faced sandwich, and I'm going to close it up and make it a real sandwich. It's so much more fun to be in Reno right now, and up to and including the Eddy. I mean, to tell you the truth, I actually can't really afford the beer there. So I'm a working artist. But I love the vibrancy, too. But I'm going to say one more time, I'll stop saying it. People ought to do what they say they're going to do. They just should. How would you like it if you're sitting down at a game of chess and suddenly your opponent says, you know what, I can't win unless you give me an extra queen? That's it. Thank you.
Kyle Hess, followed
Eric,
by Michael
good to
Moberly.
see you. You're doing well. I hope you're feeling well, too.
I feel great.
Okay, good.
I had a stroke 2.5 years ago, and the woman who left because of the noise saved my life. I wish I could show you my stroke manual. You're supposed to keep a little booklet, and mine has black tape on it.
Oh,
Unique therapy.
Yeah. Good to see you. All right.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm first going to say I'm Kyle Hess. Thank you for taking these comments. It was a couple of years ago that we first talked about this, and I remember coming up here and showing pictures of the experience that I was really hoping that you would approve here in Reno, and you did, and it's been so awesome. So thank you so far. First, I just want to say that I'm here to represent a couple people that can't. I'm not pushing it fast enough. This is Finn.
Oh.
Finn is being very loud and obnoxious at the Eddy here by sleeping on my roommate's foot.
Yeah, he looks loud and obnoxious.
This is the environment that I love about the Eddy. Finn's best friend was only taken off the leash for this picture. That's the wild market right there that you can see at the Eddy that's happening, that Rachel puts on. It's super awesome. That's Ellie. She's having a great time, and we really love it there. So that was this year. Sorry, I get a little shaky when I drink coffee up here. Kurt and Phil are just so awesome. They've done, in my opinion, everything that they said that they were going to do when we first came here and started trying to get you guys on board with this. And it's been such a home run. The changes that they're asking for are crucial. There's such a limited window that they get to capitalize on that demand when people want to be there. Just like Rachel said, at 9:30 on Thursday, when you just get there and you have your beer and you're hanging out and you're having a great time, and they start shuffling people out, which they absolutely do. A half an hour before the closing time, everybody starts getting moved out of there, and it's really sad. We end up going over to Old Bridge Pub and hanging out on the patio anyways, so there's that. But this window is really cool. I really would like to be able to capitalize on those warm summer nights, stay there. And what they've done is actually invested more money without knowing whether or not this is going to be a long-term profitable investment. The owners have invested new things like misters for the summer days and heaters for the winter nights. They're putting money into this without even knowing if it's going to work out. I think that gives you a really good indication that if you do expand these hours, the type of interaction that they're going to put back into the eddy, there's possibilities for decks on top of the containers to get up and look over the river. And I would really like to see this project succeed so we can see those next iterations and really make it even cooler. So thank you very much. Please let them win.
All right, thank you.
Michael Moberly?
So I was not asked to speak on their behalf today, but I was sitting and we have something approved and I wanted to speak. I am one of the only full-time spirits educators in Northern Nevada, and I am the education person for the largest West Coast cocktail event, Portland Cocktail Week. I wanted to speak about something that isn't really spoken about, just except in passing, which is that they have no code infractions. Their security is a gold standard for what should be in Reno. Their team works their butts off to make sure that they are meeting as many of these requirements as they possibly can, and even to the point where their bartenders are working sometimes without music. And I don't know if you guys have ever tried to bartend without music, but it's difficult. These guys go above and beyond, and as a bar expert, I can say that it's very difficult to operate a business that ends before midnight, especially as we're talking about a lot of their business being outside. They've shown that they can do this. I think the opportunity for them to grow will be met with respect because, like I said, very few businesses, if not almost zero, have zero infractions when it comes to this stuff. Being outside, having this level of organization and security and commitment to the codes you guys have put in front of them. So just want to get my two bits.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted the 2 letters that Mr. Stitzer read into the record have been given to council for copies, will be uploaded to the website. Additionally, Jim Galloway did not wish to speak, however, is in favor, believes they're a good neighbor. Amanda Berry is in favor, could not stay. Additionally, Mike Givens is in support of the project and is supportive of extended hours from a business standpoint. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
All right, thank you so much. Sir, did your shirt say Keep Reno Feral? Is that what That's funny. I like it. Okay, so my good friend Alex Woodley, come on up. Or either one. Either one of you are great. How many times calls for service?
I checked again this afternoon. We were taking a break. There was a total of 6. 3 of them came in that weren't associated to the actual address, so it was a little harder to track down. Yeah. But there were 6, but we also had, I think we had 7 CSAST events where we went out, and then we had a couple other times that we went out there also, and we did not have any issues. The complaints were never something that we could ever verify that was actually going. I do get reports emailed to me weekly with the sound levels, with the conditions, and I don't review everyone every single night because we don't have any complaints. I go back and look at the complaints, but we were very skeptical as code enforcement when this first came in. But it's turned out that it has worked, and it's worked well for us.
Mm-hmm. And then, because you mentioned it was hard to pinpoint the address, and the other thing I was curious about, because the venue next door also has music, so it might be hard to tell.
Yes, well, if it comes in Reno Direct and they say the Eddy, they notify it gets put on there, or they say 16 South Center. These ones came in as just a Center Street complaint, and so, but I did track them down and did find them. But again, with the CSAST events that we've had, and I also did speak to the downtown enforcement team, Sergeant Elgis, and he said they have never had an incident there where there were any trouble.
Yeah, and usually people will come and speak, usually if we're hearing a lot of it. You know, we've seen that a lot in certain downtown venues. One thing I am curious about is why doesn't, if there are so many, let's say, code violations or calls for service, why doesn't that trigger something to the city council where then it would be reviewed by us?
Good question.
Alex Wooley for the record. So, Madam Mayor, if I understand correctly, you're saying that for other types of businesses, et cetera.
Because we see a lot of bad actors, and
Correct.
And I know how you guys are, and you're tough. I mean, and you
Yes,
guys are
yes, ma'am.
good. You're really good.
So what we
So-
currently have in place is we do have the ability and a process where we go after the business license, which does not come before this body because it goes to an actual hearing officer. So we do take that approach. One that we recently had, I know I can say it because it's public record, we had incidences with the headquarters bar. And that was one that we pursued and went after the license. And we have a hearing next week, but they already informed business license department, Michael Chomp, that they have closed their doors. So it does work, and we do have that avenue. That's why it doesn't come before you, because it goes to the hearing officer.
I just wanted to make sure, because you have to be sensitive to the residents that also live downtown. So you want to make sure if there are businesses out there or bad actors, you know, we want to know about it. And you guys do a really good job of, you know, being really strict and paying attention to that. I was just curious because I want to make sure that we have the ability in case that is happening. All right.
Right. Thank you,
Thanks
ma'am.
so much. Okay. Councilwoman Jordan, take it away.
Thank you very much. I do have a question for the folks from the Eddy. So, kind of towards your capacity issues, do you tend to on Wednesday, Thursday, or on which section, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, Saturday, are you kind of not letting people in or pushing people out because of capacity issues? Which one of those is you?
That's going to be Fridays and Saturdays.
Friday and Saturdays you're
We've never
bigger.
had a capacity issue on a weekday. Huh? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's actually, that's helpful. Thank you. I don't know, was there a puppet going on there? That's very helpful. That was some information when you asked for the extension of the hours, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I was trying to get to when you're having the biggest demand and when your capacity issues are really an issue. It's my understanding that once you get past kind of the 350 mark anyway, it starts to get to where your patrons aren't super comfortable because it's so crowded. Is that correct?
That's true. Yeah. It's only a handful of times a year, and we're just asking for that because, you know, it's on those days, having a line going across the Sierra Street Bridge when we have room in the venue and would be in compliance with zoning regulations. It's a little frustrating that we can't let more people into the venue, but that doesn't happen very often. And I'm just trying to make sure that we are constantly in compliance.
Yeah.
So that 500-person capacity is a handful of times a year. I just want to make sure that when those times arise, we're able to respond and still be in compliance with our conditions.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and fellow council members, I think this is one of those instances where it's a tough one because you're trying to strike that balance of something that when you guys came in, you took a risk. You took a big risk on something that hadn't been done before with your hard-earned money, and we took a risk. And I sat with all of my fellow council members through all of those hearings and all those meetings, and there was a lot of fear. I would say the fear now is largely diminished because you guys have been great operators. I wish all of our bar operators were as good as you. But we're still trying to strike that balance. And I think our cautious approach in this instance in particular has served us well. I think we struck a balance to let the business begin so people could see the benefits of it. And I agree, when you can take your kids and your dog and you can play some cornhole, I mean, that's fun. There's a lot of fun stuff that other venues just don't offer. It is just a great, great venue. I envision this being replicated in other vacant lot areas. And that's why I think we entered it so cautiously as well. So I try to always abide by the listen to listen, not listen to respond, which is what I did here today. And then we have a vast array of input that we have to weigh. I also like to lead with empathy, and I have very much am empathetic to the residents there and the conditions in which they're living. Their children are living, the elderly are living, those that are disabled are living. And I think this is one of those instances where compromise is not a four-letter word. I think we can, you know, get to some expansion without diminishing people's ability to get a decent night's sleep and have their livelihood, you know, diminished. So, Madam Mayor, I would actually propose I don't know that the capacity issue needs to be expanded. If you're saying it's a couple times a year, can you identify those couple times a year? Or is that too difficult to do?
I mean, not specifically. I can say Cinco de Mayo is going to be one. It's just the spring. Everybody's got cabin fever. Everybody comes out. Earlier in the season, the May, June is when we see our highest turnout. As the temperature continues to go up during the day, our patrons kind of fall off. But so yeah, I would say that that's earlier in the season that we may experience that, a couple Friday, Saturdays during the year, but it's not tremendous.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I think this is, I'm kind of open to the capacity discussion. I don't know that we need to go to 500. I think maybe there's some flexibility in there as to the capacity. It doesn't sound like it happens very often or has huge impacts. I do have concern about the weekday expansion to to midnight. I would be open to a 1 hour extension Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and maybe increase the capacity a little bit, but with a 6-month look back, come back to us in 6 months. Everything's good at that point, then we could discuss potentially eliminating the annual review. But I'm open to listening to my fellow council members. I think this is one of those where this has been such a success. I love it. We all want downtown revitalized. I want to be sensitive to the residents as well. And we've heard from enough of them that we need to take that very, very seriously, and I do. So I'd like to hear from my fellow council
All
members.
right, thank you. Councilman Ruckus.
Yeah, I have a question for staff because I think both Mr. Reese and Ms. Jordan mentioned that we could, do an issuance of some expanded conditions and then have a look back and wind those back if we felt like it. And I'm just wondering if that is a process that we have reserved to us, because I know the code says you have to go through certain procedures to revoke a special use permit. And do we don't have any ones like this where we revisit, and I don't think that we really reserve. I mean, do you feel that we reserve the right to wind back conditions once we've granted those?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner, that would be consistent with the way that this has been handled since its original adoption by council, was for that annual review with the option to revisit the conditions. So that would be consistent with council's original approval on the appeal.
Well, let's just put it this way, is we've, and I am sensitive to, I think Mr. Holland said, live by the conditions. I've seen piecemeal expansion of special use permits, and once you're in, you're in. And I'll tell you, the one that bothers me the most is going for 24-hour operations when you're industrial right next to residential. And I do not like that game because there's a lot of pressure when someone comes up and says they've made that investment. Obviously, they haven't made as much investment as some of these industrial buildings, but that nose out of the camel's nose in the tent or whatever is kind of a good analogy. So you feel that the council can say we went with everything they wanted, but kept the 1 year review. On the 1 year review, we could go back. We could go back and pull everything back if we've had complaints, or would we have to go the special use permit revocation process? That's my question.
It's certainly unorthodox the way that it was adopted, but this is the way that it's been processed for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
With the option to revisit.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that to revisit, I don't know. Okay.
Is
It's
there
uncharted territory, and I'm sure that they would lawyer up and be saying you have to go through the revocation process.
Councilman Reese.
Well, I guess I
would.
was trying to answer a question, but perhaps Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman, would you be able to speak to this issue? I guess in my mind, if the applicant agrees to the set of conditions, then they have agreed to a waiver of other opportunities that they might have. And so in that regard, they'd be a stop from asserting some other opportunity.
I would agree. I think they could waive some of their rights underneath our code if they wanted to agree to the conditions, and I think that would be appropriate.
Beyond that, I am certainly sympathetic to residents' concerns. I think there is no doubt some growing pains that comes with living in an urban environment. And as we decide to inject new life into an area that there once was no life, there are those growing pains that we've got to work with. I am certainly will look towards Councilwoman Jordan's thoughts about it. I suppose I might be inclined to be more lenient on the Friday and Saturday hours, simply because those are the hours under which I would think that normal people are out at that hour going to do things. And so for me, maybe as a compromise in your realm, I might be saying, maybe an hour on, or even keeping it at 10 on the Wednesdays and Thursdays, or moving it an hour to see how it goes when we do our review, but then increasing the hours to ones they've asked for on Friday and Saturday night. As far as capacity, again, I think there gets a point where the space dictates its own capacity in some regards. And I think what they're trying to avoid is, we tell them they get 400 and somehow they get at 410 and then they're dealing with code compliance issues. So I'm in favor in some regard to increasing the capacity simply so that our folks who are the business owners are having the flexibility to navigate that on their own. I think they have to assess their own space and their own hours to know what is good in terms of capacity. Even bars that have much larger capacity, sometimes try to keep capacity down because it generates some interest and the people like being in there a little bit less crowded, that sort of thing. So I'm flexible in that regard. Thank you so much for offering.
All right. Good comments. All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And again, I appreciate everybody's input here. Considering what Councilmember Reese has said, as well as you guys identifying that it is really the Friday, Saturday is where you're seeing the more demand on the extended hours. And being sensitive to, there was a gentleman here earlier today with his 2 children. They got to go to school. Working, our artists are still working artists. They should get a good night's sleep. Trying to strike that balance here. Madam Mayor, if we're prepared, I'll make a motion and then we'll just see where it goes from there.
All right, please do.
Okay. But I did want to hear from you. When you talk about the cleanup, is there a way to initiate the cleanup before everybody's out? I know, I'm not trying to mess with your business operations, but
we do. I mean, we start closing down the big doors on the containers as we're starting to make last call and push people out. But, just to close down the bar, mop up the floor and
can't
process
do that
all
until
the credit
everybody's
card. You just can't do that until it's done. So there's certain things, trash cans and stuff. Yes, we do. I mean, we've made, based off of comments, we've gotten rid of the rollers on the bottom of the trash can, and we're carrying stuff rather than rolling trash cans because of the click clack on the pavers. I mean, we've made operational adjustments to how we do things based off of review comments from the neighbors. So I mean, we make effort where we can.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, that's probably the saddest thing, and I know it's not all the residents, is, you guys are neighbors, like it or not, you guys are neighbors. And I just don't like the fact that some are, very, very concerned that the relationship has deteriorated, and sure would like to see every effort to try to repair wherever you can to improve that, because you guys are next to each other, and I'm sensitive to that. Madam Mayor, I would make a motion to retain the hours of operation for Sunday through Thursday, but expand the closing time till 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and increase the capacity to, sorry, my eyesight is not that great, 500? Not to exceed.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan, a second from Councilman Reese. Discussion, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I appreciate a lot of the discussion, and it isn't an easy one. It's more, we're doing planning commission work here, but we decided this was important enough to hold for ourselves. I just, I go back to before the Eddie made this leap of faith in downtown, with the help of the city, the Riverside Artist Loft was done. And these folks moved into downtown. A lot of them are original residents. At a time, a lot of people didn't have faith to live in downtown. And they've been here. And we're still struggling with downtown. We're making bit by bit improvements, but we don't have as many residents. I think they're like indicator species, salmon in the stream that are doing, or trout, that, show the health of our downtown. And I feel, and I said this before, that when we get into this condition, we need to take a fine grain look. And I don't think this is getting the details right. I think the details were right on the original approval. And I also have concern, I know someone said about just moving the residents. You can't talk, these are tenants and renters, and they're half of our population, and we have to think about them as important, and their homes as important as anyone who lives and owns a single-family home. I know no one up here said it, but we just really do need to be mindful of them. And so I just cannot support going a little bit deeper and expanding this at this point with the motion on the table. So thank you.
All right.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you.
Okay, press my button.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you up there.
It
Councilwoman
got
Dewar.
unpressed somehow. Anyway, I am in the general frame here. I agree with no expansion during Sunday to Thursday. These are people's houses. These are kids. These are older people. On Friday and Saturday, I already said I'm open to some expansion. I think 2 is too late. And a couple people made a comment, and they said some things. They knew what they were getting into. They are not every other bar. They're unique. And the part of the uniqueness is that there are more constraints. If you had a cover over your place, you would be a different kind of place. You wouldn't be getting the kind of crowd you are, but you would be able to, muffle your noise. And so that's where my struggle is. I wouldn't mind expanding for an hour to 12:30. I don't mind expanding the capacity, and I think that's a right compromise. And you mentioned, Councilwoman Jordan, maybe several people said, you even said, Mr. Stitzer, about coming back in 6 months. So that's where I would be, and I can't get behind 2 a.m. I don't think this is every other bar. I think it's unique and special, and it's in a special world. So.
All right, thank you. Okay, so any other comments from council? Because at this time, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Oh,
Do we want a 6-month review?
Yes,
Annual?
yes,
6
I think that's important.
okay.
So could
All
you
right.
go over what you got?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. Again, this is retaining the Sunday through Thursday hours, so that would all still be in place with every effort being made to shrink the amount of time that those cleaning up and closing down and the noise there. But understanding that you guys have been good business owners and you have done a good job, and we'd like to see you be successful, expanding it when you need it most, which is the Friday, Saturday. I too am reluctant with the 2 a.m. I'm not sure that people are going to be there till 2 a.m. I'm a little reluctant, but understanding and balancing all those things. Capacity to increase to the 500. Again, I don't think you'll get there because it'll be uncomfortable for your patrons, and a 6-month review. So we can look at it right after the season and see what that extension of those hours, the impacts that it's having.
All right. Okay, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan, a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-2. All right. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we'll move to our next public hearing, item B2.
It'll be okay. There's no perfect balance. No. Yeah. Yeah. Well, will you increase the capacity?
Madam Mayor,
and,
we can open this public hearing, and we will send it to the city attorney's office to read the bill.
All right, and then I want to make sure everyone's getting up every 2 hours. I think that's really important, Madam Clerk. So after
Okay.
this, we
I know,
might
it
have to
just-
take another break. However,
But
I'm
it's
going
okay.
to remind council members that we really need to start staying on the 3-minute rule. And Madam Clerk, will you help remind me? Because we are only on item 2, and we have a lot.
We are on the
we have
second item.
A lot to get through today.
Second one,
So
yes.
don't take it personal, council members, but I will cut you off. Okay.
All right,
let's
Madam
move
Mayor,
on.
with that public hearing, we'll send it to the city attorney to introduce the bill.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7081, case number LDC 19-00029, Stead, North Virginia zone change, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled zoning, rezoning, a plus or minus
What's that?
5.95 acre site. Consists of 4
I was
parcels
good at
generally
12:30.
located
I was
on the
good at
northeast
1. I
corner
think
of
2 in
North
the
Virginia
morning
Street,
is
Stead
like-
Boulevard intersection. from mixed use, North Virginia Street Transit Corridor to industrial commercial, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you, City Attorney Carl Hall. Okay, Madam Clerk, at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received. Additionally, I do not have any public comments signed in for this item.
Okay, thank you so much. I guess I'm going to send it to staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, Manager Newby, Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner for the record. Wait for my PowerPoint here. What you have before you today is a zone change from mixed-use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor Overlay Zoning District to Industrial Commercial, or IC. It's a 5.95 acre site consisting of 4 parcels. I want to let you know that IC is a conforming zoning district of the new Reimagine Reno master plan. The request would support a wider range of industrial employment-related uses, which was identified as desired for this area during the master plan update. The Planning Commission heard the item on February 6th, and the vote was 7-0, recommending the council approve the zone change by ordinance, or the zoning map amendment by ordinance. Just a little overview of the site. It's near the northeast corner of the Stead and North Virginia intersection. You can see there's 4 parcels there that are outlined in blue. The current zoning, as I mentioned, is mixed use, North Virginia Transit Corridor. That special planning area that supported that was removed with the master plan update. The current master plan designation is industrial. This change to IC is a conforming district of the new master plan designation, and that's a kind of before and after image of what it would look like. You can see on the south side, south side of Virginia, there's that large parcel zoned I. That's project progress, just to give you, or on track, that's currently under construction, just to kind of give you some perspective of where this is at. That's really all I have. The applicant's representative is here and has a presentation prepared as well. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is Councilwoman Weber's ward. So I'm going to ask council members, do you have any questions for them?
One question.
Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have been supporting these rezonings to IC, but I want to know what's next plan for this property. Have they submitted anything yet for Planning Commission approval for site development? Special use permits?
Yeah, Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner for the record. No plans have been submitted for a development request at this point. As I mentioned, the IC zone does support a wide variety of industrial and commercial type uses. The applicant's representative has indicated that they plan on establishing a mini storage facility on the site. The applicant's representative is here if you wanted to ask him any more
That's
questions.
okay. Just, there was one that went to the Planning Commission last week that I watched for special use permits, and I just, before when we had one come up, and they said, well, you just rezoned it, and I did not support the special use permit because I've made a position that I am not supportive of new development in the North Valleys until we figure out the storm drainage management and we figure out the capacity issues on the sewer. So I just, it's word to them, because if they come back on an appealed special use permit in 6-9 months, that's the position that I've stood. And I think, frankly, that this season's runoff is going to show that things have not improved since the last 2 winters in the North Valleys, and that we don't have a handle on the issue. But having said that, I am supportive of the zoning change. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Just ever so briefly, because Councilwoman Weber could not be here today, she's in D.C., but I did have the chance to speak with her about this specific item, and she is favorable.
All right, thank you so much. Any other questions from council members? That being said, and you have no public comment, correct, Madam
I
Clerk?
have none, Madam Mayor.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you, Councilman Reese, for the at-large to give me a motion.
So I believe the proposed motion is that I would move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Committee.
All right, thank you.
And
So-
refer for second reading.
Pardon?
And refer for second reading. Yep.
All right, thank you so much. So I have a motion, I have a second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Was that Councilmember Reese's
Madam Mayor,
first?
item
Was that your
B3.
first motion, Councilmember Reese?
I think it might have been.
Okay, good job. You get no more passes. Now you're all broken in. Okay,
Madam Mayor, item B3, a public hearing regarding Southside School.
okay. We will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and the clerk's office did not receive any correspondence.
Okay, Lori Miles, come on up.
Good afternoon, Lori Miles, property agent for the city manager's office. This is the part 2 of the adoption of the lease for Southside School with UNR. The changes from the last council meeting did incorporate the net gross revenue that we were going to lose is now being covered by UNR. So we're out of pocket nothing. So they will pay the gross revenue that we were going to lose. They're going to pay that and all of the operation and maintenance costs. So we're breaking even.
Well, that's good news.
Yes. So if you have any
Fantastic.
questions, UNR is here.
All right, fantastic. Good job, Lori. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
I think everyone at the Innovation Center knows I really support what they do and their work and what they bring to our community. I do think that, and this is a term of 5 years, as I recall, right? Right, and I really appreciate them stepping up to the plate so that it's not that we're subsidizing, what had been, that they're making us whole. I do think going forward, I think this will become a very valuable property, and I think that 5 years is plenty of time to establish its usage. And I think that when it comes back, I just want to make this comment on the record, not going to influence my vote, but I really think they should look at stepping it up to more of a market rate. So even after 5 years, once they get established, so even if that's, whatever that is, whatever that looks like, most of us probably won't be here, but I really do think it's an important concept for our city-owned property to know that at some point, this is very valuable and I'm not saying pay what it should be due because I don't even know what that is myself today, but I suspect it's a lot more than $7,000 a year.
Well, it's that plus the $28,000 in operating and maintenance
Right.
costs that we're out. of
Right.
pocket,
So whatever the net is, I think we should start stepping. I don't believe in going to full, sometimes we talk about cutting 50% or adding whatever. I like to do it stepwise, so I'd like to see it though over time increase to maybe even half a market rate or something like that. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Yeah, can I go after Councilman Reese? If you don't mind?
You're so funny. Okay.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to ask, in the conversations that I had during briefing, one of the concerns that was raised was that we wanted to touch bases at least with the Historical Resource Commission folks so that we were making sure that we were doing everything we could. And so I just want to support that effort going forward if that can be had to be part of the discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I wanted to say thank you for the university for hearing us, after the last conversation. And, we've had a really good partnership, which is great. So I appreciate them coming to the table because that's fantastic. But I also want to say, one thing I know about this location, it's been really hard to get a use. Really challenging to actually, it's incredibly expensive because it is historic, right? But there's been a lot of people that have looked at it that have wanted to be there, but they couldn't make it work. I mean, because it's had challenges because of, the history of this property. So honestly, I think that they will, do a great job taking care of it and continue to be innovative. And I appreciate that. So anyway, okay, Councilman Delgado, or no, Councilman Breckus, you want to do that, and then I'll hand it to him?
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm ready to go. However you want to.
Yeah, I have a few questions. I asked at my briefing for our 3-year-old disposal of properties policy to be sent because I feel like we spent a lot of time on that policy and the analysis advocating that we dispose of this property through lease to the university at their, unsolicited request didn't evaluate this transaction in light of that policy, and that was problematic to me. So I want to ask a few questions. Is this property 25,000 square feet or less? It is. Okay, so it falls under the provisions of the policy related to 25,000 square feet or less. Okay, that's question number one. Question number two is the mayor says that a lot of people have come through and asked for uses of this property. I haven't seen anyone come through or heard anyone come through. I've been waiting for this lease to expire for us to have an internal discussion here about, is this essential to a municipal purpose? What are our thoughts on that? And we skipped that step. But I'd like to know, did you didn't advertise it. They just came to us, right? Correct?
Yes. That's
okay, so we went under that provision. Is this redevelopment also? Are we using redevelopment powers here?
No.
Okay. So in lieu of the analysis related to the policy, I just had those questions. Let me ask you something now that I'm new to being the liaison to the HRC. It appears from the lease terms that they can do a lot of internal remodels that is at their discretion. Is that true?
It would still be ran through us for approval.
But there isn't a set of this is what's going to happen and these are the internal improvements or what? No. Okay. My concern is we're entering into an agreement for 5 years. I don't agree with how we got here because I think that this is such a critical building that the city has such a history with of investing. But within the terms of the lease, it's problematic to me that they can make internal improvements that can then foreclose any other options in the future, and they will have more or less a built-to-suit sort of situation that it'll be hard to roll back that lease to a different purpose if that's the council's view. So here we are set for maybe a 10 or 15-year lease. I'm particularly concerned because I feel like we're moving into deal making, a lot like the deals that we inherited when we came onto the council about properties. And it's very troublesome to me, particularly about this property. So, anyway, and I just don't think we're getting a good fair market value for it either. And the lease is void of any discussion, recognition that this is one of 12 properties on our city's register. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I will tell you, what I've noticed when, I said a lot of groups have wanted to have events there, and they couldn't. And I don't know if you've been in there for an event, but I was in there for 2 or 3 of them when we did Startup Weekend, and you could not even breathe in there because the circulation was so bad in the summertime. And I was very critical of the university at the last council meeting because I do want them to be able to also, be really, really great partners with us. But I also think the other side to that as well is the proximity of this location, right? And that's because of the Innovation Center, correct? So it has a little different parameters. It's not just, okay, that's the building. There's reasons why that is sort of conforming with what your bigger, broader vision is. So anyway, okay, Councilman Delgado.
Mayor, can I make a clarification before a motion is made?
Sure.
Just to clarify to council that, excuse me, we're opening item B31 and B32 together.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Madam Mayor, before the motion, can I just make sure that it's clear? Councilman Reese mentioned an issue that we wanted to raise, which is that we would like it to be clear that you're approving this if you choose to approve it, and that we would, before we execute it and bring it back to the mayor for signature, make a presentation to the Historic Resources Commission so they could fully understand what the intent and the plan is from the university for use of the building.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
So is that subject to
Clerk,
something?
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to note into the record, we received
Are you okay?
I'm choking to death in the corner, but I will get through the notions in interest of the record. Patricia Charles submitted online public comment in opposition. David Von Segern and Scott Charles are unsure of their position and submitted online public comment as well. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Delgado.
I think Mr. Thomas just, what we're going to say.
Yeah, but I don't think we need a condition. We're just making you aware in the public that that's the procedure we're going to use.
But I mean, what would they have to say? We don't like it, or, I mean, what's the?
Well, there's
impact?
really no particular role in this case because we're not modifying the exterior. To the extent there's exterior modifications, then that would be brought back to the Historic Resources Commission to understand and see. So that would be the role they would have. In other words, there's really no direct role for the leasing of this building. But it was informational so that they understand, because they asked.
Yeah,
They
maybe it's getting
contacted
them-
us and said, can you please tell us what the plan is? And that's
Maybe
what
it's
we're-
getting them in the loop, and if they have an issue, they can advise the university, and hopefully the university would, follow those recommendations.
That is part of the idea. If there's something we missed or some issue, then we would clearly have the conversation. I believe the university, working with them, would be responsive to a true issue that would be raised about the building and the use.
Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. This is a little bit off topic, but still connected to, do we have any sort of data that shows the economic impact that the Innovation Center has had on our community?
We certainly can get that from, in fact, there's could be testimony from the university today if you'd like to explain that.
I would like that. I think there was some public comment that asserted that somehow this is not in the best interest of the taxpayers, but I'd like to hear from the Innovation Center the impacts that that has had, and this certainly could be, will be an extension of that.
Gladly. I think our most recent data showed that we've created 108 new jobs in town. I think the bigger number is the amount of investment funding that's come in to support the companies in the Innovation Center, which is just shy of $50 million. I think this is a big boost to our local economy. In addition, recently we graduated 3 companies out of the Innovation Center. These are new companies that are growing, each between, say, 5 and 20 employees that are growing in the Reno area. And that's our overall goal, is to create more of these companies growing in the Reno area.
Thank you. That was great.
Okay. Anything else?
No, yeah, let's
Okay. Back
ready.
at you.
Back at me.
Back
Thank
at
you.
you.
Thank you,
Go
Madam Mayor. And to my colleagues, appreciate everyone's comments. I think as generally speaking from everyone else, I think this is a great opportunity to work in partnership with the university. As I stated the last time around, thank you to the university and for the council for bringing up those conversations and make sure that we're whole on this, and for the university to step up pretty quickly to say we'll make sure that we're covered in terms of lost revenues all the way around. And I think this is a great community asset that we've all cherished and we know about. But the opportunity to have a long-term resident there that's going to be able to make some improvements that they have to abide by anyways by state and everything else is going to be great for us, and it's going to also definitely add to the Innovation Center and the excitement that's going on, and especially in that part of my ward, as we're starting to see a lot of activity generate there. But without diving too deep into it, Madam Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt this resolution.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilman Delgado. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, I would recommend that we go to your consent agenda, and then any items pulled we hear later, and then we transition to item D3 after that, as we do have a consultant in the audience that has a flight to catch.
Okay, thank you. That sounds fantastic.
So we will move to consent.
I will totally agree with that. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask council members if they would like to pull off any items. I'm actually going to start with item C9 and C12. And Councilwoman Breckus.
I would like to pull C6.
Okay.
And I would like to pull item C13.
And 13. Okay, Councilman Reese, are there any items you'd like to pull off the consent agenda? No? Councilman Delgado?
C1A.
C1A? Okay. Anything else? No?
Nope.
Councilwoman Jordan? Already pulled. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So we did pull C11, right?
Item C11 has been withdrawn from your agenda.
Right. Oh, withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Thanks.
No longer on the agenda, C11.
Right.
Okay. Do you have anything
No.
else? Okay. Then I'm going to ask for council to give me a motion to approve all the other items on the consent agenda, except for the ones that have been pulled. And those will be heard after we go to this consultant, correct?
Move to approve all remaining items.
Okay, thank
Second.
you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are moving to item D3, Stormwater Utility Feasibility Study.
Okay, thanks so much.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. The item we have today is on feasibility study. It's an update to you on the stormwater utility. If you recall, about a year ago, council was interested in looking into the feasibility of forming a stormwater utility. So we have consulted with Raftellus. Raftellus is this is one of the main things that they do. So they are extremely experienced in this. We have Keith Redling here to give a presentation to you in regards to the stormwater utility and kind of an update and to be able to answer any questions that you have. And so I'm going to turn the time over to Keith.
All right, Keith, come on up. I think it's interesting what you do. Like, how many people in America can say, like, you're a stormwater expert? That's super cool. I love it.
Not me, maybe 10. It's a little bit of a niche. My wife is still surprised that I've made a living doing one thing.
And we can certainly tell you're not from Reno.
Yeah, I'm from North Carolina. Pardon the accent.
I love it.
I'll just say the same thing anybody else would, but a lot slower. And I do want to present on our findings from our feasibility study.
Great.
A quick overview. Basically, the assignment was to evaluate how feasible it would be to fund part or all of a growing need for stormwater spending with a drainage fee rather than the way that it's paid for now. So that was the assignment. And the main way that a drainage fee might be different from other kinds of funding for stormwater is really the equitability issue. And that is to say that what drives the cost of the city of Reno for drainage-related services, flood control and other things, really is total runoff volume, peak runoff rate, and pollution in the runoff. Those things relate closely to impervious surface area, which is the way that most drainage fees are founded. So what we did was we took a look at the current slate of services of the city, gauged what the cost of those services were, looked at future levels of service, built a financial plan and a revenue and rate model, estimated how much billable units or units of service there were in the city, looked at rate structures, looked at some peer cities, and came up with some recommendations. So the city spends about $2.8 to $3.4 million a year right now on stormwater management, year in and year out. So the first thing to keep in mind is it's real money already. And the unmet need is really about capital projects, drainage projects. Most of the money spent right now is under the Public Works Department, drainage operations and maintenance, and compliance with the city's municipal separate storm sewer permit, the MS4 permit, are the primary cost centers right now. So again, 2.8 to 3.4. About 60% of that money comes from the sewer fund. The rest of it is dribs and drabs from other revenue sources. But the majority of the revenue stream right now is based on wastewater rates. That's how it's paid for now. So what we find is right now we're spending about 1.8 on operations and maintenance of the drainage system, another $1 million a year on municipal separate storm sewer compliance, and we're waiting for a new permit, a new MS4 permit, and there's a fairly significant chance that compliance with the new permit might go up another $250,000 to 1.25. But clearly, the big number in the game is capital needs. We've got current documented drainage capital needs in the city of $159 million, and then our share of the Truckee River flood management piece is $127. So current known capital need for drainage, $286 million. That's the big number. And in order for the city to begin to execute on more of the capital need, there'd have to be some staffing increases too. We believe in the $200,000 to $580,000 a year range, and that's really based on the level of capital spending that the city kind of launched to. Right now, capital spending is real near zero, and we looked at a baseline capital spend of about $2 million a year, and we looked at some options that were bigger than that. So the big changer is really the capital need, but we do need some more staffing to get things designed and built. The other thing is, if you chose to implement a drainage fee or a stormwater utility, the city's going to incur some additional cost in perpetuity to manage that utility. It's not as easy as raising wastewater rates. It's a lot more fair, but it requires the management of other kinds of data that's not currently being managed, and we believe that would take about 3 humans to do that in perpetuity, plus some additional data imagery. So we think about $220,000 a year in additional cost there. In our financial modeling, we just kind of established a few basic policies, one of which was that we would try to build up 3 months of operating and maintenance reserves over time. Another, we'd build up 1.5 in emergency reserves, and we'd try to do that over a 4-year ramped up period. And so when we model all that, if you look now at this chart, basically what we're saying is your operation and maintenance and your MS4, or municipal separate storm sewer costs, are going up, but not gigantically. So they're in the $3.5 to $4 million a year range now, and remain generally in that range in a 5-year planning period. In capital, we see that capital as being anywhere between $2 million and perhaps $5 or $6 million a year average, depending on the level of aggressiveness that the capital is attacked. And building up some reserves leads to a total where we basically are looking at a revenue requirement of somewhere between $5 and $11 million a year over a 5-year planning period. Were that completely funded with a drainage fee or a stormwater utility, funding your current slate of services and adding $2 million a year in new capital spending to begin to nibble away at the $286 million in known capital need, we believe a rate would be in the range of $3.40 per month for a typical homeowner. That's on an impervious area-based charge, and I'll talk about that in a second. The other 2 choices that we modeled were more aggressive on how quickly they took care of the known capital need, and they both mapped out to an $8 or $9 a month charge for a typical residential ratepayer. And then we have a number of example capital projects. I'm not going to read these off. I'm just going to point out irrigation ditches, overtopping relief is something I was speaking with staff about this morning. We have $15 million in just that. The Warren Estates evaluation and drainage improvements in the Longwood and Hedgewood Roads area, $4 million. You see some other relatively large projects in here. So The $286 million in capital need is founded on a list of things that need to be built. That's kind of the point of this. So then we kind of shifted our attention from how much money do we need to how might the fee work. So the way that stormwater utility fees work is they attempt to charge ratepayers based on the demand they place on you for service. So if you're in the wastewater business, you say, well, gosh, what is it that places a demand on me for service? And clearly one of the things is, how much wastewater are you sending me? But there are other things, like, is it very high-strength waste? Is it weak? Does the flow occur in big slugs, or is it kind of steady state? But the main variable on wastewater is, how much wastewater are you sending me? And that's typically not measured. Water consumption is measured, and then an assumption is made. However much water was consumed is how much wastewater was discharged. So in the stormwater business, the question is, what would be a surrogate for demand? And a surrogate for demand has been shown to be impervious area. It relates to runoff, it relates to peak flow, and it relates to pollution. And there are several thousand communities in the U.S. now who have established these fees. The majority are based on impervious area. So it's all the hard surface on an individual property. And one of the reasons it would cost some money to implement and manage a fee is you would be in the business of collecting and maintaining data about hard surface area as a new input to billing. We estimated how much impervious area there is in the city. And we also sampled and carefully measured the impervious surface on 400 residential lots to gauge what the typical was for a residence. The typical residential property in Reno has about 3,500 square feet of impervious surface. Driveway, rooftop, sidewalk, patio, all of those hard surface areas. And a fairly common rate structure for stormwater management utilities would be to charge single-family homes a flat rate, or maybe one of 3 flat rates, small, medium, large, and the rate would be per 3,536 square feet of impervious area. Much like drinking water is not sold by the gallon, it might be sold by 1,000 gallons or 100 cubic feet. Stormwater unit of measure is typically a lot bigger than 1 square foot. There's a lot of variability in the residential housing stock too, and here you'll see a frequency histogram in one of the ones we measured. We found a few residential detached properties with between 500 and 1,000 square feet of total impervious area. These are the very short blue bars on the left. The median is 3536, where I drew the red line, and we found a few above 10,000 square feet too. So there's a fair amount of variability in that impervious area. And all in, we believe there's between 140,000 and 180,000 units of impervious area in Reno. 55,000 of that is found on residential parcels. The rest is found on non-residential parcels. So to give you a sense of how a stormwater fee would work were you to adopt one, we looked at a few properties, measured the impervious area, calculated how many ERUs there were, applied the rate range that we had estimated to give you a sense. And the first one we looked at was the Target Shopping Center on Sierra Center Parkway. So this Target Shopping Center, which includes the Target and some other stores on the southern side, and you can see the parking lot and the islands. The blue area is the area we measured as hard surface area. It's about 1 million square feet of hard surface area. And with a typical residential property having 3,537 square feet of impervious area, the Target Shopping Center has exactly the same amount of impervious surface as 300 homes. So under a typical stormwater fee, they'd be charged 300 times whatever a house is charged. And under our rate range for the 3 different scenarios we modeled, our lowest rate was $3.40 a month. Now, I think your billing for wastewater is quarterly, but my numbers are monthly here, $3.40 a month. So under a $3.40 a month rate, the bill for this shopping center would be $1,020 a month or $3,060 a quarter. On the high edge, we had an $8.60 rate. That was for a much more rapid attack of the backlog of capital projects, and that would run it up to about $2,500. And there are some large nonprofits too. You know, it's a fee, not a tax. It's just like water, sewer, electricity, or gas. So these fees would apply to properties regardless of their taxable status. So here's Reno High School on Booth Street, 995,000 square feet, almost 300 ERUs, so still in the $1,000 to $2,500 range. You can see we measured the impervious surfaces in blue, excluding everything that was natural and could allow water to percolate. O'Brien Middle School is another example. Dodson Elementary School, as much hard surface area as 37 homes. And then Our Lady of the Snows Church and School, which is on Wright Street. This property, which includes a good bit of building and parking, the same amount of hard surface area as that found on about 21 homes in Reno. So somewhere in the $71 to $181 a month range. If we look at some of your peers, 92% of communities that have a stormwater fee base it on hard surface area or impervious area. And most charge a flat rate for residential ratepayers. There are a number that have multiple flat rates called tiered rates. Here are some peer utilities and their demographics, really just to give you a sense of kind of the density per square mile. Reno, which is not in the chart, by my math, has maybe 260,000 people now. 106 square miles, if I got it right, and median household income just under 50,000. So in the range with some of the others. There's a lot of density variability here, and I've done stormwater fees in some very big cities like Dallas, Philadelphia. Dallas is not very dense. Philadelphia is very dense. So a lot of variability. And there's a lot of variability on rate structures too. So if we look at some of these communities, a number of them have a flat rate for residential ratepayers. If you look at Aurora, Colorado, about halfway down, $10.46 a month for a single family home. If you look near the bottom though, a place where I helped set up the fee about 4 years ago was Dallas, Texas. We have 4 different flat rates for residential, which I would characterize as really little, small, medium, and large. And the mid rate is $8.51. The main thing I think you can glean from this is if you're thinking about fully funding an expanded stormwater program here to begin to attack your capital needs, and you're looking in the $3 to $9 range for a home, it's not out of whack with a lot of your peers. On the non-residential side, the rate structures vary some too. The most common one is to do what I described earlier, which is just to say, if my rate is X, and your property has 9 times as much hard surface area as a typical home, you would pay 9X and the home would pay X. If the city went forward to set up a drainage fee or a stormwater utility, I think there are a few things that are really important, and one is good communications and outreach. It's a harder thing to explain than water or electricity or sewer. It's a non-metered service. And I think communication has proven, I've done this and pretty much only this since 1991, communities that spend energy communicating with ratepayers about what they were doing and why did much better. Also, clear rates and a clear set of projects and programs those rates fund are really, really important. Some of the communities on my list have really complicated rate structures, and they're probably super duper fair, and rate consultants love them, but if they're hard to understand, there's a certain amount of difficulty that comes with that. So we have a few recommendations. One is to carefully ponder the 3 scenarios we looked at. All 3 take the money that is being spent now by the city that is stormwater spending and refund that through a drainage fee and stop funding 60% of it through the sewer bill. So all three of these scenarios would result in wastewater rates dropping. Customers who are very large wastewater customers could see a greater decrease in their wastewater bill than the increase that came from the drainage fee. So that's one thing to look at carefully. And the other thing is whether to be in the $3 or the $8 or $9 range of rates based on the rate at which you begin to work on $286 million in drainage capital needs. And the thing about our first scenario with the really reasonable rates of $3 or $4, to do $2 million a year in capital improvements when you know you have $286 million to do is a pretty slow slog and probably not enough in my view. We think a recommended, a dedicated funding source makes sense. The higher spending on capital will get the capital done a lot faster. And so the next steps that we imagine are that the city would need to refine the rate structure, measure the impervious surface area to be able to calculate actual bills, begin to grapple with the way that those bills would be conveyed with your billing system. There are two rate ordinance, or there's an enterprise fund and a rate ordinance that will need to be codified by the city. And I mentioned outreach and communications earlier, something that's very, very critical in my view. And that process could vary a little bit. There are communities that have very structured outreach, and there are communities that do it more ad hoc, but I think it's important either way. And our required slide, which says we are registered municipal advisors. And this is me, happy to answer any questions.
All right, I think that's fascinating. Good job.
Thank you.
Really interesting. Okay, I'm gonna open it up for questions and keep everyone time restricted. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. Do you want to
Okay.
go?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Excellent presentation, very informative, and I'm pretty excited about this because it's been a long time coming. I appreciate the thought that we kind of go deliberatively in this, and I think that I would certainly encourage that, but this is our starting step. One question I have is, we do special assessment districts very well here at the City of Reno in our neighborhood program for streets and drainage. Do you ever get to a situation, or could you see a scenario where we could do those in combination with special assessment districts? For example, those irrigation districts are primarily in my neighborhoods, and I could see an overtopping project that's maybe $2 million, and you could SAD it, you know, 500,000 or $1 million with it. Do you ever recommend that? Or
I do. That's a very good question. So the general idea behind the drainage fee would be to provide a certain baseline level of service to all the ratepayers in the city. And then projects that went above and beyond that could be funded through an SAD exactly as you described. The other thing is, if you wanted to continue to partially fund the program through wastewater revenues or ad valorem taxes, there's nothing preventing that either. So the special assessment district has a different legal bar, and I'm not a lawyer and I won't pretend to be one, but you guys all understand that. So there's no problem with doing that whatsoever.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think that's, I'm interested in the relief to the sewer fund, frankly, because I've been very uncomfortable for a long time, and I've been asking us to at least lay down the methodology or the metrics on how much of the sewer fund is paying for drainage. And so I'm very interested in seeing those separated. Do you see in some instances when one comes in and you're looking at all your impervious, that some property owners, maybe some large ones, start taking a look at their impervious and start putting in some improvements that maybe can do some capturing?
So there are two things about that. We do see that routinely. One is, foundationally, the concept of the stormwater utility fee is that a ratepayer should be charged based on the demand they place on you for service, and that a surrogate for demand is impervious area, and the courts have held that up. So consequently, a ratepayer who's done something to mitigate their demand should receive a break on their bill, and that's called a credit usually, although it could be done as an incentive, an offset, or other things. So the concept is perhaps you have 100,000 square feet of impervious area. Well, first, if you took out some of it and planted greenery, then obviously your bill changes right then. But let's say you left all the impervious area in, but you put in some green infrastructure and you put in some infiltration and you did things to cause some of the water to percolate, then it's calculable how much you've reduced your demand, and we would reduce your bill accordingly under a credits program.
Okay, and if I may just ask one other question is, do you, multifamily often is off on the impervious, not correct? That's two questions.
I don't understand the question. I'm
Single
sorry.
family is single family, maybe 1 to 3 units you could do. Multifamily is in with the impervious calculations.
Yeah, and because it would be an overcharge to tag them for 1 unit each normally.
Do any of those western jurisdictions with slopes like Aurora or Boulder or Salt Lake, does slope of a property start to come in? Because you got a factor there, I would imagine. And that's my last question.
The last place that I looked at slope was Colorado Springs, and it was pretty long ago. No one uses slope in their calculation. It is true that on a case-by-case basis, you could make the case that a steeper slope creates more runoff and should perhaps be surcharged or pay a higher rate. There are other places that have imagined that certain kinds of land use ought to pay more because their runoff is dirtier. But prevailing wind direction, soil type, vegetative cover, there are a whole lot of variables that also influence your actual demand. So most utilities stop short of trying to accommodate things like slope because of the slippery slope it puts them on, pun intended.
Councilman Delgado, do you have anything?
Just really briefly, appreciate the your guys' presentation, and as Councilwoman Breck has stated, it's something I've been looking more and more as we start building out in terms of infrastructure and the amount of that's pressure that's put on our sewer capacity. I think this is something that I'm definitely looking forward to the next steps. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
My question would be, and maybe this is like so far off, but I'm just sort of curious, are you seeing other cities, their flood projects, be sort of involved in this and help at the same time, or no? Financially?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, if I understand your question correctly, do other cities with a backlog of flood protection projects, are they imagining a fee now? And am I helping them?
Different, like flood versus stormwater.
Oh, I
That's what
see.
she's getting at.
Yeah. So one of my clients is New Orleans. They have a lot of flooding issues.
Yes.
I'm working in Pittsburgh right now where they have combined sewers. So when it rains, the rainwater and the wastewater go in the same pipes. So when you have a flood there, there's sewage in the water, and people's basement drains are tied in, so you get sewage in your house. So it's a big deal.
Yeah.
So the drivers for this can range from places like Hilton Head, South Carolina, where water pollution is the primary issue. Estuary, oysters, saltwater marsh, quality of life, to New Orleans, where the drivers are all total runoff volume, big floods, Pittsburgh with combined sewers. It's all over the map.
Right, interesting. And I would think with climate change, you cannot afford to.
They got twice as much rain as their normal average in Pittsburgh this year.
Yeah, this is serious.
Yeah.
It is happening everywhere. It really is. It's serious. Councilwoman Dewar.
Or Jordan? A couple statements, couple questions, back to some statements. So,
Okay, 3 minutes.
I know. I might come for round 2, though. Deja vu all over again for me, because I spent a lot of time, I did head up our flood project, and we spent a lot of time looking at impervious surface and trying to set a rate that way. And it, obviously, you've brought a lot of data here. We adopted in our master plan that we need to move forward with a stormwater utility, and that's why this is the next step in this. I'm so glad that you're here and you've done the hard work. The problems are evident and they're only growing, as is the cost. So if we don't start dealing with it, obviously this cost is spiraling out of control. We can never catch up if we don't start somewhere. To that end, I'm looking at your chart here on peer utility demographics, and you have sparks on 2 pages, and one is one is what single family pays and one is what non-single family pays. And I'm really confused about the single family. You say it's an average monthly bill, but I've always heard that they paid $5.41 a month, flat fee. And this shows $14.51. Is that a 3-month fee or, can we help? Can you help us?
Sparks's rate structure is among the most difficult to deduce ever created, in my view.
Okay.
And I'm looking at an email about the rate structure
Okay.
from the stormwater utility manager in Sparks.
Okay.
Which says, our storm rate component is flat at $8.32 a month, single-family res, or 98 cents per 1,000-gallon commercial. So the first thing to realize is, if you're a commercial ratepayer in Sparks, your drainage fee is based entirely on your water consumption.
Right.
Just like yours is now.
Right.
But if you're residential, it's $8.32 a month. However, there's a second component to it. And the second component to it is the river flooding component, which is $5.41 a month.
Okay.
So unless I messed up the math, which I definitely could have, the sum of those two numbers is what I believe to be Sparks's current residential charge. Their commercial charge is all founded on water use.
Right. So, and I'm familiar with the commercial charge. So if you have someplace like a distribution center, they have 6 bathrooms, they pay very, very little. If you have something like a big hotel with 300 to 800 bathrooms, they pay a whole bunch. And it doesn't matter what land impervious is, because the hotel can be very, tall. And the distribution center can take up a lot of impervious. So it seems counterintuitive, to this model that you're proposing.
It does to me too.
Right? So I just want to understand. So what you're saying is the $5.41 that Sparks is paying is totally to river flooding. And they might have this $8.32 that goes to this kind of issue.
Which is
stormwater.
called the storm rate component.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So the main thing I guess I want to get to my colleagues is that our sister city, which is much smaller, these people are paying something on the order of $14.51 to deal with 2 problems. One is river, one is stormwater. Our residents are paying nothing as far as I'm aware. I want to understand what component is. You said we have 2 million or some number, I wasn't sure, that we're already taking out of the sewage fund and putting toward the stormwater. Could you just say it again?
So you're spending 2.8 to 3.4 a year now.
2.8 to 3.4 million.
Of which 60% of that funding comes from the sewer fund now.
But what is that?
That's $2 million bucks.
Can
Just
you
call
do the
it 2
math?
million
Is
a
that
year.
1.2? Okay.
Let's just call it 2 million
2
a
million?
year.
Okay.
So about 2 million a year from the sewer fund is directed toward drainage operation and maintenance and MS4 compliance.
Right now,
currently.
2 million.
Yes.
And the last comment, if I may, Madam Mayor, is the $5 to $11 million that you mentioned a year. That is how much the Truckee River Flood Project gets. They get about $9 million a year right now with this current world we're in. And of that, $5 million is going to debt. So they have $4 million that they're spending on river flooding. Okay, that's it. Nothing else. There's nothing else, not impact fee, there's, nothing. And so our problem is as big as their problem. I mean, if we're gonna spend the kind of money they're spending. You mentioned pay-go projects, you mentioned also maybe
Debt
we would
funding,
bond. So anyway, all I can say is thank you, still a lot of questions, I'm very supportive. I think our residents should be paying something to deal with this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor. Back to Council Member Breckus.
Yeah, and in addition to the big capital project and efforts that we need to get done, in my mind, to preserve property in our town, would this also allow us to stand up, or is that within the scope, to stand up an annual inspection of retention basins? I have just a huge, longstanding issue of development coming through, getting approved. This is a retention basin, and then 5 years later, no, it's really a place where a bunch of pallets are parked or filled in. Is that going to stand up an inspection?
Well, so
to those private property
first of all,
improvements?
the inspection of stormwater BMPs is certainly fundable legally with
Okay,
a fee.
okay.
Secondly, were you to adopt a credit program where ratepayers who were mitigating their demand paid less, what goes hand in hand with that normally is to validate the fact that their controls are functional.
Oh, okay.
So I think they come together some. And then third, we put a modest escalation into the O&M cost in our financial model, which can be tweaked as needed, so yes.
Okay, okay. So next steps. What is staff's recommendation of our next steps? I mean, I think this is such an important decision. I'm very favorable to it. I wouldn't even mind some discussion about, timing on the sewer rate escalation that we know is a CPI. What do you see?
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. So today we just wanted to bring this information
Okay.
and really just, absorb this stormwater discussion because we need to. We want to get some direction from you. We want to understand what your concerns. Your questions have been great. That really helps us in that dialogue to understand. I think I have some ideas of some of the things that you're concerned with. We can then bring back as staff another presentation of maybe some additional options that would be available and direction from there. The next step that we would need to do if we were to go forward with the stormwater utility would actually be a much more involved. We took a segment of the city and did a model of that to come up with these rates. We would need to then do the entire city and have all that digitized and pull in the impervious surfaces so we'd understand what those rate structure would be. And then that would be coming back, that would come back to you in a future discussion as we started to actually zero in to set those rates. Prior to zeroing in and setting those rates, I'd really want to understand from you what you want included in this. For instance, you talk about the idea of inspections for those detention retention facilities that are out there. What about the credits? How would we, what would be the methodology we would use? All that would need to go into another basically effort that we would engage with, most likely if we would engage with Reftelis to continue this discussion to bring us along to that next step. We just wanted to make sure that there was interest from the council and this is something you'd like us to continue to pursue. And if so, we will bring back another item to discuss how we would implement that next step.
Okay. Mr. Reese, any comments? Legato? No.
I'll make them. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
before
ready.
we go around, I have just two more things. One, I like that we're on it. Two, I want to keep it very simple. To your point, people have to understand what they're getting, what they're paying for. And to that end, this thing that I've dealt with a lot of this issue about credits, it's hard enough to measure what we're doing here. To give a credit back, I mean, I understand it's calculable, but I think it's very difficult and it undermines the thing that we are so behind. So I think that developers have to take care of their own drainage on site, but that does not obviate or relieve them of the need to participate in a regional solution to a regional problem. So, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I mean, I would second that too, but I would like to see some ability, for some detraction off of a rate if people are putting in best practices. You have to understand that there's been development that when you have a city, a 50-year-old, 60-year-old non-residential property developed under different regulations, different periods of times, and a newer one has more controls. And I think that if there's a way to get those other ones to move a little bit, and there's so much great progress being made in capturing on-site through landscaping and other strategies, new materials being involved in it. But I get your point in that simplicity, and I'm sure with his experience he can help us get to a balance. My big issue right now is that we don't miss the opportunity to put this next step and agree upon it in our budget so that it's teed up for next year's work. So with that, I'd make a motion, accept these, move on forward with the next steps, but please also make sure that we have the awareness that it's a budget item that we're moving forward in the next fiscal year.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Please stay working hand in hand and help us get there. We don't want to be this far behind,
Good job.
Okay, thank you. And we'll hand it back to Madam Mayor. We are on to.
Madam Mayor, would you like to go back
I think,
to
to
the
the
items
consent items.
pulled from consent until we get to the RTC item?
Yes, I would love that.
Okay, our first item pulled was item C1A1, pulled by Councilmember Delgado.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is, if I could have the owner come up here, it's just more of the highlight, Mr. Canella. I had an opportunity to go and visit when this business right there on 4th Street, when it was just a shell, and the amount of investment that he was able to do. And I just wanted to highlight that. And if you could just quickly tell us and quickly where you're from, what you're doing, and how much you've invested already in this business, that's going to be great.
And this is
This is taking over the old bike project,
Yes,
moved out of.
We're keeping Reno Feral.
awesome. I love that. I do. I love it.
So Reno Distillery, formerly Canella Spirits. I was born and raised in Las Vegas. My dad moved there in 1977. He's my business partner. This is Michael Moberly, our general manager and national sales manager. So we opened as Canella Spirits in about 3 or 4 years ago. So we've got several products on the market. But we are bringing our entire operation here to Reno. We started in San Francisco.
And you're moving here?
Yes, well, my family's moved here, so I've got 3 kids. The whole family's here. My wife's family has actually been in northern Nevada since 1977 as well, the Gastelum family. And so bringing the business here, which we're very excited about, mid-progress on the build-out, coming along very nicely, putting like actual plumbing into the building, like building out like 2 new bathrooms. Like we're really excited about reviving the space. It was the old Reno Bike Project, sort of a beloved local space. So we're building that up into a distillery, bar there, and a retail space as well.
Yeah, he's being really humble, and I won't keep you too long because I know we have a lot going on our agenda, Madam Mayor. But just appreciate the vision, appreciate the dedication, appreciate that this is the types of families that are moving in, especially in the excitement that you also had with respect to the redevelopment of 4th Street, and one of the reasons why you guys moved to that location as well, the wider sidewalks, the greenery, the trees, all those pieces played into moving and now investing and taking the deep plunge into Reno. So I really appreciate it.
We're working very closely with the other local breweries and distilleries around there, branding it as the brewery district. And so we're all sort of working together down there. It's very exciting.
Yeah, that's so awesome. Why did you choose Reno? I always like to hear how small business really, chooses Reno. I think we have a really great story to tell.
The story of our business is the story of our family, sort of Sicilian heritage. That's the sort of the basis of our products. So it's also Italian heritage products. My wife and I both went to school in the Bay Area. We were there sort of throughout our 20s. Had children, and we always had our eye to move here. We'd been here, 100 times, always taking the kids up and visiting the area. Her folks are here. Her whole family's here. My wife's sister and her family live across the street from Naomi. Know each other well. So, we're incredibly excited to be here. Our family took us here. We have incredible family support, community support, and couldn't be happier to be here.
I've got to taste the early products.
Oh, good.
I mean, I can highly vouch.
Okay, that they're good. All right, that's fantastic. Well,
We'll have you down.
welcome, and
Thank you.
we're excited you're here. And also, I want to say, I'm really impressed with your patience and your dedication to staying throughout the entire council meeting. Impressive. So good job, you guys.
I noticed from your website that if we go on the website, it'll prompt us to enter an email so that we can come to your launch when it happens, which is pretty exciting. Thank you for that. I look forward to being there.
We also, just to note, are the first nationally distributed product that'll be made here. While there are other distilleries, we'll be the first distillery to have products in 31 states, and we want to focus and tell the story of Reno. It's a big part of the reason why we wanted to move to 4th Street is the heritage and history there, but my job is to sell it nationally, so my job, keeping Reno feral and telling that story, is something that's very important to us.
Okay, that's awesome.
Well, with that, Madam Mayor, move to approve.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Delgado, a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, our next item pulled, if you would like to move to that, is item C6, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
All right, Councilmember Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question more about the finances of the room tax fund because I have the budget book and I know we've done some augmentations since then, but the conversation or the narrative in the staff report says that this is the long-awaited bathrooms, which thank you for the better map that shows me where these bathrooms will be. Maybe we could put these somewhere in the front so people could see what the construction looks like when it gets done. You know, just kind of, this is what's going to happen. But that's just a suggestion. But it says under financial implications that this was budgeted 200 from room tax, but the bids came in at 306. But there's also conversation, additional funding needed will come from unallocated excess fund balance in the room tax. I thought I asked at my briefing for a write down of all the room tax expenditures, and I haven't seen that. Have we done an augmentation to because wasn't in the budget. Was it part of the the mid-year augmentation?
I'll have to get back to you on this.
Okay.
On that. I wasn't prepared for that, but we
Okay.
can certainly give you a full account of where we are in the room tax
Yeah,
fund.
yeah, because, I mean, I'm very excited. I think on that December augmentation, we put 200,000 in. Now we've got 100,000 coming in. They're saying there's access fund balance, just like to see what we're working with before
So-
we,
And it
dip
may-
into
yeah.
it.
I would be happy to bring you that forward. We
Yeah.
typically try to allocate or appropriate all of those funds so that when things come mid-year, we don't actually have to come back for another augmentation. But I will get that information to you and tell you exactly how
just
the room
a
tax fund
tracking.
is
Yeah,
right now.
because we've got another room tax item here in a few minutes
Yeah,
too.
no
Okay,
problem.
thank you.
Just really quickly, I thought we were pulling these restrooms off. This is for the first floor, correct?
Yes, this is the first floor.
And I thought we did that, I mean, because the expense was pretty significant. And I know I'm gonna sound crazy, this is gonna sound crazy, but honestly, why couldn't we somehow utilize those restrooms over here that we use, at the council? And you literally could, have a restroom sign, and you're also blocked back here. I don't know, I mean, people might not like that for safety reasons, but we would save a lot of money.
Carrie Koski, Capital Projects Engineering Manager. That's a good question, but it's a matter of safety. So for your all safety, it's best if the restrooms that are behind the walls back here are for your use only.
I know they say that, but maybe we put out
I
council
know
members
that
and
there's
they
that
can go
word.
upstairs and the public can use their restroom, right?
I think a little later on in the council, we have an agenda item regarding the safety of the safety and security of the building.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate this. I'm not going to support it. I think, I thought the council had agreed that the cost for the first floor restrooms were excessive. And when we talk about safety too, I mean, I think, there's so many, and we don't have all the money, so I'm not attacking any one person. I want to be really, really clear on that. But when we talk about safety, I see a lot of different areas in this building that really lack safety and especially all the city halls that I've been into before council meetings, they look through people's bags. I'll go to a concert and there's more safety at a concert than there is at a council meeting. And I can't tell you how many times people are really upset with some of the decisions that we make up here. So if we're gonna spend that money, I would rather spend it making it more secure when they walk through the building. So that's just where I'm coming from. So I'm not gonna support it. And also I think it's expensive. So, okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, or Jordan.
Thank you very much. I too have concerns with this. I think I voiced them all along that, and maybe we're flipping it, that we needed to understand where the safety for the building, because that's where it all initiated from. It initiated from a conversation about how are we securing our chamber and our first floor along with the rest of the building in this big global holistic sort of safety thing for the building. And somehow along the way, the restrooms got pulled out as its own independent item. So without hearing the rest of the conversation, it's very, very difficult for me to support this. I also, when I look at $300,000 for a bathroom that absent those other improvements, which I understand are very expensive, that we're likely not going to do anytime in the near future, just keep going up to the second floor. I'm not seeing necessarily the need right now. I was very reluctant to support, I don't even think I did. I might have voted no on the restrooms during budget, but I kind of feel like I need to hear the rest of the story first.
I think this was all probably just miscommunication. I want everyone to know, like, I'm not, attacking anyone. I think we kind of maybe could have been a little bit more communicative about what we were trying to accomplish. So maybe that's our fault.
Madam Mayor, we do have an item that's later on the agenda that is concerning security in the building. And so since we sort of touched on that, perhaps we could consider both of them at the same time. I don't know if you want that to happen now or if you want that to happen later in your agenda, but perhaps since the two things sort of go together, I would say that, we often have a full house here of folks who stay with us for hours upon hours, and I'm not familiar with any other public building that doesn't have a restroom that's easily accessible for them when they are petitioning their government. So
Well,
that
there's
would be
one
my
right
only
over here,
plug.
and it's accessible.
I would support.
Anyway, go ahead.
I would support continuing this to when we get that other discussion. And I'm going to introduce into the record, because I got this, I think, individually, is the diagram.
That's what I wanted to see.
So I'll pass it down.
Okay,
Can
great.
you put the
Councilwoman
diagram?
Dewar,
Yeah,
3 minutes.
I'm gonna say, you've said what I was gonna say, is that I feel not comfortable supporting this because, again, we have cart before the horse. I've been pretty consistent. I think it's fantastic. You guys have heard me talk about having bathrooms for the public outside, at the square, on the river. I mean, I love bathrooms, right? I think everybody should be able to go. I also know that, go to them. Excuse me. But, this is like the first moment I'm seeing the diagram. I want to hear the other conversation, so I'll just leave it at that and move on. Where my challenge comes in is most of the public are coming in from the garage into the second floor. That's where the bathrooms are. And by putting some down here, we're not changing that. I mean, they're still going to have free access up to the second floor, so that's where I've been confused since day one. So that's it.
That's definitely your prerogative. I just put up on the drawing here on the screen, the bathroom here, this is kind of looking from the front doors. The front doors would be where my pen is down here.
Yep.
But the bathrooms would take up a really very small portion. It's kind of basically.
It would go through the hall that we,
Yes.
so that's interesting.
So basically you would have, and it's an open restroom with two completely separate stalls, with like a lavatory out here with the 3 lavatories for washing your hands.
You mean sinks?
For sinks, correct. And then basically we have an access into the hallway right here, which is typically for staff use.
Okay, I understand it much better now.
I'm sorry.
I understand it much better now. I appreciate that, but I would like to wait and hear the conversation.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I'm going to ask that we come back to this and not take a motion on this, and then we can have that discussion when what item is that?
D5.
D5.
D5? Okay.
This is item C6. The conjunction item would be item D5
Okay.
for security at City Hall.
Okay, so I would prefer to move on if that's okay with you guys, and then we can have further discussion. Sound good? Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor, at this time, I believe that we are moving to items D11 and D14.
I think
These are the approval of the agreement for the bike racks and then the update on the Virginia Street Midtown project.
No, I apologize. We're going to finish up our, because we've had people waiting all morning.
We'll finish up consent agenda.
Please.
So with that, Madam Mayor, we'll move to item C9 as pulled by you.
Yes, just really quickly, I know this is a joinder, but I'm curious, is this in with, when we say that it's typically the county, or no? Carrie?
So Deborah Lochner for the record. This will allow us to join on to any joinable contract during the period of time. So this allows us to shop around and get the best price.
Yep. I was just curious because it didn't have an entity that we were going to join with, so it means that we haven't found one yet.
Well, there are probably several, and we didn't want to specifically say we're going to join onto this contract and this contract because during the period of time, there may be more that
More.
would be
Okay.
more advantageous for
Yeah.
us.
Well, I trust you. You've been a great steward of our money, so thanks. I just wanted clarification. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
So, Madam Mayor?
So, yes, go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor, so for clarification, this is not a commitment of a dockless bike share system with Lime?
Madam Mayor, this is, or
We're on
everyone,
C9?
This is item
Are we at
C.
D9?
We're on
Furniture
C9.
Oh, I apologize. I
We're
thought you were talking about
finishing
D9. That's when
consent.
you said the joiner. I was like, what is she talking about?
No,
Never mind.
this is for furniture. No, it's all good. Okay, so can I please have a motion from council members?
So moved.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, a second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item C12, sponsorship for Pioneer Center is pulled by you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I wanted to put this item on the agenda. I know we've kind of talked about this for the last 2 years. I wanted to keep it on the agenda. I did hear some concern that, why didn't I come to some of the groups. And I wanted to make sure this discussion was transparent. And it actually probably should have been on here in a little more broad sense of looking at Arts and Culture Commission, because one of the things with Arts and Culture Commission, I think they really understand the direction of how they want to continue to grow our arts and culture community. And so a lot of them have expressed interest that some of these decisions when it comes to arts and culture should go to the Arts and Culture Board before it even comes to the City Council. And I would agree with that and on different levels because they understand the arts and culture community and how, what sort of groups are doing what. And one of the things is, so I don't mean to circle out any one group. This is the Pioneer. We typically give them about $50,000. And I thought it might be a good opportunity to take 25 of that and give it to arts and culture. And then they can start to really look at how they want to expand upon what they do. And I also think it would be really smart for this body to allow them to be able to do that, because then we can really decide how much we do spend on arts and culture. So I think I would like to see that, and not with just one. I think it's important, like Art Town. I would like to see the Arts and Culture Commission make those kinds of decisions, and it's hard to say who should get what, too. That's really difficult. But I think if we continue to fund the arts the way that we do, then we won't be able to expand upon it, because you guys know that it's been really challenging to do that. But I have a lot of confidence that they could make those decisions. And I want to remind this council, at the end of the day, it would be up to this body. At the end of the day, if we decided, hey, maybe that might not be the best move, we could have the purview to do that. But I do think that we should give them the responsibility to continue to grow our arts and culture in different ways. So, anyway, go ahead. Councilwoman, I'm going to let you speak because you are on the Arts and Culture Commission.
You bet. I am very favorable to that. I think that the Arts and Culture Commission, what I've heard from them loud and clear, is that they would like a greater role. And I want to remind the council that it is an advisory role, that at the end of the day, we approve the grants, we approve, their recommended expenditures. But I think the review process would be good. Let me ask you, Madam Mayor, how would you like to handle this? Would you want to not necessarily continue this, but ask them for input on their next agenda for what they would recommend? Or do you want to award half of the money and then let the arts and culture folks know they have the other 25?
And the other thing is, I think that if they want to allocate it to the Pioneer, they have all the purview to do so. I wanted to do it in increments so that it didn't put anyone in a bad place in case the Pioneer has it allocated. But I also want to be really clear and look at, some of those entities that are really solvent. There's a lot out there that aren't, and we get asked to do things all the time. And so, looking at some of the history, I believe that this $50,000 was allocated from some of the research that I have found, it needed, I think, a new AC unit and some things like that. And then what happened was the city just kept funding them. And I think that's great, but I also think we got to kind of start looking at how we can allow the Arts and Culture Committee to make those decisions, because they understand how they can expand upon. And maybe, like I said, maybe they want to do the Pioneer, and I think that's great, because I'm a huge fan of the Pioneer. I think every child in this community should have the opportunity to walk through those doors. I mean, it made a huge impact on me as a little girl, and I think that's super, super important. So I appreciate it, and I didn't mean to just call out, just one entity, because it should have been all of us with Art Town and everything else. And it could be too, we could bring the Arts and Culture Commission back, and they can kind of tell us what they want to see, or how they think it should be funded, or how it should grow. Maybe that's the better way, but
Yeah.
Anyway.
So let me ask about a manager. I mean, how would we get the other 25,000 over to the Arts and Culture Commission for their deliberation? For example, they could look at what the reserves are, what the needs are. They could evaluate the whole story.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, what we would do is in our next augmentation, move those funds over to the Arts and Culture Commission for their allocation. And I believe they're already done with that process for this fiscal year. Is that correct, Ms. Hill? So if that
grants
is
process?
Right.
Yes, they just finished
So it
that
would
up.
carry forward then, I mean, we could always just carry forward into the next process rather than asking them to do a one-off.
Well,
Potentially.
I'll
Or they
just-
could do a one-off.
I think they need to do a one-off, because I think that this would send a shock to the system, and maybe that's a necessary shock, but they should at least have the opportunity to review it now in the Pioneers fiscal year, because I think we heard earlier testimony from the manager, and maybe you could stand up and introduce yourself, that they built, wrongly or rightly, built that 50 grand into their operating budget. Could you just speak to that?
Yeah, again, Denise Sewell, Executive Director, Pioneer Center. I did inherit the budget of my predecessor, which
Yeah.
included the $50,000 allocation from the city for the fiscal year that we're in now. And so I'm learning this process, of course, as we go as well. But yes, it is something that we had intended to
And we
have
don't want to
for
put
the
you
current
in a
fiscal
hardship.
year.
And I got to tell you, I'm so glad you're there, because you are going to do an amazing, amazing job.
Thank you so much.
I want you to know that.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
will tell you, I was not pleased with some of the way that the Pioneer, handled certain incidences. And I think you are going to be such a tremendous asset to them. So I'm super
you.
excited.
Thank
Again,
you
I
so
don't want to
much.
put it, if, those funds were allocated, and that's going to put you, in a position. That's not the intent. The intent was to start to have this discussion. One of the things I did want to ask you about, Denise, and this wasn't you. I know that you're kind of walking into sort of this new territory, but I think that you have a real advantage to make some incredible change there. And one thing is, I really want children from all over this community to be able to go there. I know that you guys kind of would go to the schools because it's hard to bus and all that. I get that. But I really think it's important to be exposed to that building and to
Yeah.
get the experience, a live experience of a Broadway show that they normally wouldn't be able to, experience. So that was one thing. And the other thing is, the front outdoor piece, it's not a park, but I do think some people, think of it as a park. And you could not, I know people from the courthouse that would like to go over there and eat lunch, and, they were told to get off the property. And so I hope that those are the things that, you're looking at. And I just want to tell you that everyone speaks so highly of you, and I'm
Oh,
so
thank
excited.
you.
You're gonna be amazing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, one of the most important things for us is that we are a community venue, and our staff is so passionate about the work that we do and about the idea that we are this connector, we're this place of inclusion for everyone in the community. So, it is absolutely our ethos moving forward that is a gathering place,
Yeah.
inside, outside, top to bottom, for absolutely everyone. So it's a huge, huge focus for us as we move forward of how to make the building more accessible to absolutely everyone.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. And now you guys are a 501c3, right?
Yes.
So everything is public. How are you financially?
So we have a really strong endowment. We are in great shape. We're in no danger of going away. We are at the stage in the development of a nonprofit where any excess funds that we have in any given year go back into programs and services to help the community. So we're not scrambling to find funds to make payroll. We are taking on new projects, new initiatives initiatives looking toward improvements. One of our huge focuses for the upcoming year is ADA evaluation. We actually just brought in the expert from the Kennedy Center, so she's the singular national expert in all things ADA. And we spent a couple days with her going over the entire facility, talking about our policies and procedures, looking at ways that we can start making strategic improvements. Because the building was constructed in 1967, opened in 1968. It was at a time before anyone really cared about access for people with disabilities. And that's a huge focus for us as well. Again, being accessible to everyone, not just economic barriers, but also physical barriers.
Yeah, I think that's great.
So we're at the stage in the development of a nonprofit where those are the kinds of projects we look to, and that's where excess funds get funneled, not into just surviving, but into improving and broadening the scope of what we're able to do.
Okay. I think that's fantastic. Also, the other one that concerns me, because I felt like it was very overlooked, and I visit there quite a bit, is the underground.
Yeah, and I'd actually asked, he's not available right now, but I had asked Wayne Wright to attend as well. He and I have a very positive relationship. We've already had, I think, 3 meetings since I took over on January 1st, so it's a huge priority for us as well that he is a long-term tenant of that space. It's a space that has so much potential, and he brings an entirely different demographic than we bring, so certainly the patrons at the Comedy Club are different than the patrons at the Philharmonic. So it's one way that, again, we're bringing a more diverse population into the theater, and I think a lot of the changes that he wants to see are the changes that we want to see as well, and they overlap with our vision and our goals for the building. So,
So you're
he's
looking at
someone-
improvements, because I felt like he was kind of always pushed on the back burner, and going in there, it was kind of like out of sight, out of mind, and so.
Yeah, we've had many strategic meetings to date. So yeah, and honestly, I encourage you to reach out to him as well, and don't just take my word for it.
He speaks very highly of you, and
Oh,
I think
that's
that's
great.
wonderful, because I think it's really changing, and I would just, say to your board, we're kind of looking at arts and culture a little bit differently now, but elated that you're there. You're going to be amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, Ms. Hill, would you come up and put this on? This is from my budget book, and we're 9 months into the budget. We're getting ready to close it out, and I just don't understand why we're having this discussion. I mean, if you see, my understanding was that we reserved $50,960 to allocate to them, and now want to pull it down to $25,000, and then move it to the Arts Commission that got $205,000. And I think that when we close up the budget, we always have the right to augment, but we had this discussion back then. And frankly, from my perspective, the Pioneer stands a little different than those that are eligible for the Arts Commission grant program. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Arts Commission is for works of arts, arts production, art piece. The Pioneer Center is a building. In my mind, it's one of the possibly top 5 most important buildings in downtown. And I always thought that we recognized that, and that's why we reserve money for it. And I guess also is, I was on this council, so it's been in, the last 6 years, when the RSCVA, which used to own facilities and use the lodgers tax money to promote tourism facilities, gave it to this nonprofit. And they, the history of the investment, lodgers tax investment that comes from the RSCVA to the golf courses, to the bowling stadium, to the Pioneer, it's a long history. And they've decided they want to go in other ways. They just do marketing now, and they shed this off to this nonprofit. And so now the nonprofit, in my mind, is always like, what do we do with this 60-year-old building, and trying to preserve it? That's why I thought we always budgeted this amount of money. Well, I think, and so I just, what I'm saying is, one, I would object to moving it over to the Arts Commission for more arts granting. To me, if it's related to buildings, I'd like to put it over to the Historic Resources Commission so they can have a grant-making program to people who own historic buildings, and we can start to help them maybe even do planning and programming of their needs. That's maybe where we should go. I feel, and I approach the arts that the built environment, the architecture that we have that is the building blocks of our city and our downtown is just as important as some of these productions we fund. But I also just don't think it's good faith to yank this money at this point in the budget. So,
Well, that's why we're having a discussion.
yeah, and I'm not in support, and I just wanted to show that this is where we, where we closed out the budget from my knowledge.
All right, thank you so much. Okay. Any other council members? No other council members? Okay. Since I put this on there, then I'm going to make a motion. I'm glad we had the discussion. So I want to make sure that we go into budget and have this discussion. I don't remember having it this year again, City Manager, did we? I don't remember having this particular.
Could you put that back up?
So I want to make sure that.
I mean, that was our budget, right? That's our adopted
Last year.
budget for this year we're in. Right.
That's for this
this
fiscal year.
Right. So.
Right, for last year, this year, closing out in June.
And did they get the 50,900 last year for?
So I would say, Denise, I wanted to have this conversation, like I said, out in the open, so it
Yeah,
was very
absolutely.
transparent.
Great.
And so, like I said, if those were allocated, and I want to make sure that it's not going to put you guys in a hard position, but I would ask that next budget cycle that we do that, but I don't want to, kind of catch you off guard.
Right,
If
and
that's how you
that
feel,
would
and
be more of
that
a-
wasn't the intent.
Right,
Okay.
right, and that would be more of sort of a future planning conversation that that we'd love to participate again. Again, is the idea that we are a historic resource. We are a critical component of the downtown economy. We have been a consistent force for 50 years. We are definitely an arts building, and we take good care not to compete for a lot of the donations and a lot of the the private philanthropic dollars that groups like Art Town and the Philharmonic and the ballet go after, because they need those funds to be able to rent our building to put on productions. So we're really careful how we do any of our fundraising. And so again, these are conversations that we would love to be able to give feedback as you have
Because the Arts
them.
and Culture Commission does give money to the productions in the building. Am I correct?
I think we'd have to ask Alexis.
Yes, you are correct. And you'll be receiving next year fiscal year grants, and they give support to AVA Ballet and the Reno Phil for their young people's concerts. So they
And
both
actually,
are in there.
you guys, look up there and say, this is a lot that we spend on art. It's really not compared to a city this size. And one thing is we're making leaps and bounds by the art that we create in this city. And I think we have to look at other ways to expand upon that. And if we don't look at the way, if we keep doing things the way that we keep doing them, then they'll just keep looking the same. So I'm going to, advocate for the arts. But anyway.
Good.
Could
Could you
And then
just
we gotta wrap
clarify?
this up.
Yeah, could
So-
you just clarify, as Councilwoman Brecker said, we're in the ninth quarter. Have they gotten their 50,960 in this fiscal
No,
year
this
yet?
is for this fiscal year.
So we adopted the budget.
No, well,
It's in
this
the-
is you telling me if you would like to give them this fiscal year donation. We typically do this in December or January.
Yeah.
This item has been moved.
That's why I'm
So,
confused.
yes, so that is why it's this fiscal year, the one that we're in right now.
So they
Next
haven't
fiscal
gotten
year.
this money
No,
already.
they have
So
not.
you have budgeted this
Right.
amount, but in order to actually effectuate the donation of the money, you need a resolution, which is the item
Got
that
it.
is before you today.
But I also, listening to Denise, it probably sounds like it's allocated.
Yes.
Yes.
They
For
budgeted
this
for their
fiscal
fiscal year.
Yeah.
So that was not my intent. I think there was some communication if it was like right now. I think you were trying to communicate that to me, Alexis, and I wasn't, that was my fault. I wasn't listening to you. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I apologize.
It's okay. It's
But
okay.
anyway, so I would just say that we allocate what we typically do, so they're not, put in a bad position, and then moving forward next budget.
Okay.
I really want us to look at how we do arts and culture differently.
Madam Mayor, Carl.
Yes, go right ahead,
So this agenda item authorizes a transfer or the donation of $25,900. So that's what you're authorized to do with this agenda item. So.
Madam Mayor, could I recommend that we not take an action here and we bring back next meeting with a clear resolution? If that's your intent, if that's your
That's what I was
interest.
gonna say, we'll just pull the item. Okay.
Okay.
All
I'll
right,
bring it
and I'm
back
glad
April
we,
10th.
we had this conversation, and I prefer to have it with all the other arts groups as well, and arts and culture, because I think they can come up with a really creative way. And also maybe the Pioneer sits on the Arts and Culture Board, because I think they are so critical. But it stays in the arts. I'm not taking away from the arts. I want everyone to know that. I love my arts, but I want everyone to be able to, look at it a little differently. So, okay, thanks so much. Okay, moving forward.
Madam Mayor, our last item pulled from the consent agenda is item C13, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
C13?
C13, amendment of consulting agreement with HDR Engineering.
Yeah, I'd like an update on where we're at this case. I'm getting concerns that we're running up quite a big ticket, and I don't know. You know what? I think I'm gonna ask one a recommendation. I guess this is Ms. Manager or the attorneys. What this item is, what the time sensitivity is, because I'd like to go into closed session on this item. Not today, maybe, but I'd actually even prefer to do that today. It's been a while since we've had a closed session on
Do that later. I don't want to do that right now.
Okay, then is there time sensitivity on this? What is the time sensitivity on this?
It's not necessarily time sensitive. Council previously authorized $200,000, and we have been billed approximately $200,000. So we anticipate that the additional $125,000 would get us through trial. Trial is scheduled for June 10th of this year. So we are trying to get ahead of the curve here and make sure that we have sufficient funds allocated for expert witnesses and be prepared for trial.
That's fine. I'm not prepared to vote for or against this until we have a closed session on this. And also, I just want to make clear that no one works in excess of budgeted amounts. No one gives the go-ahead to anyone to work in excess of budget amounts, and no contractors exceed the budgeted amounts, because we've been there before. So I could make that a motion, maybe, or.
Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and if that's a motion, I would second that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I just did want to indicate that, it is ongoing. I mean, we are in the midst of discovery. And so there is a time sensitive, it is time sensitive in terms of ongoing work done by our experts. So, if you're going to put this on hold until March 27th, then I'm going to have to tell my experts, not to do any work. And I don't think that's.
Madam.
Okay.
And in addition, we've got depositions scheduled here in the very near future. So my preference would be, for this authorization, and I'd be happy to update you, at any time you would like to be updated and give you a full.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I would suggest that when we take our next break, which would probably be about a 15 or 20-minute break later this afternoon, that maybe we could get a legal briefing. I'm disappointed we didn't get it when we took our break earlier. I think we could have probably mitigated this had we gotten a legal briefing earlier. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is one of the issues that I discussed with the attorneys in my briefing, and that is this type of litigation, of course, is very complicated. The engineering is very complicated. I appreciate that we need experts because this case will largely, I believe, come down to experts. And so my concern is that we've got a June trial date, and so we've got to get into closed session sooner rather than later. And so I'm in favor of Councilwoman Jordan's suggestion. I also do not want to see anyone working in excess of what has been allocated, because I do believe that people, especially experts, will push and push and push because they believe they're going to get paid inevitably. And at the end of the day, the allocation is the maximum amount of what we can spend on them, even if they work over that. And so we have to control those costs very carefully.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Is it possible, if we don't have time, because I know we're running behind on our agenda, we can always allocate a less than amount right now. Even 25,000 or 30 or whatever is needed to carry us over. I don't want anyone working in excess, but I want to know too what's going on with the case. Would something like that work, Mr. Attorney? She didn't sound like she wanted one today.
Madam Mayor.
I would prefer that we do an update, and then we would request that you authorize full amount.
Okay.
Okay.
So if Sounds like council would like to wait and come back to this item, after which
Right.
time that you have had an attorney-client briefing, not a closed session, just for clarification on the record.
Madam Clerk, yes, maybe if we can trail this item?
We will move this to later. With that, Madam Mayor, I believe you would now like to transition to the RTC items. Items D11 and D14 will be opened together.
So in D13?
Item D11,
And
just for
D14.
clarification, is the agreement for RTC Virginia Street Midtown RTC bike racks and benches. And item D14 is RTC's update on Virginia Street Midtown project. So we will take these items together.
Okay, great. Perfect. And usually we take public comment. I think we should probably, let's hear presentations and then we'll do it. Yeah.
Okay, so at this time we will transition to, I assume, Lee Gibson from RTC for presentation and discussion on items D11 and D14.
Okay.
Alexis Hill, for the record. I can start by talking to you about the interlocal agreement that council gave staff direction to put together with the RTC staff last council meeting. What this item does is it allows for reimbursement for artistic benches and bike racks for the Arts and Culture Commission, the Public Art Committee, and then an advisory panel that we'll be bringing back to the council next meeting for resolution to adopt that will look over all of the elements of the streetscape and what that will look like and what that public process will look like is coming your way. But that's what this interlocal agreement is before you today, and I'm happy to address questions. And then Carrie Koski's also here and Lee Gibson.
Okay. Do you have anything of like what that consists of? And when we talk about like this interlocal or whatever we're doing, do you remember like at the very beginning of this project, we talked about the business owner or the Midtown Merchants Association forming like a committee, like, I don't know what you want to call
Call
it.
it the design review committee.
You're
That's
right,
what we've
design
called
review
everything else.
committee.
So yes, and that is what we will be bringing to you next council meeting by resolution. We wanted you to approve this interlocal agreement first, that you are comfortable with us moving forward, working with RTC, being reimbursed $125,000 for benches and bike racks in Midtown, and we'll be bringing back to you what that process would be of citizens and business owners and people engaged in the Midtown District, and it will come to you by resolution, which it will be public meetings, and you'll have to do a formal adoption of each. It's almost like a board and committee.
Yeah, they would be.
So it's very transparent. They'll have public meetings, work with RTC, and I'm assuming the liaison to RTC or two liaisons to RTC to work through all of the streetscape, not just the public art components, because obviously we have the Public Art Committee and the Arts and Culture Commission that oversee those elements.
Okay, so is this, okay, so this is like the benches, right? And you said 125,000. Where did you come up with that number?
And I'm sorry, 120. I said 125. I'm giving myself more money.
That's good. You're gonna have to keep going.
I think Carrie can talk about the original number and where it came from, and then I'm comfortable with this number because we can get a variety of both utilitarian benches that the district likes, and we can get artistic benches for up to $5,500, and then utilitarian bike racks, which will be less expensive, but also artistic bike racks that will be up to $2,500. So that's what is written into the agreement, so we can ensure that we have a variety of different benches and bike racks, and then also be able to commission artists to do
So
these
this
pieces.
is also the art component.
Yes, well,
No,
it's the, it's just benches and bike racks. The art component will also involve the Midtown Merchants Association. They're actually being put on the Public Art Committee. So we are actually really engaging them and going through that process right now for the one piece of public art that we'll probably put near Mary Street or in the roundabout with, of course, working with the engineers and RTC. But this is just for benches and bike racks with the concern that we had heard from the council in the last meeting, and we put together this interlocal agreement with RTC.
Okay, so then, I'm just trying to explain, because I guess I was confused in the sense that I thought that was also for art. No.
The city is actually putting in $30,000 for a piece of public art that will go in that area, and then we receive $30,000 from the National Endowment for the Arts, and so totaling $60,000 for a piece of public art, which you will be seeing, I think, in July of this year, the initial proposal.
Okay, so RTC doesn't put any money for art?
That is not what this agreement is. So this agreement is just for functional.
Do they ever put money in for art in projects?
I'll
Because it
have
seems
Lee.
kinda like-
I have not worked with RTC on public art placement, but I can have Lee address that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Lee Gibson, Executive Director of the RTC. First off, I just want to mention that we're very happy to be here today. We told you we would get this agreement done, and it's done. And it is agendized for the RTC board meeting this Friday at 9 o'clock at the Washoe County Chambers. So this will be hopefully a record, expeditiously managed process, and we'll get it done. With respect to art, that's a very good question, and I get that a lot.
Because I remember.
Oh, yes, you
and
do.
And I do have they film these council meetings. So I have a clip of all these different things, because, I mean, it was like all this. So it was interesting to watch it and then be able to go, okay, now I remember, and we can all like go back and point back to it. So like art was a huge thing, Lee. Like it was a big deal. So tell me.
It was a big deal in 2 of the federal laws we operate under ago, basically. And back when we built 4th Street Station, where's Michael? I think it was 1% of our budget for 4th Street Station went to art. And the art, well, I guess I'm one of the only few who were around from them. RTC actually did a process similar to what you do in the Arts and Culture Commission. We did a call for artists. We had a competitive process in that we had artists come in and submit designs. And I call it the bus on the stick that you see at 4th Street Station in the plaza. That was the art we funded. We also funded at that time art in the rapid stations. You'll see that art today. When the Congress passed and the President signed the FAST Act, they removed that provision. So art is no longer an eligible expense for us with respect to our federal funds. It's never been an eligible expense with respect to our local funds as defined by the NRS. So that has put us in this unfortunate dilemma. And I'm going to go off on this, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
We are putting in our federal priorities, because the law that we operate under now, the FAST Act, we're actually going to ask for that to be put back into the law as an eligible expense as a percent of the project, because we at RTC get a lot of compliments on 4th Street Station. 4th Street Station's won awards. We also get a lot of compliments on the rapid stations with the art that's in and around the rapid stations, especially I think it's the one by the Discovery Museum and then the one further down. So, Madam Mayor, we hear you, and we're going to go to Washington. We're going to tell them to put that back in, because that's an important part of the project. But anyway, I just want to thank your staff for working so quickly on this agreement. It's not easy to get these kinds of agreements done. We got it done, and I want to thank your staff for helping us with that.
And I want to thank you for sitting down. I certainly want to thank Councilman Jordan, because I don't think we could have ever have gotten to this point without you. And so I'm super, super grateful. And I want to make sure that we're continuing to go in the right direction. And I appreciate you sitting down. I mean, you listened yesterday. That was, it was really helpful. We really, really appreciate that. Listen to me. I don't mean to be difficult. But the one thing I want you to know is that all of us here want you to be successful. We want you to be so ridiculously successful that every city in America says, Lee, come to my city and design that street. And I mean, that's like no joke. So just so you know that, it's not to, point the finger, but I think we've got to get to a point, and if that's what we have to do to sit here all day for the rest of the council meeting, because this is so important. You guys, this is the street that people will remember forever. It's the gateway into our downtown. It's probably one of the most important things that we can do. It's one of the most important areas that has transformed in residential and in business. And not only that, you said it yesterday that it's very organic, right? It is. It's something that we should all be so proud of, that it's so homegrown. So let's not screw it up. And so I'm begging you to listen, but I'm also asking you, and I think it's super important, again, to be very clear on where we're at, what we can and what we can't do. And also, for instance, I was told yesterday they don't even know if they have lighting in the trees. Okay, and I remember it was a big thing for them because they were like, oh, Christmas time will be so festive and we can light them. And now I'm hearing like 1 minute, they've heard yes, 1 minute they've heard no. So I kind of feel like you would really help all of us understand where we're at today by saying where we're going. I mean, there's some issues with, medians and left-hand turns and those things. And so I think you have to be really, really clear about what that looks like. Because honestly, some people told me, gosh, they thought the sidewalks were going to be, X amount. And then come to find out they ended up being much larger. And so that's what I keep hearing is I'm not hearing anything really consistent. And then the one thing before we kind of dive into that, who is the person in charge of your communication?
The person in charge of our communications is Michael Marino.
Okay. So Michael, have people reached out to you throughout the week with phone calls, emails, and text messages?
For the record, Michael Marino, RTC Public Affairs Manager. I have not received any phone calls or text with regards to what we're talking about here.
Okay, well, I have, and they were directed to you, and you did not respond. When you don't respond, then all of us up here feel very compelled to respond. So that's the first thing I want to make sure that we can all direct the communication in one place. I think that's super, super critical, because that seems to be kind of what the issue is that the communication somewhere along the way is broken. And maybe that's not with you, maybe it's with someone else, maybe a liaison between the city. Because guess what, you guys, we're all going to be in this together for 2 years.
Mayor, if I can say, I'm very available to everyone. My cell phone is out there. People can call me pretty much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I did not receive any phone calls or text, so I'm not aware of what information you've been receiving. I'd be more than happy to communicate with anyone about, what's kind of going on.
Yeah, I'm just going to stress, because I didn't even hear from you. And I didn't hear from, I did not call you, but I would have thought that we would have had some communication. And I received your RTC letter yesterday. So I was a little surprised that I received that letter. I don't know if council, I think you guys received it last
Yesterday.
week?
No, yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday.
All right, well, I received it yesterday as well. So I thought, the communication, to me, that really spoke volumes that we all have to get on the same page with the communication aspect. And I think that we can get there. And once we kind of understand those ground rules, then it will be much easier to sort of understand where we're going and where we're moving. Because I think we're going to be able to have a great street. And I think you guys are capable of doing it. So let's show everyone you can. Like I said, I want you to be successful. I want RTC to be so crazy successful. So I just want you to know that. I'm not trying to point fingers. I just want to make sure that I'm clear.
No, absolutely. And if you would want to share those texts or calls with
will.
me, I'd be happy to
We'll
help
do that
respond to those.
separately, 'cause I wanna-
And Councilwoman Jordan and Councilman Delgado are very, want us to be very open with our communications. And we're always looking for ways to improve those communications. One of the things that we will be doing in our stakeholder update this week is we're going to ask those who receive that newsletter to let us know what's the best way to communicate with you. We have a number of ways that we're doing that today, and as Councilwoman Jordan pointed out, sometimes it becomes a white noise. So if there's a better way to get information out to folks, we're more than happy to look at that. We've got our project website, we have the project hotline, we have the weekly email stakeholder update. We're out in the street. People have our cell phones, so they call us all the time. So, but if there is another way that we can do it better, we certainly want to improve. Because like you, we want to be successful. We want all of us to be successful for this project.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Councilwoman, Brown, do you want to, you weren't up there, but I wanted you to speak
Sure.
first. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think, you know, when we started this project some 5+ years ago, everybody was kind of on the same page with the needs in Midtown and the needs for the wider sidewalks, so unsafe, to improve the business. And I think that we have done a lot of really great things. And I feel like in the last maybe 6 months, maybe shorter time than that, that somehow the communication maybe has gone a little out of whack. And I think sometimes it's because maybe people have too many things on their plate. Maybe it's too difficult to get back to everybody in the way in which they receive information. But I will say this, that the RTC has a tremendous number of excellent, dedicated community members who love this community and love this street as much as every business and resident and this council loves Midtown as well. So I think what we have an opportunity to do here today, and while it was a rocky last council meeting, is to hit the reset button and to say, how are we going to better communicate, make sure that the way in which all of you want to receive information in your busy, damn busy days, when you're trying to meet payroll, deal with the construction that's going on right now, and still get information about the impacts that your individual business is going to be impacted by. And let's be honest, this first phase was rough. The next phase is going to be worse. And I think that's the first piece of communication that we all need to be realistic about, is at the end of it, it's going to be beautiful and amazing. It's not going to be particularly easy as we make our way through, but I think you want to know, when are you going to impact me? How long is it going to last? And when is it going to be done? And you want to know the same exact, and you want more certainty so you can plan. You can buy things you need. You can hire, you can do the things you need to do to be successful and stay alive through this project so you can reap the rewards at the end of it. So I think that's what the message that we maybe have gotten lost in the engineering lingo and in the details of the federal process and the federal approvals, which is what RTC lives and breathes. And we maybe have lost sight of those that are surviving and need to survive when this project is done. So all of us just need to hit the reset. That's it. I think we all have the same goal in mind. We are all working horribly hard to make this amazing, and you guys want certainty. So I think we can get there, and today is the opportunity where we get there together. But I think the mayor, Lee, said it perfectly. I think everybody in this room deserves to know what can be changed, what can't be changed, and what the process is going forward, so they can build their lives and their businesses around it, and we can all move forward together, because that's what's going to make Virginia Street the most amazing street ever.
Okay, awesome. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I was so excited to see this memo and the agreement. You know, that's really getting it done. Pedal hitting the metal. Let's move on. Let's do your reset. I think it's a good agreement. Thank you, Lee, for increasing the amount, because it looks like we're going to now be responsible for installation as well, is what this agreement says. And I was really excited to see this, the city will oversee an overall design review committee, because that is the thing, you know, when Michael, I lost Michael, but when you talk about how best to see, I don't even read the RTC Midtown update. Like, it's presented in a very formal way, you know, and it's very good information. But one of the challenges, I think, is that you guys are pushing out information. You don't know if it's being received. Like, did anybody read this little, you know, this topic, but how do they then respond? You know, and so I think it's that feeling, that validation of getting your input, that it was received and you're validated and we're going to move forward. So you guys do, I think, excellent at pushing out, where are we, what's going on, where does it stand? And that's the feedback mechanism is the part that's maybe missing, that this design review committee can maybe fill that gap. So that's what I'm excited to see. You know, it's just another component of the public outreach. Thank you. What? Well, it says 120, and I mean, I did my quick math. 3,500 you had told us was in the budget for 30 benches, and I don't know the number for installed for bike racks, but it says 2,500. And I didn't know how many.
One of the things I want to know, because when that discussion started, it was 60, and then it went to 120. So where did the 60 start? Like,
Well, Carrie Koski, Engineering Manager, Public Works, I can tell you where we came up with, we worked with the RTC staff. We originally were looking at $60,000, but when we met with Lee and his engineering staff, and we looked at the numbers a little more closely, and we came up with, I think $1,000 was a little more equitable for, $1,000 was better for bike racks and $2,000 for benches. And that's where we landed on the $120,000.
Yeah. And that's installed.
And that's installed. And we're thinking
Gonna
the
do the
installation is going to be fairly minimal. It's
Yeah.
not going to be big old
that's great.
foundations.
yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, and I think for all the community members for Midtown here, as the process moves forward, the committees that will be reviewing these benches may decide they don't want 30 benches.
Right.
They may decide we want 10 really cool benches
Right.
and maybe 10 kind of standard filler benches. And maybe we only want 3 bike racks that are really amazing and 5 standard benches. So the flexibility within the number, the placement, to some degree, has to stick with ADA requirements within the corridor. But those flexibilities of how many, what they look like, where they're placed largely will be with this new group. In addition, my understanding is the art piece, the one that will go in the middle of the roundabout, as well as the, if they want to be wayfinding signs in the concrete, if there wants to be some other, even if we want to talk more about crosswalks, and do they get some artistic flair to them? Those are things that will also, as I understand it, be discussed with the city side group. So when you hear interlocal agreement, what that means is the money is transferring hands from one government entity to the other. So the process will now be picked up from the City of Reno and the Arts Commission and the Midtown Merchants, and it will go from there. So
But
that's
that art
what.
piece is not paid for by RTC.
No, the art piece is the 30,000 that is not paid for by RTC. But my understanding is that the City of Reno also said that they would potentially look at some augmentation if during this process some more dollars are needed. Now, what that is or how much or what it's for, again, am I correct? Am I saying that, Madam Manager?
We could consider that. That would be a decision that you would need to make.
Okay, and that is something I remember you mentioning at, I think, a prior council meeting is why I bring it up. But I'm trying to get down what the process is so everybody knows that those issues that are the finishes that are so important are going to be discussed. This is just transferring the money for the benches and the bike racks to the city to kick off that process.
Okay, all right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Follow-up questions on the project financing for Mr. Gibson. In his letter of March 12th, he wrote that the RTC has invested more than $12.5 million project to date. Is that encumbered or spent?
That's spent today.
Okay, and that was 6.5 in design and $6 million in right-of-way acquisition?
$6 million in right-of-way acquisition and in utility relocation.
And utility relocation, okay. And the sources are $5 million in CMAQ?
Correct.
How does CMAQ flow to you to issue the checks? Do you have to take those off to the State Transportation Board, or do you get appropriation from the state annually and then you put them into your RTIP?
CMAQ monies are split between the two counties, Clark and Washoe. We then, for this project, transferred that money to the Federal Transit Administration to the 5307, which is a formula capital account that we have made available to us on an annual basis.
Okay, so federal authorization, direct to the MPO, MPO then puts it up to the FTA, and then you send in, what do you send in, invoices to the FDA?
We do grant drawdowns.
You do grant drawdowns in the IDIS? Is that the program you use?
It's called TRAMS, I believe.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and be careful, because that sounds like a lot of government speak, so.
I'm just trying to understand because.
So everyone else, I'm just trying to make everyone
yeah,
understand what you're
yeah.
asking, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is could we get in tabular form the amount spent for each of the program areas and the funding source the amount drawn down so far and what's expected for the rest of the project. I appreciate a lot of where you're at, where everyone's at, but the overall fiscal of this project is of significant interest to me because it seems like it grew from where we were, and I think that I'm trying to get an understanding of how complex and how expensive these street retrofits are, because I think we need to be doing more. So that would be very helpful to me.
We can provide.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members?
I will be.
Yeah, there was something else that I wanted to ask you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan, I'll think of it.
Well, she kind of, Councilwoman Breckus made me think of it. One of the things, because it has been 5 years and there's been so many meetings, that we all can't remember precisely what happened and what the decision point was and who made it. I know that Michael Moreno has, RTC has put together binders for all of us, and all of the RTC members will be getting it as well. And they're about this thick so far, and it's a living document that will have things added to it as we move forward, but will allow us to say, okay, this entity decided this based upon X public input at X date. So we don't have to rely on our sometimes foggy memories about decision points. So all of us will be getting this. I think that it's important that a point person with the Midtown District folks have one of those as well, so that we all have materials that we can reference, and some of it's tabbed and super exciting read. But no, important, very important stuff.
Question to you, Councilwoman Jordan. You know how you said, you told me that a decision was made that you, RTC, you, Mr. Delgado, the mayor all met, and you made a change. So how does that change get memorialized into this book so that the rest of the world knows about that?
Well, and that's the other thing, again, with the communication. We got this letter yesterday. Did they share this letter with the Midtown merchants? Did you guys get this? Did you? No. So why didn't they get a copy of
Fiscal year that we're.
We can make a copy available. Madam Chair, the letter was finished yesterday and we got it out to you.
I know, but do you not have them on an
We can
email?
make it. We can send it out to them, sure.
Okay. So how do we memorialize, like you just made a change on the fly, and you want to memorialize that somewhere that everybody knows, like I know, how would I know, or you know? How will we update our manuals, which are not static, which you just said will
Probably
be?
to the website. You think the website's a good idea?
And will you send us updates, or what's the
Okay,
plan?
let me take one question at a time.
Yeah.
So with respect to the notebook memorializes actions taken by the city of Reno and the RTC. You'll find a copy of the appropriate agenda item, the staff report, any backup reports, and then minutes from a meeting where the deliberation occurred, so we can understand the context and intent of the discussion that centered around that particular agenda item. We've gotten all of the items. Right now, they are divided between City of Reno and RTC, and it's 2019, 18, 17, 16. For example, today, assuming you approve the agreement, and we will then, when you publish your minutes for this meeting, we will take a copy of the staff report, the agreement, your agenda, and the minutes defining the discussion. We will insert it into this, and it'll be there. Likewise, when RTC on Friday, assuming RTC approves this agenda item, we'll do the same thing. We'll have the agenda, we'll have the staff report, we'll have the agreement, and then in April, when we have our minutes published, we'll insert our minutes. So any discussions or matters that were brought, just as they're being brought here, that are brought to RTC, will be made available.
Yeah.
That way we can all understand exactly what our sort of legislative and legal judicial decisions have been, because those at the end of the day are the decisions that guide how we do our business.
So I
that's
know
really-
that you think that the website is very understandable by all, but I'm getting a lot of head nods in the audience that, and it happened on Southeast Connector too, that was the place, and it's a great central place, but not everybody understands what they're seeing. And I'm going to get back to my specific question. Yesterday, you made a very significant change in the design, right? You opened up a median, or you're planning to, or you whatever you're doing. And I'm just wondering, how does the community find out, or how do we memorialize, or maybe at the design review committee, and those will have minutes, or?
Yeah, I think, Madam Mayor, we had a meeting yesterday, and I think today's today.
Yeah.
And we haven't even had 24, we've had just a little over 24 hours
I'm not
since that
saying
meeting.
that you should
We need
have
to
this
get our
in a
notes and
notebook.
minutes, and we all need to agree that that was what we discussed. So I
Yeah.
think one of the things I would ask of everyone is a little bit of patience between when a
course.
decision is made and when we get a documentation about that decision. Because at the same time, and I don't, I want to be very clear on this, when we are making changes with respect to public decisions that have been acted upon by both the city and the RTC,
Sure.
I think we have to make sure we document those and have
That's
those
all I'm getting at.
very well
Yeah.
reasoned and documented. And I think that's just an important
So may I make a
comment.
suggestion, Madam Mayor?
That's why I was saying to you, I want to hear what your idea of the project is and where we're going and being really clear with that. That's why I really harped on that so that we all can digest that and understand that.
Right, and I'm going to make a commitment to you, Mayor. When we start talking about the design concept and scope of the project, I'm going to let Jeff talk about that because he really is the expert on the actual design features, the rationale, logic, and analytics that went into that. So any specific questions, I'm happy. But with respect to agency issues, I'll field those questions. And my commitment to you is we're going to have a clear, understandable documentation for everyone to access, to understand, and to focus on. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we're taking very significant actions, both the city council and the RTC, to spend public money. And we want to make sure we're doing that with all the T's crossed and the I's dotted.
Okay, do you want to say something? Because I'm going to bring up something really quick.
Yeah, so my thing is this, so how many, there's a number of Midtown business representatives here. How many of you read the newsletter? Okay, a couple. How many of you read the Facebook updates on your Midtown Merchants page? More. So I think what we're trying to look for is like the letter that we got. It was in response to some questions that the council had at the last meeting. It was responding to the city, but those questions were based upon feedback or concerns you guys were bringing. So we're trying to find out, and I think the RTC is trying to say, how would we best get this information about how much more it's going to cost if we did a one-way, the millions and the years delay? How would you like to receive that information most quickly and efficiently to where you feel like you're getting the information that you need? So maybe as we move forward with this meeting to talk about communication, that's where we can talk about how do you want to receive this information as we move forward so you can get it and feel like you have what you need in the form in which you need it.
Madam Mayor and City Council, Carrie Koski, Public Works Engineering Manager. Could I make a suggestion? This item here is for the interlocal agreement. We do have
open
a
both.
presentation from the RTC and
On
just.
the interlocal.
No, an update on the Virginia Street project. Lee and his staff are willing to do that today.
So
So
what you're
just,
saying is like, let's get here first and then move on to the second.
in a nice way, I'm trying to say that,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I got you. But before we do that, let me just say, because I think this is kind of intertwined, this is sort of similar.
Well, and I thought we opened them together, to be honest
We
with you.
did do that, and for that purpose, because we knew we'd kind of be all over the place.
Okay.
Because everyone's got, so much energy going on in this one.
Sure.
Anyway, okay, so one of the things is, and Lee, you're the expert, so you could tell me about the streetscape standards, and if this body were to adopt the streetscape standards, then federal funding would apply to those streetscape standards. Sorry.
Say streetscape standards 3 times.
Yeah, you can do it. I know you can.
So when we work with the federal government in design review and looking at what's eligible, what's ineligible, what they will often do is apply the idea that unless if they want us to focus on just the baseline project, betterments are typically left off the table. Betterments in terms of improvements to the built environment that are not related to transportation. So, however, if there is a streetscape standard, if there is an ordinance that compels that particular feature be required, then it becomes eligible. So basically, if you had a very strong streetscape standard ordinance that required a number of features, we would be able to just point to that and say, well, we can move forward. Now, I will let Jeff come up and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll give you a case in point. The roundabout. We had a dialogue with the feds, with the federal government, over the roundabout. They at first did not see the roundabout as functional to the operation of the transit system and to the project.
Yeah.
They said there are other options that are more base, such as a traffic signal. We wrote a position paper. Jeff did some great engineering analysis, and we were able to convince them that, in fact, it was a beneficial feature of the project. Now, the roundabout at Mary Street, as we all know, is a central feature and platform for your initiatives at the City and the Arts and Culture Commission to do art and to have an arts program. I say arts program because I don't think we're going to put one piece of art and they'll be there forever. There'll be, some circulation, I think. But anyway, the point is that we were able to, I'll give you another case in point, trees. So for example, we believe, and it's fairly well accepted, trees are a transportation feature. How so, you may ask at the first blush. They help separate pedestrians from vehicles. They serve as a barrier. When you're walking down, think of when you're in Washington, D.C. or someplace like that, you walk down a street, you see wide sidewalks, trees, it helps you stay away from the vehicles. The cell system that will provide the root growth and opportunity to water is another central feature that we believe is part of that, because a healthy tree helps stay there, the tree stays, and it keeps the pedestrians to one side. So that is really the test that we have to go through. Local governments and we'd be happy to sit down with you, Mayor. We would love to, as a project, come back and we've got other corridors coming up. We've got Audie Boulevard. We have West 4th Street.
Yeah.
We have a lot more.
That it's so important, right?
Exactly. And it helps us. It helps us help you, and it helps our region bring back those federal dollars that we're paying for and make them available to these projects. One of the missions of RTC, one of the goals I always have my board sets for me is making sure we bring and have a maximum return of federal dollars to the community. Yeah. When we have strong streetscape standards, we can make those cases and do a better job of it. So,
now, and I heard it was your idea, so I think it's absolutely, totally brilliant because from what I understand, that city staff is close to adopting those streetscape standards. Stop. That we're close to adopting that, and I think because of the work that we've done in the master plan and how critical this is, I think we would be doing such a disservice if we did not adopt that and utilize this, correct?
No, absolutely. And again, as I said, Mayor, we got Audie Boulevard coming and we've got West 4th Street coming. We both know those are projects that are in the pipeline. I think we need to take the lessons we've learned here on Virginia Street. We need to take the lessons we've learned on East 4th Street and Prater, and let's make sure that when we get to those two corridors, we're ready, we're more flexible, we understand better how we can go about doing all of the things I think we all, as residents of the community, want to do. So let's get it done.
Well, so with staff, who's on that committee?
The streetscape?
Streetscape standard. I got it. Streetscape standard. Who's on that?
When speaking about the committee for this project, we were going to bring back some ideas that we had. No, you're asking for streetscape.
Yes.
Then Bill or Eric Jensen would be able to address that.
So I heard that we were close to adopting those.
Carrie Koski, I don't know exactly how close we are, but that is under Eric Jensen's purview.
Eric, how close
That's for downtown.
But that's for downtown and private property
owners.
owners.
A lot of what they wanted have a lot to do with these streetscape standards.
And
a lot
right-
of it. And if not, then the council I would add more money to the 120. If you don't want to do that, then I would make it to 200 and make a motion and move forward and support the things that they want to see in the project. Right? Because we're all going to compromise here. Go ahead.
For the record, Charla Honey. So when you're speaking of streetscape standards, I think you are referring to the downtown streetscape standards that Eric has been working on. With this project, the RTC brought forward a set of concepts which you would probably translate into, excuse me, a streetscape standard. That included the decorative light fixtures that were selected. That includes the sidewalk patterns that were selected. That included probably the street trees as well. And they brought renderings here, and the council selected the final, the final versions of that, what I would consider to be the streetscape standard for Midtown. So that didn't really translate into any other streetscape standard, so to speak.
It's really what gives it personality to a street. It's the finishes that people go, wow, what a street, right?
Well, the concrete pattern and the coloring, that was part of what you selected and sent RTC back to finish the design on. And then also the decorative streetlights that were selected for that particular area, which I don't have a picture of them, but they're different than the.
I don't remember looking at those decorative streetlights.
Yep, and here's the thing where the binder is gonna come in so handy. So we not only, in our decision point that we voted on here at the council was based upon community meetings where the community went and stuck stickies on, and it was at the Nevada Museum, or the Children's Museum. No, the community voted and kind of decided, and then it came to us and we ratified it. And that's where this binder is gonna come in so handy because I didn't always remember.
I didn't see that.
The community
And you guys
selected
know
it
what we're
and
talking
we signed off on it.
I have a quick
You had
question.
2 options, correct? That's what it
Three.
was?
I think there were 3.
3 options?
I remember
There were
them.
3 streetlights.
There were 2 options, and then one was angled and one was curved,
There's a
of 2
large
different
survey that was
options.
done.
It was a survey.
There were surveys.
community meeting too.
That had 3, like all different kinds of options.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people filled it out. I don't know. We never
Right.
saw the results of the survey.
Right.
Don't
Yeah,
know.
how would you pick out something if you haven't seen the results, Lee?
Uh,
How do you do that?
I want to say we chose off of the survey. So we saw them at council and we chose the ones where the majority supported those. And I want to say that was,
This is why I'm.
But how do you know in the binder that it wasn't something that they put in there and versus what the
Because
community wanted? How do you know?
Okay,
It's all minutes, right?
No. There's actual survey results. Here.
There are Amy Cummings, RTC. We did an online survey, and we had over 700 results from that. Those results were presented here at council, and that was part of the input that you considered when you made the recommendation on which streetscape, that we didn't call it
Street
streetscape
lights.
standards, but the landscape design
Which then
direction
went to
that
the RTC.
which was then approved subsequently by the RTC board as well, taking in City of Reno's recommendation.
Okay. But I would just think that those should be applied to the same. I know that you guys are saying they're downtown. Well, guess what? This is right into downtown. People perceive this as downtown in a lot of ways too. So I just want to make sure that we're not selling ourselves short. And if this council doesn't want to, then I would say that you would up the amount. I would up the amount to 200,000. And then you could allocate that to us and we could go from there. That's all I'm saying is, this is the big piece of it for them, because you guys want a street with lots of character, and that's how you get there. So,
Madam Mayor, given
I'm
that
just
this is
saying.
agendized for 120, I would say that when we bring back the next agreement, which is the broader agreement, why don't we add money to that as well? To whatever the missing piece, 80,000, whatever you think is missing. And, because I think that's a number that can work as well. And it's just that per this agenda, I just as soon get this one done. And I'd also like to move forward with this next agreement that's going to be broader.
And it's what's on the
And may I add one more thing? I
And
wanted to ask.
Councilwoman Jordan's
I'm
right,
sorry.
it's on their agenda.
It's on our agenda
Yeah.
for RTC for 120, so
Exactly.
we can't. on the
So
agenda.
what I wanted to make clear is that we do have an interesting ordinance. And the ordinance says that we will put 2% to public art on public works projects. And what it doesn't clarify is, does that apply to RTC? And in that, they are asking for an ordinance. We have an ordinance. It's just not as probably specific as it needs to be. Maybe we should bring that ordinance back, make it just add a few sentences that clarify. I mean, it's been an ordinance for like 10 years, 15 years. If he wants an ordinance, that the feds can go by, maybe that would add the clarity that is lacking.
Yeah. And doesn't this, let me just clarify again, or just reiterate, or you can, isn't this project from where to where? Starts where, ends where?
so the project's limits are from Plum to,
Midtown to,
Plum
the
through
university,
Midtown. We
right?
get to Liberty, and then we
it's
pick
all the
up.
gateway. We call
Then
it
we
the
go through
gateway,
the
right?
gateway, correct. Then we go through the gateway all the way up to
So
near
it's
Lawler.
Midtown to the university?
UNR.
Yeah,
The-
is what it is.
one of the purposes-
So that does go through downtown, so it
Correct.
could qualify.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay. So I think you're right. Anyone want to chime in, or let's move forward and we'll make a motion on this and then we'll bring it back to the next council meeting to add to it.
Phase 2, part 2.
And I'll be super quick. I just wanted to, again, that sound like a broken record, thank everybody for the amount of communication, and to what Lee had stated earlier. I think these are learning opportunities, as struggling, as frustrating as they are. I think there's some business owners on 4th Street that would have definitely wished that they would have been part of this, the conversations that are taking place now in Midtown.
Exactly.
My family that owns Los Compadres closed down because of the construction on 4th Street. So definitely knowing that there's the impacts to businesses is something that's dear to me, right?
I did not
But
know that.
the advocacy that we're showing here is definitely learned opportunities as we kind of move forward in terms of what the effects are going to be on businesses, on our pedestrian safety, on the overall feel. And so I just wanted to thank everyone for continuing the conversation, as frustrating as it is.
All right.
Madam Mayor? Go ahead. One last thing. Thank you. And I'm totally taking advantage of a captive audience. So one of the things that we did learn from the 4th Prater project was the length, the swath of the construction pattern. In other words, 4th Prater had a huge section that was tore up all at once, which had a big section that was impacted. The Virginia Street project, while it will not be fun in front of your business, that's shortened. So the period in time in which that will be impacted will be a shorter, and then all of a sudden yours will be done, and then you'll move on to the next session, and it'll be done. It won't be such a long, and that was a learning experience from the 4th Prater project, because the goal was to get in, rip and do, and get out as fast as you can. But what we learned on that one was those really long, big sections impacted big sections for longer periods of time. So this project will have shorter sections to mitigate some of the issues that we did experience on 4th Prater.
Okay. So I want to be clear. So let's try to figure this out. Carrie, how do we come back for the next council meeting to allocate more funds so that everyone understands kind of what the process is? So I want you guys to understand it's not on the agenda, that amount. So that's why we can't allocate that amount?
Correct. Carrie Koski, Public Works. I would recommend at this point that we move forward with the interlocal agreement as written, the 120,000. At this point, I'm a little bit confused about the additional that you're talking about. I'd like to.
The reason I'm saying that is because if we can't do the streetscape standard, then I want to make sure that they have enough to implement that, because those are the things that they really care about. That's the sort of feel good of the street. It's the character of the street. I don't want RTC to sell them short. I think everyone is making some massive compromises on both sides. So I do think that, having enough to put it in there. And then I think to Councilwoman Dewar's point with the art, super, super critical. So maybe we do have to bring that back.
We have to bring back the ordinance on art.
Because because Lee just said it, he could get money, federal funds. He could get federal funds if the council adopted those streetscape standards.
So what I'd recommend is
So do you
you
see
let.
where I'm trying to make a compromise here?
So possibly give staff a little bit of time to figure out a way to do that, or and meet with RTC and come back to you at a later date.
Maybe look at some of the other features that are budgeted in the project, and that might be whether it's the bus stations, it might be a medallion, it might be the sewer covers, that the historic imprint. There's a whole bunch of other things in there that cost money.
Correct.
And I think it's finding out what those are, what the budget for those is can we hand that over for public decision-making as well?
Okay.
Right?
No, and here's the thing, I get it, there's a separate RTC board, but remember, this is the city of Reno, and Sparks did it, the county has done it in certain things, but I remember, Sparks, when they had a couple of streets, they really paid extreme close attention And so I think, you know what, we're the city of Reno. We got to fight for the right street. If we don't, at the end of the day, guess what? All of us sitting here are going to regret it. We are going to regret it, and we're all going to say woulda, coulda, shoulda. And I don't want to be, I don't want to sound like a broken record. I want to work with you guys. Lee and Michael, I want you super successful. But there's a couple things that you guys got to stop. You got to stop this culture of like, there's some culture going on of no and safety, and I get all that, but you guys got to think differently and like innovative. You're living in Reno. Reno's transforming itself. So like come with everyone else and open your mind. And, again, like you have an opportunity to really
make a mark. You are so passionate about our
love you,
city.
Carrie Koski.
We are so passionate,
Make a
Madam
mark.
Mayor.
But
Thank you so much.
and I'm sorry, but this one's my hill to die on.
We get it. And you know what? The whole team here, we are so, like I said yesterday, we want to get her done. We
I
are
love you, Carrie.
so,
You're amazing.
so anxious
Anyway,
to get
so
out there and do
I
this.
appreciate everyone listening to me and me going crazy, but we don't get another opportunity. We just don't.
So let's move forward, if I could,
No, well, I was
Madam
going
Mayor.
there, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But anyway, so we're going to make a
And the
motion.
agreement
I
for-
want them to understand why the 120 is there and why we're going to.
Right, and this is for the B and B, the benches and the bike racks.
Right.
Only, with other things,
To come,
staff to
to be
go
discussed.
forward and discuss with RTC other things, perhaps in another agreement, to be brought back at a later date.
Got it. Okay, so.
Madam Mayor,
Motion-
I'm
if I
gonna
may.
have-
Do you want public?
We have
Yeah.
public comment. It's identified between D11 and D14, so I would refer to council if they'd like to take that now. If
I
there
think we
needs to
take
be an
that-
additional update on
think-
D14.
We take that last.
Okay, so we'll take a motion on this, and then we'll do the D14 presentation, and then we'll take public comment.
Okay.
Could we make an amendment to this motion? I've been informed by Mr. Gibson. I represent Midtown area, half of it, and I've requested to meet with him, and he will not meet with me unless one of the two board members is in the meeting. And I was offended by that. We're all equals here. I respect who the board wants to send. This body wants to send onto the RTC board. I've sought that seat, haven't been sent over there, but I'm offended that Mr. Gibson tells me that he will not give me the audience of him and his staff to meet on a project in my ward that I've been trying to advocate for about 6 years unless I have my minders present. So I'd like the motion amended to incorporate that Mr. Gibson is requested to meet with any council member on any matter without having the board members
And I would
present.
also say any citizen on any matter.
Yeah.
Okay, as well. So I
So
want to include that.
Can
as
we
well.
get that amendment, please?
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Go
Madam Mayor.
ahead.
Okay, I'm going to stand up a
You
little bit here.
can, but I just get frustrated on the.
I know.
bit.
I-
So you-
And I'm not going to get into it in the public forum, but there have been some treatment of personnel issues that have been of concern. And I think that's where the issues of communication, when we talked about communication, of not having a relay of a message, but to have a commissioner from the RTC in these meetings. And it's not just Jenny, it's everybody. So that the benefit of those of us that are sitting in the meetings, the RTC meetings, can be there to relay the information back to the board as well as the staff from the RTC. So this assertion that it's just picking on Jenny, it's not. It was truly to improve a communication issue back to the RTC board, so one of us that sits on the board could be included.
And I was just adding the constituent component so that. Lee
Well, that sounds
and
like the
Michael-
motion won't be amended.
Okay, so, who threw out the motion?
I think I was about to.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm making a motion to approve this interlocal agreement. And was that, yeah, as written.
All right, you're gonna, okay, so I have a
Second.
motion from Vice Mayor Dewar, a second from Councilman Delgado.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Oh, do
Aye.
you want to say something? No? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, and then I hope that that's included in that to bring it back the next.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're about to give direction under the next item
Okay.
to bring back, unless you needed that under this item, because we'll do a separate motion. You wrote it in the staff report, so I figured it was coming. Okay.
Great.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we'll move to item D14, which is an update from RTC, and then we will take public comment on this item after that time.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Carrie Koski, Public Works. This item here is brought back to you as you requested at the last meeting. Lee Gibson and his staff are here to provide us with the long-awaited, or not long-awaited, the new update for the Midtown Virginia Street project.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Lee Gibson, Executive Director of the RTC. First, I want to start off with just a quick organizational comment. I have with me today Amy Cummings. She's the Deputy Executive Director and Director of Planning. Any sort of questions, comments, concerns regarding overall RTC specific MPO functions, Amy can help answer that question. I've also brought with me today Jeff Wilbrecht. As many of you now know, there is probably no one in this room who knows more about Midtown and the engineering design than Jeff Wilbrecht. Any questions with respect to that, we're going to let Jeff answer those questions. Madam Mayor, what I have provided the council dated yesterday, March 12th, is an attempt to answer and perhaps bring clarity to some of the issues that you raised and the council raised at the last meeting. The letter, and I'll attempt to be brief and perhaps answer more detailed questions. It attempts to go through and provide a history and analysis of the RTC's community outreach and its commitment to community outreach. We've also provided an overview, and well, within that analysis, I think it's important to recognize that the decision, and it's documented in the notebooks, related to the design concept whereby the final design would include wide sidewalks on. No, I don't. Well, actually, you want to? Madam Mayor, we can pass the binders out. There's quite a hand truck Michael brought with him.
Well, are you going over the letter or the back?
I was just going to go through it generally.
But
You want to, if you want to.
It.
Sure.
Perfect. That would be great.
Um,
You could read that whole letter.
Do you want me
maybe.
to read the letter into the record?
You could. That might be great, and then you
Take
don't
my
have to
glasses
email
off.
it. Hi.
You ready? Mayor Sheevy and members of the City Council, the Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County would like to take this opportunity to address the concerns and requests expressed regarding the Virginia Street project at the Reno City Council meeting 2 weeks ago on February 27, 2019. This letter provides responses to concerns about RTC's commitment to community outreach, the request to redesign Virginia Street to accommodate a southbound one-way traffic flow with angled parking, the continued request to eliminate the raised center medians to allow left turn access to private driveways, and additional side streets, the request for artistic benches and bike racks, and the request for electrical outlets near tree wells for
Lee, I don't mean
purposes.
to interrupt you, but is that from, that's after your meetings yesterday?
No, this is from the meeting of February 27th. We have not, I don't think, and I'm going to speak for perhaps some of the city staff as well, we have not, no one's provided a written sort of summary of yesterday's meeting for us to digest and comment on, and I believe, actually Amy has prepared something, but we haven't sent it out. We're still.
So you're not going to share what.
Actually, I was going to defer to Carrie Koski some of those comments, but we can jump straight to that if you don't want to go through
Yeah,
a lengthy reading.
I guess I was just trying to get us up to where we are currently.
Carrie?
Because some of that might be not correct then.
No.
Am I right?
This is still correct.
This is still correct as of March 11th. We finished editing the letter yesterday morning and sent it out yesterday morning. Then we had the meeting at noon yesterday. So, Madam Mayor, it's your discretion. If you want to jump to the meeting and the ideas that were discussed there, we could do that now.
I think because not everyone has seen this or heard this or read it, then it might be good so everyone can clarify.
So I will
Go
continue
ahead.
reading.
Thank you. I apologize. I thought this was after, and I'm just trying to figure that out.
Okay. Excuse me for taking
There's a
my-
lot of moving parts for everyone in the community that's watching out there. There's a lot of moving parts. Go ahead.
So RTC's commitment to community outreach. The RTC is committed to a community-based transportation planning process. We strive to be transparent throughout project development and provide the most accurate and up-to-date information available. The community engagement process for the Virginia Street project has been extensive. Attached is a summary of the project development timeline to date. Amy, if you would be so kind as to show that. And a brief overview of key milestones is summarized in the letter below. First bullet, design workshops were held in 2015. 9 design options were developed based on community input. The RTC provided explanations at subsequent public meetings for design change suggestions that could or could not be incorporated. The RTC gathered additional community input on the design options through community meetings, a survey of area businesses, and a survey of the general public. The survey results and community feedback were presented to the Reno City Council on October 7th of 2015, and the Reno City Council recommended the preferred design based on this information. The preferred design includes wide sidewalks, on-street parking, a center median, and shared travel lanes. The RTC initiated and completed final design based on the Reno City Council's recommended action. The preferred design that the Reno City Council recommended and the RTC Board of Commissioners approved is the final design that is ready for construction. Second bullet, community working group and public meetings were held in 2017, in addition to public surveys to gather input on lighting, landscaping, sidewalk color and texture, and seating. Based on the feedback, additional lighting options were incorporated in the design. The criteria established for street lights includes the ability to hold decorative banners, as well as electrical outlets on street light poles for decorative lighting. The concrete seat walls proposed through this process were not favored by many members of the public, so the RTC committed to working with the City of Reno to develop alternative seating options and not install seat walls. This information was presented to the Reno City Council on September 12th, 2017. At that meeting, the Reno City Council unanimously adopted the recommendations on street lights, landscaping, parentheses, street lights, including expressive direction not to use cobblestones, close parentheses, comma, sidewalk color, and texture. The Reno City Council also requested that the RTC continue to work with the Reno Arts and Culture Commission. Since the September 12th meeting, RTC staff has worked with City of Reno staff, including the Urban Forester, as well as the Reno Arts and Culture Commission. Third bullet, the RTC also sought public input and incorporated public comments where feasible during the environmental review process. A public comment period was held about the project's environmental assessment from June 6th through July 6th, 2017, and a public hearing was held on June 22nd, 2017. As a result of input received through this public comment period, the RTC made modifications to the design, including the addition of another left turn. Additional details regarding analysis of the center median are discussed later in this letter. The RTC is disappointed by assertions that we failed to listen to the public despite our extensive outreach process and the incorporation of public comments, including those from business owners, into the design. The RTC has participated in more than 50 meetings, including public meetings and one-on-one with business owners and elected officials, and made at least 8 presentations to the Reno City Council regarding the project. The major features of the final design include wide sidewalks, on-street parking, bulb outs at all crosswalks, street trees, street lights with electrical outlets, left turns at St. Lawrence Avenue, Stewart Street, and Cheney Street, as well as reinforced foundations at the Mary Street roundabout and adjacent sidewalks for future public art installation. These features are just some of the examples of how RTC listened to the public and incorporated feedback. Request to redesign Virginia Street to accommodate southbound one-way traffic flow. The RTC has invested more than $12.5 million in taxpayer funds in the project to date. This includes $6.5 million to develop a design configuration that reflects the input received from the public and the Reno City Council, and $6 million for right-of-way acquisition and construction of utility relocation and storm drain improvements. Funding sources expended to date include $5 million in federal congestion mitigation air quality funds and $7.5 million in local fuel tax. The RTC's outreach efforts and design process has taken more than 4 years. The RTC continues to reach out to the community about the Virginia Street project through public meetings, stakeholder meetings, social media, weekly email project updates, monthly the Road Ahead segments, quarterly updates to the Reno City Council, and monthly updates to the RTC Board. However, the final design is complete and a construction contract is being negotiated based on that final design. At this point, rejecting the final two-way traffic design for a one-way design would require a complete redesign of the entire Midtown segment, resulting in additional cost, substantial delays, restart of the environmental process, and possible loss of appropriated federal funds. This type of redesign would require repeating the extensive community engagement process to attempt to build a new consensus. RTC staff estimates that the new design engineering work, community consensus building, environmental analysis, and federal approvals would require an additional 3 to 5 years and an additional cost of at least $4 million, adding to the $12.5 million that have been expended. This does not account for additional costs resulting from construction inflation that would occur as a result of the construction start date being delayed until at least 2022. One-way traffic flow was considered early in the planning process but eliminated for several reasons. One-way traffic increases speed and reduces safety. Angled parking on roads with high traffic volumes is also less safe than parallel parking because it requires motorists to reverse out of spaces into heavy oncoming traffic with limited visibility. A one-way traffic pattern would result in impacts to other streets as well. Based on RTC staff conversations with City of Reno staff, the current one-way operation of Virginia Street has resulted in numerous complaints about the additional traffic that is rerouting to Plymouth Street. In addition, the RTC would need to reevaluate the ability of Center Street to accommodate the planned cycle track if additional northbound traffic is diverted from Virginia Street. The two-way traffic design option was selected because it is safer than the one-way option and makes traffic operations more efficient. Request to eliminate the raised center median. Eliminating the raised median at certain locations is another recently requested change. Removing the raised median to allow left turn access to private driveways and additional side streets would require a significant redesign and would result in added costs and substantial delays. The raised median was selected because it is safer than unrestricted left turns, preserves the wide sidewalks, parallel parking, and makes traffic operations more efficient. Indeed, the RTC received a petition in November 2016 by stakeholders to reconsider the raised center median and install a center left turn lane. The raised median is a safety design feature that reduces crashes for vehicles and pedestrians and provides improved traffic operations. A two-way center turn lane was considered, but the additional space that would be needed would require narrowing the proposed 11-foot wide sidewalks on each side to 6 feet or eliminate on-street parking. The reduced sidewalk width would eliminate space required to accommodate street trees, benches, and other potential finishes. Additionally, a center left turn lane would eliminate the need for a roundabout at the Center Street intersection, thereby eliminating space for public art. The January 19th, 2017 discussion and action by the RTC board to not remove the median was based on safety, the need to maintain on-street parking, develop wider sidewalks, and create a vibrant space. During the environmental assessment public comment period, the RTC received requests for additional left turns. The RTC conducted an analysis of the center median and left turn movements in the Midtown District. The RTC determined that an additional southbound left turn pocket and raised center median opening for left turn movements onto Stewart Street from Virginia Street could be added without adversely affecting traffic operations and were subsequently designed into the project. In the 8-block segment between Vassar Street and Liberty Street, left turn opportunities are provided to support traffic circulation and business access at the Center Street, Mary Street roundabout, at West Taylor Street, at St. Lawrence Avenue, and at the signalized California Avenue intersection for northbound traffic, at Stewart Street and at Cheney Street for southbound traffic. Requests for artistic benches and bike racks. There are planned project features on which the City of Reno and the public can still have input. For example, in looking at the issue of benches and bike racks, the RTC has worked with the City of Reno staff to prepare a draft interlocal agreement that will be presented to the Reno City Council on March 13th and to the RTC Board of Commissioners on March 15th for approval. Through this agreement, RTC would reimburse the city up to $120,000 for cost incurred by the city of Reno to design, manufacture, and install benches that would be compatible with the unique character of Midtown. The city of Reno would select the benches and bike racks through a process to be determined and implemented by the city. Location for benches that would not impede ADA accessibility have been identified in the final design plans. These plans, however, do not include specifications for the aesthetic look of the bench, providing an opportunity for the collaboration with the city of Reno. Request for electrical outlets and tree wells. The request to add new underground electrical project features is more challenging. For example, certain Reno City Council members have requested that the RTC redesign the project to include electrical outlets at tree wells. The existing final design for street lighting, approved by the Reno City Council on September 13th, 2017, includes electrical outlets on light poles that can accommodate holiday lighting. Only recently was the RTC asked to consider including electrical outlets at tree wells. In looking at this issue, electrical outlets at tree wells would require substantial below-ground design modifications so as to be isolated and insulated from irrigation systems already included in the design, and possible changes to the construction schedule. The RTC has never funded electrical outlets at tree wells because they do not provide a direct benefit to the operation and safety of vehicular, pedestrian, or transit services. However, if the city of Reno desires this feature, we suggest work begin now on a change order. The RTC and the city of Reno should also prepare a funding agreement so that RTC can be compensated by the city of Reno for these expenses. Conclusion. We understand the frustration that the council and members of the Midtown community are feeling with the length of time and complexity of this project. We also live in this community and care about Virginia Street. We are working to expedite this process to deliver an outstanding infrastructure investment to our community. The RTC values its relationship with the city of Reno and makes every effort to deliver great projects to enhance our community's safety, mobility, and quality of life. The RTC has completed preliminary design, secured environmental approvals, completed final design, and is moving forward with the utility relocation activities and right-of-way acquisition. The project as designed will transform the Virginia Street corridor and will help create a vibrant public space and a treasured destination in our community. After absorbing all of the financial, contractual, and legal risks associated with the project, the RTC is now poised to enter into a construction contract for the next phase of the project, with work scheduled to begin as early as this summer. While RTC remains sensitive to the concerns of the city of Reno and the public and open to input, RTC staff cannot recommend any requested action that would jeopardize the timely delivery of this critical project. So, Madam Mayor, that's the letter that was sent. I believe if you have any questions, our staff, my staff, and I believe Carrie Koski, and those that were in the meeting yesterday, we can attempt to answer any questions about that as well. Anyway,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna, public comment? Send it to you, sorry, Madam Clerk.
Madam
For
Mayor,
public comment.
for public comment, as a reminder to all of our public commenters today, public comment is reserved to 3 minutes, as we do have a lot of agenda to get to. First to speak is Casey Christensen, followed by Jerry Shea, followed by Barry O'Sullivan.
Sorry, I'm short. Hello, Casey Christensen from Soup Restaurant in Midtown. I thank you guys for listening to us and for trying to address our concerns, and I hope RTC also understands we're not trying to fight just for the sake of fighting, and that we're not trying to just come out and be against him, but it's been really difficult when I feel like so many of us that have been involved since the very beginning felt like all those sticky notes we put on were addressing our concerns from the very beginning about art and creativity and making this street really unique. And I think all of you that sit up there on council would agree as well that this street is so much more than a bus project and the connectivity for public transport. We believe that this city is the gateway to Reno, and we believe that this city speaks volumes about what Reno is as a city and what it means for us as we continue to grow. And so that's why we're up here instead of being home with our kids or running our businesses, and we keep coming to all of these city council meetings, and we keep going to all of the RTC groups and the meetups and the times where we put our effort in, is because we understand the importance of this. And I know a lot of you are feeling that importance as well. But what I really hope that RTC understands is that, in the conclusion there, he talks about the frustration being the length of time and complexity, and that's not really it. To be honest, the frustration comes from we felt like we've voiced our concerns for over the past 5 years about the artistic input, the differences of making this street unique and different, and our parking concerns that we continue to address from the very first sticky note that was ever put on the very first page that was ever put in front of us. So the parking is a huge issue. The artistic, creative flair that we feel like this street needs to have and deserves to have. And so those are all those things that, I know that RTC has listened to some of the things where we talked about wide sidewalks, but without the access of being able to turn into those businesses, there's not going to be as many people walking on the sidewalks, not as much places to park. So that's why it's the cohesiveness of all of it together that we feel is so important. With the center median, I know that we're just asking for a little creativity when looking at this project. So maybe instead of the built-in center median, maybe we look at something that can be flexible, something that doesn't have to be permanent. So then as the city changes, there's flexibility to change with that. With some of the other things that I love the fact that Mayor Shivi was talking about adding in other touches for us to add in, like the stamp into the concrete and things like that. I think from the beginning, we've just been asking for RTC to work with us. We're a lot of strong, independent, really opinionated business owners that care because it's our whole life in this street. And so as much as you like driving down there and going down there, for a lot of us, this is our livelihood and it's everything we have. So not only is it just for our businesses that we're fighting so hard, but also for the city of Reno and what the importance it has there. So that's where I appreciate all of your efforts in listening to us and helping to make this bigger than a public transportation project. I think that's our obligation as citizens and people who care about Reno. So thank you.
Barry Shea, followed by Barry O'Sullivan.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name's Jerry Shea. I own property and businesses in Midtown, have for the last 40 years. Two main points that I see is parking and access. I mean, we're talking art and benches and stuff like that. Unless you have parking, people drive right through. They'll see all the art and stuff, but they're not going to stop. I've had customers comment that they didn't stop because there's no parking. That's the two issues for me. Thank you.
Barry O'Sullivan.
I promise, this is only going to be 3 minutes. If I can hand something out,
Oh, yeah.
when I did all this work,
Barry, if you want, you can give that to me and I'll hand it to council. That way you can stay at the podium so we can make sure we pick you up on the recording. Thank you.
also. My name is Barry O'Sullivan, and I am a customer of Midtown. I do own property. I do live there. I've been there my whole life. And for 52 years, I've been waiting for a great street. 7 years ago, I started with letters to the mayors that we are having big changes in this area and we really need parking. Parking is so important to people. Now, some people say in a city, you don't have parking, you have to look for it. But this isn't a big city. This is Reno. The only place that I can tell you that there's a parking problem in Reno, Sparks, Carson City is in Midtown. A lot of people are coming here. I have been working now with RTC for 5.5 years. I've been to every single meeting. I've gone through 3 now. We're up to the 3rd engineers. And I hope we have a great one. I think we do. I think this man is really interested in making sure.
I'm putting a lot of faith in him. A lot.
I was ready to throw in the cord or throw this in today, and I was going to be done. But I see there's hope. And I'm asking the city, first of all, to make sure for any of these projects that you have somebody like Carrie Koski or John Flansburgh. There is so many people that you have very talented people that really are listening for your side too in our interest. This project is going to be very expensive, and I really want to see it be successful because, again, 52 years, I've seen it be a horrible street. And in the last 10 years, I've seen it grow. What I provided for you is something that I worked on last night. This is regarding the one-way, and I understand it's not going to probably happen. I've already heard through numerous people that from the city managers, there's no way it's going to happen, from people on the council saying it's no way going to happen. All I ask you to do is open your hearts and look at what these people are dealing with. It's hard to get customers to stay when you don't have parking. And they have places now. You have Wells Avenue that's constantly saying, come to us, we have parking. We're the new Midtown. And they have Shopper Square coming up. They have Park Lane Mall. All of these are very, very important projects that are going to put them already stressing out. I love Midtown. I've been there. And I'll be there if we have a great street
of Midtown.
or not. Thank you much for your time. And goodbye.
Thank
and
you
also,
so
I do
much.
want to work with him. I have no hard feelings for Lee. I do want to have calls back. And I do ask Lee, please. Jenny Breckes is very right. I've sat in meetings, and you need to respect her as anybody on this board. I don't like to see people going like this and acting very disgusted when she's talking, because that's not appropriate. And let's start. Let's all be professional about this and move on and get a great street in here.
Yeah. Well, and I got to remind people, you know what? Reno is so small. I'm sorry, you're going to run into them at coffee. You're going to run into them at 7-Eleven. You're going to run into them at a concert. We all better get along because you will run into each other one day, right? We all live here. I mean, all of us are neighbors, and that's the kind of
And I
community we want.
figured.
Thank you, Barry. Good job.
Madam Mayor, I spent $77 today.
I
to
love
get
it.
these
Thank
done.
you. Give them to me.
And please, before you throw them in the guard, at least look at it.
Absolutely.
Our next public
you.
comment is from
This
Frank
also, I'm
Bernalis.
going to have delivered to your office.
Okay.
It is all kinds of reports regarding medians and how they hurt businesses, and no parking on how they hurt businesses. I've done a lot of research, and I've lived there, and I see it. So thank you for your time.
so much. You're going to give that to my office, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Frank
Thank you.
Bernalis.
Hi, my name's Frank Benalis. I'm a small business owner. I don't own a business in Midtown, but I'm a fan of Midtown, and I run a business that serves all of Northern Nevada. I do own a home in Midtown, and in fact, Joe Canella is one of my renters, the gentleman you met earlier with for Reno.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the reason I'm up here is I'm a big fan of Midtown. I understand what it means to run a small business and the difficulties associated with it, and I want to see this project succeed from a consumer standpoint. I want to come on down and spend some money with you folks. And I wanted to relay an experience I've had there. What I hear is everybody's really concerned about some real important things here about the success of Midtown, the artistic component, what things look like. So I'm going to offer you the consumer standpoint, at least personally. I was sitting on Virginia Street and sitting in the comfort of my air-conditioned truck, observing what was going on, being a fan of Midtown. And I saw a lady. One thing lacking in Midtown, even before the construction project, was people. If you look around during the middle of the day, there aren't many people walking around. And we talk about this thing called Midtown. The measure of success of Midtown when this project is done is, will people show up, right? And you can have the prettiest, shiniest ring going on, but if you have to store it in a trophy cabinet that nobody gets to wear it, what good is it, right? So it's hot as hell down there during the summertime. And a lot of these folks might not even recognize it because they're busy inside their businesses running the business. I watched a lady who was the only person downtown about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She's walking down Midtown. She's got a shopping bag, a reusable shopping bag. the business owners would love to see that shopping bag full of products that were purchased in Midtown. She was using that shopping bag to protect her face from the sun that was beating down on her. And with this concrete mass, it feels like 120 degrees down there. So I'm here to just suggest that as you
More
build
trees?
this.
Is that what you're saying?
What's that? No.
Okay.
No, trees great, but it's got to be the right kind of trees.
Yeah,
Because
okay,
these
got it.
folks are fighting to survive. Some may not make it through this process. Some will make it through with glowing colors. Some will barely hang on, hoping that we're there. Come on down. But if you don't put the right trees in there to create shade for people who are coming down there, you're going to have a beautiful project that nobody wants to come be a part of. Because it is miserable down there. It may be nice and cool and air conditioned in the chambers in the middle of summer. Walk out, I dare you to walk out there and sit at a table at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and try to have lunch.
Yeah.
Well, that's
But if
why
you do, bring a change of clothes.
That's why we've argued so strongly, and they have responded to putting in, I think it is now, I've lost the number, something over 300 and under 600, 260. But the thing is, you're right, and at Urban Forestry, we're very focused on canopy trees to provide the shade. That's what it's all about.
It can't be trees that provide shade 10 years from now.
Right.
It's got to be right away for these folks.
I've tried to recommend bigger trees, not the little trees, and I will have to see what they plant.
If it's too hot, as much as I want to come down, I'm not. I want to come down. So
Well, and that's why they put in the water and the fertilizer in these silva-cell systems so the trees could actually grow. Because where you see other trees planted in the city, they remain sticks.
Exactly.
They're not growing.
And those are called trees. That counts as all the trees you put in. But if they're not doing the job they need to do, you haven't solved anything.
And that's why they're doing it.
Those
different
trees
this
in
time.
front of the federal building, that's what you need. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I do not believe we have any further public comment unless someone else would like to come forward and fill out a form.
Yes, do it.
Hello.
Fill out a form.
Monique Barron, the Melting Pot World Emporium. Thanks for having this meeting today. I'll just be brief. Of course, we could talk about parking all day, right? Big fan. I think that diagonal parking, just for the record, is really smart. It's safe. You're in, you're out. There's not a lot of back and forth, but that being said, it creates more spaces. That's really an important issue. We really need more parking. One way on one side streets could go one way, the next could go the other way, vice versa. But that said, I've been on Virginia Street for 20 years, and we are grassroots. Reno is grassroots. That's what makes us so special. The people that live here are opening these businesses, and we've seen Reno grow, and it's exponential. And I like this analogy for myself. You know, years and years and years ago, I bought this refrigerator, and I wanted this refrigerator, and it was a little bit more expensive than I thought I would spend. But I really wanted this refrigerator, and I bought it, and it was a freezer on the bottom. It was all fancy back then. There was no freezers on the bottom so much, and fridge on the top, and I went there, and I got that refrigerator, and I'm, to this day, still love my refrigerator. And I don't think about the money that I saved to get the cheaper one. I didn't think about that like a year later. So I feel like in the scheme of things, when this project is all said and done, spending a little bit more money, however that works out, but doing it right is what we're really going to be known for and appreciated for, and not, oh, glad we skimped on those benches, because, you know, when it's all said and done, the people that come and the tourists that come, it'll be a noticeable change. And also, you know, we deserve it. Reno deserves it. You know, like I said, we're an amazing community, and we want that to reflect. So that's all. Thank you.
Monique owns Melting Pot, by the way, everyone, in case you don't know. Yeah. She's famous down there. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I don't have anyone further
Okay.
signed in for public comment.
So, and I think, you know, to your point, that was like saying, look, don't cut corners, right? I mean, no pun intended, but, but that goes back to also one of the most important things that we have talked about is the parking and adding more parking. Can you speak to that, Lee?
Madam Mayor, we do have one more public comment that
Oh,
is
good.
signed in
Okay,
now.
never mind.
Angela Watson would like to speak.
All right, come on
And
up,
Monique,
Ange.
if I can ask you to come and fill out a form before you leave for the record, please.
Hi, Angela Watson. I own a business and some property in Midtown. I live in Midtown, and I followed this project all the way, like a lot of these folks. But one of the things that really started to make me feel apprehensive and kind of, I think, brought a lot of this on was the lack of communication between RTC and us being the Midtown business owners and the Midtown property owners. I feel like at some point in the last 6 months or so, we did stop hearing from them, and I would like to make a request that that does not continue. I do get the weekly letters. I was one that raised my hand that said that I read them, and I've never seen this meeting or the one before mentioned, even though they were presenting some pretty important information to you guys. So I would like to request that all and any meetings regarding this project are relayed to the constituents and the stakeholders that are involved. That's it.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay. So one thing, like with the communication, and I think that's where a lot of this did get sort of sidestepped too. And thank goodness for Councilwoman Jordan, because she's really stayed on this, and she's been amazing. I don't know if we could have gotten that without you. But trying to figure out how we do that, because quite honestly, I think in some ways the relationship has been so strained. I don't know how you guys, trust the RTC. And that's what really worries me, because we got to move forward together for the next 2 years. And so my thought was maybe we have like a, city liaison or something. And going into these meetings too, that everything is written down, because there's been so much he said, she said. And I think, we have to really figure out, I love you had a whole bunch of suggestions, how we can sort of change that. But I'm nervous because I want to make sure that we're effective and we're moving forward. So I kind of would like a mediator or a go-between.
Thank you. And I think, not speaking for the RTC, but being one of the commissioners on there, I think the RTC is very receptive to how the communication can get a reset and how to best communicate with the community. I know I have advocated for some time for these little short snippet videos, and I'm going to say we could have maybe mitigated some of this, because I think everybody wants their information in this very fast-paced society and all of our distractions in small bites. And I think the newsletters are very technical in nature and lots of information, but I think because they're so lengthy, they become a little bit of white noise. So when I was advocating for these short videos that we could push out via social media, I think it brings everything front of mind. It's a little bit of information that is visual that people can receive and move on with their day. And that's why I was advocating for that, because I was hearing concerns, and that RTC does a tremendous job in putting stuff on the website and sending out newsletters. I think this is where we could work right now to change our communication flow in a different way, social media-wise, visual-wise, and really hit the reset button. And that's why I was advocating for it previously, why I continue to advocate for it now. And I see Midtown folks raising their hand, because I think the honesty of the communication needs to be, the one way is not happening. It needs to be, the next phase of construction is going to be rough. We'll come with what it's going to be to you. And it needs to be precise, distinct, honest, succinct, and we need to get that out in a more receptive way to how you want to receive it.
Casey Christensen here. Real quick, I was just going to respond to that, because I think that's been the difference. Is RTC has been really great about giving you information when it's information they're happy to give you. But as far as responding to things that might be in opposition of what they were doing or what they plan to do, or anything that maybe is a little harder to handle, they haven't been as forthright with, and they haven't been as forthcoming with. So that's where, like Angela brought up, I'm shocked that there was no discussion of any of these meetings in any of RTC's communication with so many people that it affects.
Yeah.
They didn't tell anybody about any of these, presentations, opportunities
well, and
to hear.
The next phase is supposed to be really hardcore.
Exactly, and
Were
there's
they
been no
upfront and
talking
honest
of
about that.
No, I mean, of course we know.
So
We know
why?
construction's hard, but those are some of those things where it's like, because to be honest, there was a lot of communication between me and most of RTC, Michael Moreno and Lee and all these guys, but then all of a sudden there was a little bit of like questions or maybe not being completely in alignment, and then there was nothing. Like zero for a long time. So that's where I would
And they
just
wouldn't
hope.
respond?
Well, not as much of the response. We kind of didn't talk a whole lot, but it was a lot of open communication and much communication, and then nothing. So that's where I think a lot of us feel that way of like we're asking questions that maybe are harder questions to ask, and we would just like responses back.
You know what would be really good? I think if there was a FAQ video session, a frequently asked question, because I know at the RTC, we talk at some length about the difficulties of the next phase, that this first phase has actually been pretty smooth. It's been pretty good. SNC's done a great job. But the difficulties that the next phase presents, I think there's a way to have a difficult question with an honest answer delivered in a way that is visual and get it out there. And I'm with you. If we can't have a 10-foot neon purple bench, then say, we can't have a neon purple bench, 10-foot bench, and here's why. And move on to the next question. And maybe there's a way at the RTC
But
we
it
can
can't
start
be
embracing
just
that.
because no.
No,
not
it's got to
just
be
because
because it doesn't
RTC
fit
says
with an
so, but here's
ADA.
why.
We can't,
Yeah,
there's got to be reasons, maintenance, et cetera. So I think we can get there. And I think the first step is what Michael Moreno suggested, is let's talk about with all of you the communication way you want to receive it.
Yeah, just because that whole next phase of it being even harder, I don't think any of us fully understand what that harder looks like. So we would love explanations
And
of
the
that.
other thing is like updating, where are we at with the parking studies, okay?
I feel like parking hasn't really been addressed at all, and they keep saying that they're going to refer to it after, and I feel like that's hindsight. So I would love more parking concerns addressed now, because that was on the front of our concerns from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Years, but even before the project started, parking has been a huge concern. So I think it's not smart for us as a city to try to grow like this and have this type of a project taking place without there being major parking studies that are done now.
Yeah.
So
well, and maybe we just keep putting an update on every council meeting until everyone says, I know what I understand. You might not like it, but you understand what the project is.
Yeah.
Because that's what I keep hearing is people are saying, I don't understand, because it really hasn't been clarified.
Yeah. Thank you.
I got
Madam
it.
Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I want to appreciate, because I did think I heard a commitment for a transportation study, but I'm looking at the amendment to the RTP for this week's board meeting, and I don't see the parking study on there, so I was going to follow up on that. I just, I hear the communication. I wanted to thank Mr. Gibson for reading the article, and just, here's something that struck me that I hope we can use as a learning lesson from this project is RTC has never funded electrical outlets at tree wells because they do not provide a direct benefit to the operations and safety of vehicular, pedestrian, transit services. However, the city of Reno desires this feature. We suggest work begin now on a change order. RTC and the city of Reno should also prepare funding agreements so that RTC can be compensated by the city of Reno for these expenses. I mean, first of all, that unilateral, we don't fund this. Well, I think it does add to I think aesthetics are a part of the environment. I don't think they should be off the table, but I have for years now, as part of the reforms that I have advocated for in the RTC system, and I think a lot of this is symptoms of a broken system, is that RTC do set-asides to all the jurisdictions so that we can have money to bring to the table on projects and match with the other funding formula. I don't know why that has not been able to lift off. There's precedent in federal funding law for that, so it's just, I think really Reno cobbles together about $2.1 million a year out of our Ottumwa right-of-way toll, and we have to bring money to the game, to the entity that is a creature of ours that gets 38 cents on every gallon and about $85 million a year of locally funds. I mean, no. And then the second thing is, I do know that The RTC board is moving forward with a $200,000 contract for the other part of North Virginia, of Virginia Street this week. And I don't want to replicate that, the faltering that we've had on this side. So I think that our next agenda, we should have a serious discussion about the North Virginia component. I really don't think, I always objected to them being the same project. I thought they should have stood on their own. I even questioned if the other one was a funding priority. But now money's being committed, and I think we should discuss that, even maybe the city of Reno taking project leadership on that northern stretch. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I'd like to add one thing to that.
Go ahead.
Her last minute. I was really holding back responding, but the thing is about the lighting. Lighting is a layered feature. It's just like in this room. We have overhead lighting, we have sconce lighting, there's task lighting at the podium. All that lighting comes together to make it visible, to make it safe, whether it's for walking, for driving, for bike riding, for anything. And most of the shopping, they say, is in the evening. That's when the people are out. You said the people aren't out in the day. That's because they're supposed to be out. That's when they're out, is after work. They're out shopping, dining. And so just like in this room, the street isn't just this overhead light. And that's where the lighting comes in. I want you to understand it's not just a decorative item, and to really think that through. And I understand your absolute statement, but I'm going to push back a little bit and say take another look at it and talk to any lighting designer, landscape architect. It's not just one source of light. So see if you can find a way to work that in, at least some partial funding for that project.
And one of the other things that I think you could clarify on the confusion is, a lot of the Midtown business owners said that they heard that you kept saying, it's up to the city council, it's up to the city council. Then after the last meeting, then you said, oh no, it's up to the RTC board, it's up to the RTC board. So what's your idea? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Lee, I think she's referring to the different components. What decision points get made by this body and what decision points get made at the RTC board?
So, Madam Mayor, again, Lee Gibson, Executive Director of the RTC. And I thought the letter unveiled some of these principles. And it's the way RTC operates under state statute as a creature of the state. We look to you for design direction. We then take that design, convert that design into something someone like Dan can build. And then we fund it and we execute the agreement to construct it. And so the budgetary financial risks for cost overruns, for delays, all fall to us. So what we try to do is balance what we take away from you and your staff. And I want to make very clear, your staff plays a very critical role in helping us define many of the features. And as you will see as we evolve through some of the questions raised as recently as yesterday and refine those, your staff is our partner. So what we're attempting to do is just get from you the direction we need to develop something to build, fund it, build it, and deliver it as required under state law.
Okay.
But let me be clear, the budgetary financial risk and schedule risk falls to us. We're the ones who receive, as Councilwoman Breckus has so clearly pointed out, the grants from the USDOT that have contractual requirements that we have to meet. And so we're just trying to balance all of these different challenges to make sure we deliver a great project and still comply with all of the legal obligations we have to comply with.
Okay, so now tell me where we're at, because as of yesterday, I know, you had meetings and everyone was singing your praises, Lee. So tell me.
Carrie, you want to?
So tell me where we're at.
I'm going to defer to Carrie because she was the one who she was the champion yesterday.
Carrie Koski, Engineering Manager. Yesterday, we had a very productive meeting. Thank you for setting that up. I think that where we landed was we're going forward with the design that RTC has prepared. That way, we don't hold up any schedules, there's no delays, there's no extra costs. What we'd like to do is we'd like to just remind everyone that the city does own the right-of-way, and what happens in the right-of-way after the project is built is up to us. So John and I have discussed this, and what we would like to do is evaluate the configuration after it's complete. And then we would most likely come back to council with a recommendation if we need to make some small tweaks here or there. Kind of in a nutshell, I think it was really, really positive. We made some good production in that meeting.
And Madam Mayor, what that means is the funding is not at risk.
The funding is not-
timeline is not at risk.
Right.
And the NEPA process, the
Is not at
environmental
risk.
process is not at risk. So everything moves forward. Should the city decide, once the project is complete, to make some modifications, that would be at the city's sort of discretion at the end of the project.
Right. And we're gonna work with RTC, and we're gonna make it happen. I
Okay.
promise you.
One of the things, and I'm probably opening up a can of worms here, but let me just ask you, so, and I thought this was very, very good. Are any of you guys cyclists in the room? Bicyclists? Yeah? Because you've got the medians, and someone mentioned to me, and I didn't even think of this, a couple of things. So one was, someone from public safety said they were very concerned about these medians. Then, I know Carson City took theirs out. There was a whole bunch of different things. And then also, it's not required to have these medians, right? Because of the way that this street is designated, this LAC, right?
Well, we're going way back in time.
Okay.
We made that decision, RTC made that decision along with the city staff. When we went forward with the NEPA process, a lot of things were put into that document that Councilwoman Jordan just brought up. We don't want to hold up the process. We
But
don't
you
want to
could-
start back
but
over.
you wouldn't, because you could paint them, correct? Because what.
And that's what I'm talking
the
about.
One thing, honestly,
That's
that
what I'm talking
really,
about.
like, you're right, okay.
Once
you're-
we're
yes.
through the construction.
This is why we love Carrie Koski. Okay?
Once we're through the construction, we're going to evaluate that, and
Okay.
we'll bring that back if
And
necessary.
because, and this really stood out to me, Jeff, right? Okay, listen to me good. And think about this. He said, I'm a bicyclist, and he doesn't own a business in Midtown, nothing. But he had said he'd heard, he was actually at like Kraft, and they were like talking about medians and safety in the street, and then I ran into him because we're old friends, and he said, Hillary, he goes, I wanted to let you know the medians actually, there's very little margin of error when you're a bicyclist between the car and the median. And I was like, wow, and I never ever thought of that. I know a lot of people are against them. And then I reached out to someone else that is that knows traffic engineering, and they said that that's very true. So, do we, yes, no?
So, so the project includes what's called a Sharo. So it's more or less a bike sign that informs vehicles to share the road with bicycles. So it is incorporated into the design to facilitate bicycle movements, I guess. Is that?
But once they get to the median, there's very little margin of error, is what his point was.
Yeah, I think, if a bicycle is traveling through the corridor, they should, and they're using that Sharo designation as.
Oh, okay, they can be over there.
Well, they're
All right.
going to follow normal traffic
Yeah.
maneuvers. So they shouldn't be really be on the median. They should probably be closer to the shoulder cycling.
Okay, and from what I understand, we will reduce the speed limit.
Yeah, the speed limit's going to be 25 miles per hour. That's correct.
Okay, so that was another one. People kept saying, what's the speed limit?
It's 30 now.
Yeah, currently it's signed as 30. I'm sure people are going much faster. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, is it been changed to 25 already? Okay.
Okay, yes, John? We want it on the record, because I don't want anyone to come back and say, you said.
Yeah, no, so
I need to
for the
have-
record, John Flansford, Director of Public Works, the roadway will be 25 when it's completed. I want to just reset the conversation for a second. And the reason I want to do this is we've got a glass that's not half full. It's a lot full. There is a lot going on in this project that we can celebrate and be happy for. We heard the conversations. We realize that we have a limited right-of-way, and we needed to prioritize what we're going to do. We're going to have bike lanes. Remember, we had that discussion about bike lanes. Do we want to keep the parking in there? So we came to the decisions that we kind of came to because we wanted to keep the parking because parking is so important. Not only did we keep the parking, but we added parking.
How much did we add?
We looked at St. Lawrence. I don't have the exact number of spaces. I'd have to go take a look at it, but I want you to think about this. We went up St. Lawrence and added parking, and we went even up Tahoe and added some diagonal parking off of Tahoe. So there was some parking that was created as part of this process where RTC wasn't just laser focused on
Do you have that map
Virginia
so you can
Street.
show them? Because I don't think that they have seen it.
pull that up?
I honestly did not understand this project until I saw the map. It was really hard for me to
And I think
digest
that's I
what you're
think that's
talking
what we
about, and
need.
what's going on, and that's where I think too that you make huge mistakes. Okay, Jeff, come on, show us.
Well, and I'm just going to jump in. You guys made a beautiful map when we were making a lot of decisions. And I asked for the map to be put in the lobby, you know,
There
so
you go.
people could see it. No, but I mean, it was a giant map that went the length of the conference table, 3 of them.
It's right there.
Here you go.
You got it.
You got it. Okay. So I want you to show everyone how like this works.
So understanding the
Yeah, parking.
Just to
You
be-
added all that parking,
Correct.
but no one knew it.
so
But they took away on the street. Is that right?
yeah, so as John was
Okay.
saying earlier, Jeff Wilbrecht for the
So
record.
you added
project.
more.
We
than
did
less?
add a lot more parking on St. Lawrence and Tahoe Street. We did have to take away some parking on Virginia Street to accommodate wider sidewalks, street trees, and then also accommodate street parking. So as John said earlier, there is a limited right of way, and it's a balancing act between all these conflicting space requirements of sidewalk, trees, providing ADA accessible sidewalks, trees, and then retaining on-street parking and retaining a two-way turn configuration or a vehicle travel configuration. So that's that part. So I don't have the exact number of parking spots that we've added or subtracted. We're on St. Lawrence. It is a positive add. You're right. Virginia Street is a slight change. Overall, in the entire corridor, it's pretty much close to a net zero change. But as you kind of sift through the street by street, there were some conflict points that where a parking spot was marked in front of a driveway. We're going to correct the project and not have parking spots in front of driveways and some of that kind of stuff. And we did look further at some of the side streets to see if we could incorporate, as Tahoe Street's a one-way with a lot of diagonal parking, or Toma Street's a one-way with a lot of diagonal parking. That's a great solution for those side streets.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Cheney Street and further down Taylor Street are not good candidates for that solution because of all the driveways. So every time you have a driveway, you could get one angled parking spot, but then you'd have to skip a couple to facilitate the driveway. So
What
it
about
is a
on
great
St. Lawrence?
So
'Cause
St.
I'm
Lawrence,
showing on here
correct. St. Lawrence does have diagonal parking.
already, right?
Correct, already.
And you
as part
made
of
it
the plan.
in one way?
St. Lawrence is wide enough that we could keep the two-way configuration of it, but Tahoe Street, from an engineering, safety standpoint, it actually functions much better as that one way that it's currently laid out as. As many of the businesses may know, if you go down Tahoe Street and try to make a left turn onto St. Lawrence, there's a really difficult blind corner that it's a safety concern. So creating it one way allows traffic.
So let
to
me
go.
just show you that map.
Yeah, it's up here.
Okay. You got it?
So it's going this way to allow people to come.
So if you went one way and then, wouldn't that give you more parking?
Nope, you'd have the
The
exact
same?
same.
Okay. All right, I just want to understand. Okay. Yeah. You passed.
Yeah, essentially what you're asking is if you flipped the direction, you'd retain the same number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Okay, Mr. Flansburgh.
All right, so we have the wider sidewalks. We've got great pedestrian movement through there. We've created some bulb outs, so we actually are shortening the distance that people have to cross the street. We're gonna have the street lit. Let's talk about trees. One of the items that I think came up was how do we light? We want to put some twinkle lights on the trees, right? How do we do that? Well, we do have the street lights, and at the street lights, we do have electrical outlets. It is not necessarily advantageous to have an electrical outlet at the base of your tree necessarily to do the twinkle lights. You may actually want to go aerial with that. And so we'll need to take a look to, and this has come up more recently, we probably have an opportunity that several of the trees could be lit just from the electric off of the street lights. So we need to take a look at that and see how that would work. Because the trees, we also try to put some in some clumps, right?
Yeah.
So that lends itself to a better opportunity to do some of the aerial lighting, and I think we can get that. I think that was something that was important to the Midtown merchants. So having the ability to do that. Now, who's going to actually buy the lights and stick them in the inlet and do the things? That'll work out. Absolutely, right? They just want to have the ability that they can do that. And so I think that there's an opportunity for us to look at that and see what we can make happen. And if there's a few locations that we can't get to the trees and we still want to do that, maybe we can look at those specific locations. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for the street lights to be able to aerially light and go over and add the twinkle lights to the trees.
Because we are taking down the overhead power lines. I mean, that's a critical component of this.
That is correct.
So I don't think we want to add back, unless the trees are so close together, you're
That's
not
what
going
I'm
to see
saying.
it.
With they're close together, it's just from the light to
great.
tree to tree. The other things I just want to mention, the $120,000 we talked about today. That's for the art, the uniqueness that you want to look at for the scaping, for the bike racks and the benches and what those can look like and design and put those out. I think that's going to help create that unique character. And we're not going to have another street, even with what we have now, isn't going to happen.
Can we stamp the concrete?
In what way?
I want to see that concrete stamped with that logo. It would be so cool, and it really would make it unique. Can we stamp the concrete? Easy.
So we'll take a look at
And
that.
you know what I want to, you know what I love about you, Mr. Flansburgh, and I want them to know this? This is the guy that came to me and said, oh, we could do those piano keys. It was this guy's idea.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, you're going to put me right. You're going to put me in trouble now. So
Later on, I'm just saying that's how cool he is. Yeah.
So I just want to say that I think there are a lot of things that are in here that have been covered, and I think maybe the worst kept or the worst thing here is that it's been a kept secret almost.
Yeah.
Even though it hasn't been, it's been out there, but it just hasn't been out there like full blown into something that people can really understand and see. So maybe that's what it is just saying these are all the things that's going to happen that we're going to get, and why this is going to be an amazing place.
Yeah, and you used to be a transportation director, correct?
Yes.
So see, he knows. He's not just saying it. And I think that's part of it, is someone saying, look, trust us, hold my hand. And you guys got to do that. You have to understand this is their livelihood. I know what it's like. It's hard to get people in your business without having construction. Can you imagine putting construction on top of that? It's crazy. So I just thank you so much.
And I think it's going to be very important to talk about what those construction impacts are. And the best person to talk about that is going to be the contractor.
Okay, and by the way, SNC is doing amazing. I hope RTC, you guys know that. I mean, that project they have been unbelievable, and I hear it all over, so I just want you to know that. I see you guys going like this, me, tell me.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, please do.
On this map. Well, sorry about that. So this is me. I'm Haley from Two Chicks. This is me right here. And you cannot turn left into the Sticks, which is some of the only parking in that area. And then you cannot turn left off of Toma, coming off of Toma. So say...
Can you point to that?
So that's...
Yeah, so Haley, take your finger and show how a car would make the pattern.
Come down, and you wouldn't be able to turn here into the Sticks. So maybe you would come here and turn around into Cheney, and then come back around center and onto Toma, maybe to park. But then you would not be able to turn left again and go back that way.
And I thought that's what...
That's the way you would be able to turn. You would not be able to keep going around and around. So you would just be spit out back onto South Virginia, and then where could you turn again? If you were coming to my business and you wanted to eat breakfast.
Yeah. So guess what? We've got good news for you. Lee, I'm going to let Lee give you the really good news because you're all going to love Lee.
Which has to be memorialized, and I
Lee,
understand that.
you get a win. Come on.
Madam Mayor, I'm not going to take credit for this. I'm going to let Carrie take credit for it.
Okay,
It was her idea.
Carrie. Yeah, this is going to make you very happy.
Carrie Koski, engineering manager. Working with RTC, we did change that just recently, so you can make a left turn out of Toma. And when I said the right-of-way is ours after the project is built, that's one of the areas that we're looking at to modify the possibility of adding the left turn.
Carrie,
Into
can you
sticks.
point again?
Into sticks.
Can you point on the map with your pen or something?
Correct. So you will, I'm,
So don't want to get in trouble by the clerk. So right here, this is where I'm talking about, you'll be able to make a left turn. And as you're coming down through here, then if this little nose disappears after RTC is complete with their project, then we don't do any harm to their process. Then we'll look at taking that little nose out and allow that left turn to Sticks.
because it's part of the plan.
Process. It's part of the process.
Which was funded and approved by NEPA.
Okay.
So maybe just to kind of clarify the reason of keeping that part of the median in. So a big part of the NEPA process was related to vehicle movements and restricting left turns off of Virginia Street. So a left turn onto Virginia Street, which is the TOMA solution, isn't really included in that NEPA process, but to not open up a can of worms through going through our NEPA process, what the city of Reno and Carrie Koski proposed was to look at it after construction so that we are more or less free from the federal government.
Say what NEPA is.
NEPA is the National Environmental Protection Policy Act. It's a huge, anytime we receive federal funds, we have to go through a pretty extensive process. And for this project, it took more than 2 years to get through that process of going through reviews and comment periods and evaluations of impacts of the project and accommodating and looking at it in very great detail. So that answers your question.
All right.
Jeff Wilbrecht for the
Monique,
record, sorry.
Did you?
Thank you.
Well, beat a dead horse. I guess from the report that we just heard, with this adding of this diagonal here and diagonal there and what have you, at the end of the day, right, the report, he just said, bottom line, there's zero gain for new parking. That was what was said. And that was like, that's one of the most important things for us. It's like, if you don't have parking, it's hard to get people to get, how much people, once this is all said and done, we want a lot of people down there. But then if you don't have enough parking, I get it. We're lucky in the sense you go to San Francisco, you have to walk 3 blocks. I get it. But while in the planning phase, zero gain is just, it's zero gain.
Okay. Lee, could you respond to that?
So, Madam Mayor, if I can take us back to history a little bit. If you'll recall, we had the argument or discussion, debate over sidewalks, on-street parking, the bike lane, and the travel lanes. And in the discussion and deliberations that happened right here, and I want to give a shout out to Amy, she gave a great presentation that day. The decision of council was to keep the on-street parking, but not do a bicycle lane. The idea was, and still is that Virginia Street is a destination. And I'll just give you some personal anecdotes. I ride my bike. I ride on Virginia Street. My concern is pavement condition. I'm going to get a broken rim. I ride to a specific destination. I don't necessarily ride on Virginia Street. So I think the idea was, and this is the rationale behind the Center Street bike track we're working on, is the bicyclists are going to feed in from the side streets and come to the destinations. But what we heard from the businesses at the time was to retain the on-street parking. So the plan you have in front of you that was approved kept the on-street parking, and that was the direction we received.
But that wasn't her question. Her question was, how are we adding parking? What are we doing to add parking? And what are we doing to address it that doesn't say at the end of it, we're going to study it? That's what I understood your question to be. What is the RTC doing to add additional parking in the Midtown core?
So I'm going to answer that question by first saying, we are going to look at the parking options at the end of the project. We can own and operate parking facilities under state law. And I think we've heard a lot of desire for us to look at potential availability of lots we could purchase and then use those for supportive parking. And I think that's something we're going to start here pretty soon, and just be able to move on from that.
And Madam Mayor, as a final, I know we want to move on this quickly. I will give the assurance to the Midtown folks that the issue regards to additional parking in Midtown will be a standing item at the RTC. It's not going to be, it's not clear and defined right here today, but it will be a priority, and I will take it to the RTC, and we will keep it front of mind for updates as we move forward. So, because I know that was something initially, the funk and the feel and parking. That's what I recall being the three things.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to offer a suggestion.
Yeah.
I would like to suggest, because I'm a little bit of a Luddite, I'm not good with technology either. I'd like to suggest that RTC staff, the contractor staff, and I'd invite city staff, maybe we should hold a weekly meeting in Midtown or a bi-weekly meeting in Midtown. And it is a meeting in a room where we will bring our design, we will bring our contractor, we will bring our staff, city staff. I might even suggest we will bring our bus operations staff, and we will answer, we'll give a weekly or bi-weekly update. We will give and answer all questions. We will keep minutes. We'll provide those minutes to you and to the RTC at our monthly reports to the boards, so that there is a dialogue. And if you will indulge me for just a moment, when I was in consulting, one of the best ways I had as a communication technique with my client was a weekly meeting. If a key individual couldn't be there, that was okay. Everybody still met, irrespective of their schedule. If you missed a few, that's okay, but generally the group was available, minutes were available. Perhaps we should implement a meeting once a week or once every other week. Maybe we do once a week, and if we have to drop back to once every other week, we do that. But that'll put my staff, I would invite your staff, we will have our contractor staff, I would invite the businesses, property owners, customers, stakeholders, just be there. We'll keep it fairly informal, much like we kept a lot of the meetings we had that were productive with the Midtown Merchants Association, but just be there ready to deal with the issues. I think that would be one way perhaps we could help get over this hump and improve that communication process. Most importantly, Mayor, and if, again, please indulge me, it is a face-to-face, person-to-person meeting. It's not something you have to go to a website. It's not something you have to read in an email. It is our people talking to the folks who live, work, and thrive in that corridor.
Right. And somehow getting to yes, right?
Yeah, I
Somehow,
think that's great.
right? Somehow
Yeah, I think
working
that's
through.
great. Facebook Live, you're exactly right. But Lee, I really appreciate, your open communication. I think that would help.
And
tremendously.
anyone's invited.
Okay, great. That's awesome. I love
So
it. I think that
we'll work on getting that organized, and maybe we'll try to have our first meeting next week.
I know everyone's been sitting here for a very long time. We have to move forward, but I also want to encourage you. I think this is really important, because I will bring it back to the next meeting. I just don't want to play it here because it's about an hour and 45 minutes long of the council meeting when we talked about a lot of this, and it will help you refresh your mind, and it helped me because there were so many he said, she said. And one of the things that I just want to remind is that the medians became an issue, and everyone up here actually said, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not so sure. And matter of fact, the last person that spoke was Councilman Delgado, and it never came back to this body to actually, have our input, other than everyone up here was really concerned. And Councilman Delgado, you were the one that really kind of hit it home with that. And you said, I'm not comfortable with this. So I would love for you to watch that. That will help you understand, what everyone sort of came to the table and the concerns that were being addressed. So that would be awesome, because I don't want to take up your time with an hour and 45 minutes right now. But, and I do appreciate you, really being very cooperative. I think that speaks volumes. Okay. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, you do not need to take action on this item as we're not agendized for such. So at this point, we will be moving back in order of our agenda. We're on item D1. As a reminder, we do have
All right.
20 items left to go.
Okay, thanks, you guys.
20 exactly.
Do we get a bathroom break, or? But what about this legal meeting we're supposed to
Get
have?
up and
for
go.
him? I mean, Mayor, we also have to talk legal to get that contract. I don't know. Please. That's why I asked if they wanted to get some amount of money, so there's no questions that there's gap funding.
Sure.
Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. This is a request for the city to allocate bond cap that it is presented from the state, so it's not really any city funds. It's the authorization of some bonds that are available and useful for affordable housing. So I will let the applicant's representative present to you these three projects and what the ask is, if that's okay with council.
Hi. Madam Mayor, council members, Eric Novak from Praxis Consulting Group, and I'm representing Vintage Housing. And we're requesting $3 million of volume cap for 3 affordable housing projects. They were listed here as the original names of the properties, you know, are Diamond Creek, The Bluffs, and City Vista.
Yeah.
And they have new names in the application. But basically, these are 15-year-old tax credit
So
properties.
Vintage is going to buy them?
Vintage owns them right now.
Diamond
So all
Creek.
they're doing, they're 15-year-old affordable housing developments.
Got it.
We're preserving them for another 30 years of affordability. The developer is putting in about $35,000 a unit to rehab them for the new names are Ridgeview and
Something else.
and South Peak and City Vista.
Yeah, okay.
And there is no money from the city that's being used. It's just your bonding authority. So the total bonds for these will be $96 million, but it'll be through the Nevada Housing Division. $9 million of that would come from the city of Reno for these 3 properties. And there's not a lot there. This is the natural life of this is what you want to see for affordable housing projects.
Right.
Where
Because
you're basically preserving
it
them.
starts
for-
over again so
Exactly.
that everyone can stay in their homes and it keeps it affordable, right?
Yes.
So like this is a huge win because you can imagine
Yes.
if that expires, you have all these people that now go to market rate basically, right?
Yes.
And it's so expensive. So this is huge. How many units?
It's 740 units, all 3 developments together.
Isn't that fantastic? Well, I want to thank Vintage so much. Do we have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we received one letter online from Marajik Beacon in opposition. With that, I have no public comment on this.
Anyway, thank you so very much. Any questions?
I have a quick question for
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number
Where
one.
are we transferring it from? I was just confused about the process.
So each year, the state of Nevada gets bonding authority
Right.
from the federal government.
Okay.
And in Nevada, the way it works is half of the volume cap goes to each of the jurisdictions by population. So the city of Reno gets about $12 million
Okay.
of the state's roughly $300 million of bonding authority.
So 12 million total, so you're saying transfer 9 of the 12. And are there competitors for these funds?
There usually, there's been more than enough volume cap in previous years.
Okay.
We think it's going to become more competitive because
Yeah.
tax-exempt financing is now becoming more attractive, and we would like the state to be emphasizing affordable housing because when you use bonds for affordable housing, you get tax credits that come with it. So it's additional federal subsidy that comes with the bonding authority.
Okay.
So when we meet with the new director of business industry, we say that your bonds need to go for housing.
Right, so the city staff would write a letter and request the transfer of this bond cap from business and industry, not you as a representative developer.
Right, so that the state housing division, they
Right.
need an endorsement from the local
Right.
governments to show that
Okay.
you support the project.
Yeah.
And then they come up with, in this case, they're coming up with 90% of the bonding authority.
Right, okay, thank you.
All right, may I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
you.
Congratulations, Eric. Good to see you. I don't see you enough. Because when you come through our door, it's more affordable housing. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, we're on item D2, interlocal agreement with NDOT for the Spaghetti Bowl.
All right, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
We have none.
Okay. Thanks, you guys. You've sat here all day so patient.
For the record, John Flansford, Director of Public Works. As last meeting, we brought to you the resolution for the Spaghetti Bowl project overall. This actually is for the first phase. It's the Spaghetti Bowl Express. And the reason that you're having this item before you is because there's some city property that's going to need to be either acquired permanent easements or temporary easements, for instance, around the courtyard when they widen the freeway out. And so Dale Keller here is available for any questions that you may have. And in the essence of time, I will just leave it at that and answer questions that you may have.
All right, thank you so much. All right, any questions from council? All right, give me a motion, Councilman Breckus.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'll move to approve.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah,
I would have
let's get
done
it
that sooner had I known it was going to be that easy. Okay, bye, you guys.
Madam Mayor, our next item would be D4, an update from EDON. However, I do not see Mike Kazmierski here, so we will trail that. Next item is D5, which goes in conjunction with the item from C6 pulled from the consent agenda regarding security of City Hall.
Madam, someone go get the chief and Mac. They're back there.
We just need to take a quick break, go to the bathroom. We've been sitting here for
All right,
hours.
we're going to
Deputy
take a quick
Chief.
break. Councilwoman Dewar is saying we just got to get up, and she's probably right. Let's take a quick break, and then also you'll
We'll be
reach
going
out
into
to
an
Mike.
attorney-client meeting during that break as well.
Okay. Good.
Madam
All
Mayor,
right,
do
so
you
let's
want,
break until 6.
we'll be back in 15 minutes. Council will have an attorney-client during that time.
Okay. Yeah? Okay. All right, awesome. Okay, Madam Clerk. All right.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Clerk, we're calling the meeting back to order. And item
We are on item D4, annual update from EDON.
D4. Okay, awesome. Come on, Mike Kazmierski. I've got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is you sat here a long time. The good news is we won't take up any more of your time. So when you're done, you're done.
showtime.
Keep it brief. It's showtime. Keep it brief.
Madam Mayor, council members, just want to give you a quick update on what we're doing with our strategic plan. If you had a chance to see the slides from the State of the Economy presentation in February, you saw a little bit of what we're talking about. We did the initial strategic plan 7 years ago. It's a community-wide strategic plan that talks about our economic development strategy and what we're going for the next 3 to 5 years. We updated that 3 years ago, and we included a lot more focus on workforce, because workforce was not a problem 7 years ago. It became a problem. Now we're updating it again as the economy continues to change and our needs of the community change. We wanted to update the strategic plan to reflect those changes. We have on strategy leading the charge on this update. Lorna was here, but we wore her out. So I get to do her a couple of slides. Just to let you know, they have a lot of national clients. They're a world-class strategic planning agency that's helping guide us through the process. Of course, they've done some work with the local governments as well. The update is going to focus in 3 main areas: technology attraction. You know we've already shifted to that pretty aggressively. Workforce development and attraction, and then community development. 3 of the areas that were not quite as important 3 years ago that are becoming more important in the years ahead. The process is really working with our team leaders, our board, and now we're in the community outreach piece. After we get comments from the community outreach, we'll produce a draft plan. We'll get that out to the staffs, bring it back, and then roll out the final plan. So there's still plenty of time for input. We're in that stakeholder input with the final plan really out by the end of April, which allows us to align our metrics and our funding to achieve the strategies in the plan in the next fiscal year. Of course, the city priorities are something you want to take a look at. Identify new revenues you have at the top of the list. Certainly the growth in the region has its pros and cons, but when we look at some of our success, the majority of that does land in the city of Reno. Some people see that as good, some people see that as bad. I would think most people that have a job are pretty happy about that. And it also includes, ultimately results in increased taxes. So about $8 million is what's in your budget from some of the areas of increased taxes over the last 3 to 4 years. So you can see an increase in taxes that comes with the growth. Our strategy continues to be focused on the 3 main areas: attracting great companies, retaining the companies we have. It doesn't do us any good to bring in someone in here if we're not helping them. And then the entrepreneurial ecosystem. How do we grow organic companies? That has been something we put a lot of energy into. Workforce development, all part of all 3 strategies, and community development. How do we keep a community environment that is conducive to quality job creation and growth? Our strategy has changed over the years. You can see we're pretty focused on attracting companies before. We've continued to shrink the attraction of companies focus and put more energy on workforce development and more focus on attracting entrepreneurs and technology. That really is the next generation of jobs. And as we talk about attracting technology, when we tried to do technology attraction 7 years ago, first of all, we were not a technology location. Technology companies would not come here. So we built the foundation for technology, and that was bringing advanced manufacturing, data centers, and entrepreneurial growth. That has allowed us, 7 years of success in that area has built a nice foundation. Now we're starting to plug in great, pure technology companies that would never have come here before. Of course, the 4th Industrial Revolution, if you had a chance to read about this, this is the next generation of technology. This is really what the millennials will face, and really everyone in our community, whether they realize it or not, will require some kind of retraining, because the jobs many of the jobs are being replaced by robots and AI and other things. If you look at, even by 2022, according to the World Economic Forum, 57% of all existing employees will have to be retrained. So you're going to have to upgrade the skills of existing employees to be able to do the jobs of the future. And then McKinsey & Company talks about economic growth is essential because you want to bring and grow the jobs of the future, because many of the jobs we have now will not be here in 5 years or 10 years. So if you're not attracting the right kinds of companies, if you're not growing the next generation of jobs, the jobs you have here will go away because of AI and robotics, and you're going to have a problem. So we use that as the foundation for the update of the strategic plan, the transformational technologies, the 4th Industrial Revolution, and we focus on 4 main areas: attracting of technology, attracting of entrepreneurial growth, and how do we help the ecosystem continue to grow, workforce development, and community development. On attraction of entrepreneurs and companies, pure, we're looking at high-wage jobs. At the end of the day, in order to pay rents in this community, you need to be paid more than $12 an hour. That's just not going to work. So the high wage jobs are all part of that transition. We've been very successful so far this year. In fact, the majority of the jobs that we attracted to this region this year are over $30 an hour. That would have been unheard of even just 2 years ago. So technology companies, entrepreneurs, advanced manufacturing, there's some great, New Deantronics is a great example of advanced manufacturing. They produce medical devices, and the average wage there is $80,000 a year. So advanced manufacturing continues to be a strength for the region, build our talent pool, strengthen our connections to the Bay Area. That's all part of how do we continue to grow on technology and the next generation of jobs. Those are tech sector focus areas: blockchain, Internet of Things, biotech, fintech, and software B2B. On workforce development, you have to have the employee base to do the jobs of the future. So workforce development is more important than ever. We're continuing to expand our programs, K through 16. We have the Hispanic Latino Outreach Program. We have other things we're working on now to help the existing workforce become better qualified to fill the jobs of the future. Internships are so important. If we can get people to work with a company, their chance of getting a job at that company goes dramatically up. And then ultimately, we're going to have to attract some talent to the region. We have what's called a regional campaign for talent. We have 8 higher education institutions in the Sacramento Bay Area that we have developed relationships with. We're doing their job fairs. We're connecting with students there. For every UNR graduate here, those 8 institutions graduate 12. So if we just get one of those 12 to come here, we literally double the talent that's coming to our region each year. So that is a very aggressive program, and it's been very successful so far. And then community development. There are issues that will slow us or stop us as a community. So those are the ones the board will look at and say we need to be more engaged in. Workforce, affordable housing, I know you've all had plenty of opportunity to talk about that. That's clearly one on the list. Roads, transportation, transit, how do we assist in transit and the next generation of transit? You talked about wastewater treatment and effluent. That's something from the sewage treatment component that could slow us down. So we're concerned about that. Obviously, as the entities in the region address it, that will drop off the list, I hope. Flood control is something we look at long term. And then help wherever we can on improvement of downtown, the trails, the arts and culture, addressing homeless. Where can we help the community bring our resources to bear and in some way assist in making our community even better? Of course, the city of Reno is at the top of the list as far as key partners. We're very proud to be a part of the regional team and work very well with the staff. And I want to thank the city manager and the team here because they've been incredibly easy to work with and supportive of our efforts. So that's a pretty quick update. You'll see that in a written form about how we're transitioning our efforts going forward. You'll have a chance to provide even more input as you see fit. If you have personal comments, I'll be happy to sit down with you whenever you want and talk about it. But that is kind of, we really wanted you to know where we're going as an organization.
Thank you so much. I can really see the shift. I think you've done a tremendous job of I think you focused where you needed to go sort of with entrepreneurship and, looking at those big companies coming in. And then you really started to focus more on higher paying wages and really stressing that. And then also being such a good community partner, with the housing issue, and you just brought Stefan in, and he was fantastic. Did any of you guys get to see him? He was great, right? So I just want to say thank you so much. I really like where you're going and, the direction, and it's making a big difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I did just want to say that I too have seen kind of the shift and appreciate you shooting for maybe smaller, but companies that pay a higher wage, which is what I think we all want. I will say this. I remember when you came and you had your number projections when I first got on the council, and a lot of people were skeptical of your projections of the population and the job growth, including myself. You were right. His numbers have come to fruition, so I will not question your projections necessarily after this, but I did want to let you know that your numbers, which I thought, when you said them at the time of all the jobs that would be created and all the people coming, I think we all kind of went, yeah, right. We've kind of heard this, and yeah, well, it came true. So I just wanted to get that on the record that you were right.
Thank you.
I'll just say, Madam Mayor, that I just, or to you,
They have great participation from the board, and new ideas come up at each meeting. So
It's really been great.
Awesome. Okay, any other council members? Councilman?
Yeah, I just want to say, Mr. Kazmierski, it's been a privilege to watch some of your efforts over the last several years. I guess I would like to ask it a different way, though. What can this body do to help EDAWN with its mission and be successful? How can we help you? Obviously, there are limitations to what resources are available, but are there things that we can be doing going your direction rather than you always coming our direction?
Well, that's an amazing question, and the answer could be very long or very short. I'll do the very short one and say, just keep doing what you're doing. I think the community is fantastic. We all love it. It's our home. We're proud to show it off, and it's because of your efforts. I mean, I've had a chance to watch your last 10 hours of excitement and know how hard you work to make this community better. And that's really what it takes, is passion and a belief and a desire to help this community move forward. So thank you.
Breakfast.
Yeah, just, and thank you. I mean, I have always thought that there's value in the partnership, and I'm glad it's strengthened. I think this stakeholder input is when you put the tax revenues of some of this growth, I think you should also reflect the service costs that are attributable to the city of Reno. Because I know you're very outspoken that there's an imbalance, but I think that's, if you're going to show that slide, I think it should show that the service costs, and we've done some work on that with EPS, are this. So there's a delta. The other question I wanted to ask you is the accelerator fund that we parked some CDBG money toward that you all administered. Is that right?
We were a part of the process,
Okay.
yes.
I asked at my briefing, and I was just shocked to see. I'd like to see someone, either on our side, and it'll probably be a part of our CDBG compliance or our audit program, or on your side, look through that, because the defaults are incredibly high. And it was not, I saw the city try and do this before. I was really not thinking it was best use of our CDBG money, and the defaults are high. I mean, I could see if they couldn't repay, but if they couldn't repay and they're still in business, but a lot of them look like they were still not in business, and I'd like to see a report on what we learned from that, and to better understand if we should or shouldn't be in the lending business.
We've started to look at that. We've addressed it with the city at this point. We're working with each of the companies now to determine their ability for repayment at some point and how best to move forward with that program.
Yeah, I mean, most of them look like they're out of business, so I don't know how we're going to get repayment on that. And I know there were forgivable notes, but anyway, I'd like follow-up on that from someone. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good seeing you, Mr. Kazmierski. I think you guys have done a good job. I see that you guys strategically are looking more community-based, really more focused community-based. Is that right?
Right.
I know we've talked also a number of times related to general advocacy for business and land use and other pieces, and as partners. Historically, we've had some conflicts in terms of what that means or looks like in terms of partnership. Going forward, I mean, up to now, I feel like the partnership's been there. So I appreciate the outreach. I appreciate the pre-meetings, the pre-outreach in terms of these are things that you see out in the community, and want to continue seeing some of that, especially related to housing and other things. I think that's important. Also wanted to let your staff know I appreciate I was invited to the Latino outreach piece. Thought that was great. I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done there, a lot of work, capitalized, and it doesn't have to be Latino. And that's what I wanted to make sure that too, that we have lots of marginalized communities that need more outreach and dedicated staff for that outreach, and that's important. And nothing means more important to me that we have dedicated staff that works on that continuously. And again, not to say that she didn't do a good job, but I feel like I don't want that to be just a checkbox that we've met annually, that's something that's dedicated and important to you guys just as much as it is to me and my constituents. But again, good job. Again, overall, I think you guys are going in the right direction, and I'll look at my partner, Councilwoman Naomi Dewar, to follow up on all other things that are taking place in Edon. Thank you for being here.
And just a comment, we need our marginalized and those not connected to understand the opportunity for jobs. So we're really going to put a lot of energy into helping them connect to the education systems that will allow them to be really successful in our community. We cannot succeed without them.
Yeah, I look at your stool, and jobs is one piece. I think they play. There's parts throughout the entire stool. Your stool system here in terms of entrepreneurship, startup growth. I can still generally go into a lot of these community groups and not see the diversification of our community represented in some of those rooms. It doesn't take a lot to see where the work needs to take place, and so I'm going to continuously come back. I'm not all things Latino in our community. There's a lot of smarter, very much smarter people in the community that it's going to take some of that recruitment from on your guys' part and dedication to make sure other people are at those tables and represented as well. Thank you.
We certainly appreciate your prodding because, you know, there's a lot on the plate, and that's an important one that we need to keep focused on.
Yeah, thank you again.
Great. Councilwoman Breckus? You're fine? Okay. Go ahead. City managers. Did you want to say something?
Madam Mayor, it's just, I was just going to say that I think this is a presentation, so I don't know that we need any action today.
You do not
Madam
need to
Clerk.
take action. If council
just-
is,
Like to echo my appreciation for Mike Kazmierski and all that they do. I also have attended many of their meetings and always find it really insightful. And they have really moved the needle, and for that, we're very appreciative.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Awesome. You said no motion.
you do not need to take
All right.
action.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for your patience.
Legally, we will be. Madam Mayor, we are moving to item D5, which we will take in conjunction with C6 as pulled from the consent agenda. This is bathrooms for the first floor and City Hall security updates.
Madam Mayor, Council, City Manager Mac Venzon, Deputy Chief, Reno Police Department. For the record, we put together a very, very short City Hall security current status options report for you.
What makes it?
But I want to go back to the bathroom and kind of give you a genesis of the bathroom issue and how it kind of ties into City Hall security. Originally, in 2011 and then again in 2013, a security assessment was done of City Hall. At that point, one of the recommendations was to limit the accessibility for the general public to the elevator section. And in that plan was a planned restroom facility on the first floor so that we would, when we would limit the accessibility of the floors above first and second, that there'd be a bathroom facility down here. That's the genesis of the bathroom, the way I understand it, from the 2011 and 2013 security assessments. And I'll leave the bathroom discussion to the next item, but I just wanted to kind of give you an idea where that came from, and where it grew legs from there, I'm not quite sure. What I have presented for you, or what I've put together today, is kind of a historical perspective, followed by some options and then recommendations that the chief and I have talked over quite a bit. Just to give you a little bit of historical perspective, in 2011, 2013, like I indicated, site security assessments were provided from the Northern Nevada Regional Intelligence Center and also from our very own Lieutenant Shaw, who was a SWAT team leader at the time, to come in here and just kind of look at security here. And then recommendations were provided out of those assessments. And between those 2013, 14, and through even 2017, many improvements were made based on some of those recommendations. So the armed security on the first and second floor entrances were set up. There was security awareness, active assailant training provided for all employees at City Hall. And as we get through some of the recommendations, you'll see some of that came through there. We started to post an RPD officer at all city council meetings. If you recall, back about 2 years ago, a resolution banning props from council meetings was put in place, and then some ordinance change in terms of weapons brought into City Hall, into the building itself. Additionally, we did a SWAT team walkthrough and instruction with elected officials for here in council chambers, right? So operationally, there were some of those improvements made as we went through. At the same time, there were some physical improvements made. Single point of entry on the first floor, so we closed those south doors. The First Street doors were closed off for public entry and used only for emergency exit only. Giving you a single point of entry on the first floor is imperative, and then we moved the podium so that the security officers could see that entryway, and then the lobby area for the elevators as well. We improved some access badge entry points on all floors so that we can close those doors from the elevator lobby to all floors, and then they required badge access to get in there. Additional security camera system was installed throughout City Hall and part of the parking garage, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we come into recommendations. Improved access badge reader system, target hardening of the chambers, which for tactical reasons we won't go over all of it, but you can see some of the changes in the chambers where we extended the walls out to put some physical barriers between the elected officials and the community that was out here in the crowd. And then exterior grading for the non-public entrance on the alley side, on the east side of the building, were also physical improvements made here, among others. So then we look at the assessments, there were some other optional upgrades that are here. None of these upgrades come without some pretty costly price tags attached to each of these upgrades, and realizing that, I just wanted to point out to you some of the upgrades that were optional or optional upgrades that could happen as a result of the security assessment. So, one of the things we talked about was to require a sign-in process and visitor badge issuance at the first and second floor entrances at the podium. You see this quite often in hospitals today, where you go in and you have to check in, and then they print you a security badge, if you will, a sticker, temporary badge for your access around City Hall. That allows staff at City Hall, too, to understand if somebody doesn't have one of those, it means that they haven't checked in downstairs, and maybe we can start to ask some questions. One of the other options was to restrict main elevator access to floors above number 2. That, too, is pretty costly in terms of outfitting those with the badge readers. To get above floor number 2, you'd have to have a badge to get up there. And then one of the other options was the magnetometers and x-ray machines at the first and second floor entrances. That, too, has a pretty costly price tag because it requires manpower as well. So it has an ongoing, not just a capital outlay, but an ongoing expense to go with it for somebody to man those points of entry. Additional security personnel, and then, quite frankly, if we wanted to really target harden, an exterior buffer zone to prevent stopping or parking adjacent to the building, as that creates a risk as we know it. Now, we're not naive enough to think that as we add security aspects to the building, it cuts off accessibility to the public, right? Those two, accessibility and security, are almost mutually exclusive, and they can't really coexist. So you give up one for the other, whichever way you go. In terms of recommendations, and the chief and I have talked quite a bit about this, enhanced security camera in the parking garage. So not all areas of the parking garage, not all floors of the parking garage are covered with camera systems right now. And so one of the recommendations we would have to be enhance that security camera system in the parking garage. We need to continue the active assailant security awareness training for new employees and new elected officials in terms of the security awareness and the egress out of this particular room should something come up. Here that we need to, egress everybody out of and kind of make sure that everybody has that. We have a whole lot of new employees in the city of Reno that report to City Hall for work. And I think, continuing the security awareness training based on whatever other ideas we come up with in terms of how we want to secure the building and how their role in security awareness comes to the forefront. And then lastly, I guess it's probably not a big secret, but you all are the targets, the valuable targets, the targets of value in any kind of a security breach here. So our suggestion would be to secure that 15th floor lobby area, maybe putting a window in that doorway between the elevator lobby and the lobby area just outside of your offices, outside of the city manager's offices, and secure that door with either a buzzer to enter or some other way to target harden that 15th floor area. Those would be the recommendations we have, with keeping in mind budgetary issues and all of the other options that are available that have pretty costly, I guess, price tags attached to those options. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. So I know it's been a long day and don't want to belabor this issue. So the issue of putting in the restroom here to kind of contain restroom access to the first floor for the public that's coming to council meetings, et cetera, was so that we could secure second floor and above.
Above the second floor.
Above the second
Correct.
floor.
That was
So-
the genesis of the restroom.
So it wasn't so the second floor would still be accessible?
Correct.
Okay, so,
Now, if I could interrupt, sorry.
wasn't there something with the elevator
Yeah,
back
part of that
here?
included perhaps using the freight elevator now. Part of that recommendation that was previously given was closing the elevators here to staff and badge access only, and utilizing the freight elevator in the back to access the second floor. So if you wanted to come from the first floor to the second floor, you'd use that back elevator.
So,
And it would be limited to just the first and
and
second
we
floors.
couldn't really do that because there's a huge cost associated with that, as I understood.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
I
my
think it's
understanding as well.
600,000 or some crazy number. So the true security is for 3 and up.
Correct.
Okay, so the inconvenience factor is 1 floor of the elevator.
The inconvenience for the
To the
restroom.
bathroom.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to find the genesis between security and the bathroom. And I had understood it that something was going to be secured above 1. Okay, so then I misunderstood. Okay, so I'm even less in favor of the bathroom down here now.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, well, I mean, just for some purposes, I mean, 325,000, is that what it was? 3 what? 300,000. I mean, I was thinking about our, not to bring up another sore subject, but just the earthquake safety. You know, that's half of the whole fixing the building, right? Wasn't it 700,000? I mean,
2.1.
I mean, there was 2.1, but what I'm saying is that's the grant you were going for, or was that 700,000? Well, anyway, the point is that it's a lot of money. And we have a lot of opportunities to do a lot of things for 2 stalls of a bathroom. And that was just the thing. And if it wasn't providing us more security, because that was my point earlier, is everybody's coming into the second floor already. It's not channeling that energy or that accessibility. So that's why, while I'd like it, I think it would be nice. I don't think it's a must-do. That's just where it is on my priority list.
Yeah, you can tell.
So,
Any other comments?
nice to do,
Go
not
ahead,
need to
Councilwoman
do.
Breckus.
I support doing the bathrooms.
What's that?
I really do. What I kept, the reason I pulled this is because I wanted to know where this was in the overall budget of the room tax. And in my briefing, I didn't have the diagram. I was trying to understand how it would how the first floor would flow. And I think it's important. I think when we have a bunch of people in here and they're watching the items and, it allows them to not be gone that long. I'm also concerned at times like this when someone may want to go up to the second floor and it's kind of isolated up there. You could be up there and there could be someone in there who maybe got forgotten about or, a member of the public, and someone's just up there and that makes other people up there vulnerable. And I also think I like the idea of having the guards who sit down here make people sign in. And I think telling people who wander in, the bathroom's right there. If you're not here for business, the bathrooms are right here. They're public. This is a public building. And I think it is important to have public restrooms in a downtown environment, like in a hotel lobby or wherever. And a lot of times in Reno, you can't find those bathrooms because they're in casinos and you have to wind around. And so I do think that it helps downtown's vibrancy to have public bathrooms where people know they can just walk in, but it would allow the guards then at the second floor to say, the bathroom, can defer a lot of people. I just want to use their bathroom. No, it's right there. And then they can check people and sign them in, and they can identify what floor they want to go to and what business they have at City Hall. I think that's the best with just the $300,000 that we keep going back and forth, whether or not to get the bathrooms. And then one level of the guards are sitting there already doing that job, I think is fine. I know I heard, the 15th floor concern. I think every floor is a concern for our employees to make sure that they have some level of vetting from someone, maybe in their personal lives, or a member of the public too, that has to show an ID to show that they're going up to see whoever. So that's just where I'd like to come from.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese. No? Okay. Explain to me, because it has been a long day. My big beef is you have two entrances here. I feel like you should have one entrance here. I would love to see, someone from staff actually sort of, on an iPad have some way to check in who's here for what items. I've said this for years. Be able to, so then we know who's sitting here so we can get to those items. That's nor here nor there. But having those security guards, is it possible, Alex, and I don't know, but those security guards to actually, when people walk through the door on the day of council, to go through their handbags or their backpacks or things like that. I mean, we are living in such a different time, and honestly, I mean, it can be frightening. I've witnessed it firsthand walking to my car. I mean, we are just so accessible, and it's a different time.
So, for the record, Jason Soto, Reno Police Chief, I didn't know that the city of Reno was open this late.
We're going to be here all night.
Started off with a joke. But I want the council to remember, if you go back as short as 4 years ago, all the progress that you have made in terms of security to this building. We didn't have a police officer in Chambers. We had very little security within City Hall itself. We did not do a complete and thorough walkthrough, so we've made a lot of improvements. Now, if this council decides that you want to see more of them, whether that be through a check-in process or maybe hiring some additional personnel to make it even more scrutinized, we can certainly put something together and give you a cost. Mayor.
I don't think we need more staff for that one. Like, that would just be, because aren't they already sitting there, City Manager Newby? They're already sitting there, that they could come over here with the table. You know how you see at concerts? They're literally a ball game. Yeah, the aces. And then that way they can alert, our officer that sits here and now has a background in government.
It would be... I think that there would be a little bit more cost associated with it to keep it secure the way we. I don't think they're not as busy as we think they are. They do have things that they have to do, and there's other tasks that they're responsible for. If something does come up that they need to handle. But I don't think that cost would be enormous to figure out a way to make that work, especially like on a council day.
That little ounce of prevention. I mean, there are so many times. I mean, honestly, but they're carrying some of that stuff. We all saw that when it came to when we were at the county, and that young man drank what we thought was Roundup, right? He had that on him, and you could see it. Anyway,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I guess it's for the staff. So you handed us the design. Thank you very much. First time seeing it. I have a question. So I was approached by a business owner. They wanted to do this design with the sinks outside the bathroom. And the health department gave them a tremendous amount of pushback. And they've been calling me saying, I finally gave up. They wouldn't let us have the sinks outside the bathroom. And what I was wondering is if you just, in this case, put your sinks inside the bathroom, you could virtually cut the space that this bathroom takes, by a third to almost a half. And that's one of the issues that I have is just its protrusion into the lobby. I didn't get it. And if you just put one sink in each bathroom, have two sinks instead of three, and call it a day. I mean, just simplify. I think it would reduce the cost down to, quite a bit, so.
Carrie Koski, Public Works. The bathrooms have to be ADA accessible.
sure.
So we did look at that. We looked at that option, and it really does not save us that much space. It saves some, but not a tremendous amount.
Have you vetted this design? Because I literally
Yes,
had
we did.
restaurants
We did vet
telling
this.
me they wanted to do this exact plan, and health department said no.
Yes, we did vet this through our building department, and because of the safety issue,
They
they
given an
supported it.
exemption?
They supported this concept, yes. And I believe, well, it's not fact, but I believe that in some of the schools now, they are also using the same concept.
Yeah, the Boys and Girls Club on Bresson does it.
Yeah, these
Biggest season.
bathrooms
I'm totally
are
fine.
designed for unisex bathrooms.
Yeah.
And so that's the principle. Rum Sugar Lime has these
Yes.
bathrooms in them with the,
Exactly, and then I was told by
outside.
another business owner near there that they proposed the exact thing, and they didn't understand why they couldn't do it out of the health department.
Sure.
And I have a constituent who also has that, and we're looking into that building permit right now. But I think that's a separate issue.
Well, it wasn't so separate because right here, this was taking up a lot of space.
Yeah.
And was costing a certain amount of money, and I'm looking for a way to reduce the space and reduce the cost so that we could, in fact, potentially do this without interfering with operations. Because you've made a very narrow passageway between, maybe that was intentional, between the desk and the bathrooms.
Councilwoman Doer, we did evaluate all of the different options, and we found that this particular layout was the most cost efficient
Okay.
for the space that we have. But it's obviously your decision if you want to go forward with this today.
Thank you very much. I like the mayor still would like to explore the wands to wand people. I understand they're about $200 for the metal detector wands. And I'm not sure why our security personnel or your police maybe couldn't do that in some fashion. And let me just say this. The majority of the public that comes and visits City Hall in a density standpoint is on the first and second floors. The security is not being improved on the first and second floors with the addition of these bathrooms. So that's why I'm concerned about how the connection between the bathrooms and security. I will also say this. We just spent 2 hours today, 2.5 hours last council meeting talking about Virginia Street. I've never heard anybody talk about, boy, going up to the second floor sure was inconvenient to go pee. But I did hear from the public about Virginia Street. I'm not inclined to spend this money on this bathroom because of security things. If we were, and I don't understand the connection, how it's room tax for our interior bathroom. Don't need to get into that. I can certainly advocate for the Virginia Street corridor. My suggestion would be give 150 to the Virginia Street project for the finishes and the things they need. Keep the other 150 in the general fund or the room tax. Anyway, I have never heard anybody say going up to the second floor sure is inconvenient.
If I can make one last comment,
Yeah,
then,
go ahead.
based on what this council's brought forward, my recommendation would be if we're going to look at something like checking persons before they come into chambers, my recommendation would be that would go to security personnel. We simply don't have the staffing on the Reno Police Department to do that.
Yeah.
And it would be very,
Which
very
I
costly.
totally agree with you. I don't want our police officers, manning the doorway. They're perfectly fine and competent to do that. They're great.
They do a fantastic job. And then as far as the bathroom, for what the bathroom is concerned, whatever decision it is that you make as a council, we'll make sure that it's safe.
May I ask a question? This idea of hiring ongoing security, is that going to be in lieu then of having a police officer in here during?
No, my thought is that security guard is already here in the building. So why not on council days can he just move over to the front when people are coming in? And at least it's during public comment or some other time, because that seems to be the time when people are a little bit more likely to show up.
That's where I think it might take, maybe just on council days, an additional person down there, one, to answer the questions.
Alex wears a badge. Where are you, Alex?
he got out of here. But one to answer the
Alex looks like a
questions,
mean, lean fighting machine.
and one to check the persons coming into chambers. That would be my recommendation, just based off of what
Madam
you're
Mayor,
bringing forward.
if it's the interest of this body, we can work with building staff to come up with a estimate of how much it would cost. In conjunction with RPD on, we have 2 entrances and how long those individuals should stay here checking people, and then incorporate that into your budgetary process so you can make that decision.
Well, and also on the second floor. I mean, there's a person sitting at a desk on the second floor, and they just say hi. I mean, or they
Hey,
appear
Alex,
to just say hi.
I was saying you wear a badge. Right?
Alex is not going to be wanting people as part of his job.
They'd be scared of you though, right?
And for the record, our security that we have here in the building, they do more than just sit at the desk. I want to make that clear. A lot of times they assist us when we have, or you have an issue here at City Hall that needs to be addressed, or whatever that might be. But I do understand. I understand what you're bringing forward, and I think we can make it happen.
Okay. All right.
So, Madam Mayor, I think the question on that's out there is to go forward with the bathrooms or not, and I think staff would appreciate the direction one way or the other.
Well, can I speak before we get too
Go
far
ahead.
afield? The original nexus, I thought, between safety and the bathrooms was that one option, I think, Madam Mayor, you suggested, is that the bathrooms that were back here would be opened up to the public. And again, I thought the safety concern was that, the staff or a member of the council would be going up to use the restroom, and some general public who had a concern or didn't like the vote you took would follow you into the restroom. That was what I thought was being discussed.
Yeah.
Is that not the nexus that we were talking about?
No.
Okay, so then I don't have anything to add then.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I'm
Councilwoman
prepared to make a
Byrd.
motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, make a motion with some commentary. My motion would be that we not move forward with the restrooms at this time, but that staff explore the possibility of some of these room tax funds going towards the Virginia Street project.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a
Yeah,
second.
I'm not going to support. I'm ready to get bathrooms down here. I have for a long time. And not only that, when RTC is getting 38 cents on every gallon to the tune of $85 million a year for transportation, for us to scrape away the 1% of the room tax, 1/2 of 1% of the room tax that we have so many needs for to put over to that project, I can't
Okay,
get behind.
Thanks so much. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries unless I didn't hear you, Councilman.
4-2.
4-2. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are moving on to item D6. With item D6, I should note, we need to open the redevelopment agency. So, Madam Mayor, if you're all right, I will call roll for
Please
redevelopment at
do.
this time.
Please do.
Breckus?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber absent. Jordan? Reese? Shivi? Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno Redevelopment Agency. And with that, we will be opening items D6. Just for congruency purposes, before the attorneys raise eyebrows, we do not have any general public comment for redevelopment, so I actually would be looking for approval of the redevelopment agency agenda, please.
Move to approve.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, we are opening items D6 and items L5 at this time.
Good evening. Lori Miles, property agent, city manager's office. If you remember back in January, we came forward on a public auction of 265 Keystone, and Mr. Gary Hill Thomas had come forward with interest, and so we're coming back to have him present his plans and interest in the property. And I'll turn it over to him, and if you have any questions, I'll be here.
All right.
So.
Awesome. Come on up. You have waited all day.
Yes.
Oh, what time did you get here?
About 10:30.
He has been here
Yeah.
since 10:30. So that speaks to my request that when people come through the door, I'd like to know what item you're sitting here for.
Yeah, that would
And
be
I really,
awesome.
it's 7 o'clock at night. I really apologize.
No
I
worries.
honestly, I'm a little embarrassed, so I apologize.
It is what it is. It's
And-
okay. I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm all right.
Anyway, but that's why I'd like to see that. So Madam Clerk and I will work on a system. We'll get better. Anyway, go ahead.
Awesome. I was given about, I don't know, give or take 45 days to come back with a plan on 265 Keystone. My construction team and I, contractor, architect, we all kind of walked through it, United Construction, and thought that we could do something with the building. So that was one of the questions. Financial plan, we will be a 501c3 nonprofit, so it will allow us to go out, kind of go after donations from foundations, but I also have a backup plan with Greater Nevada Credit Union for financing. As well as I've been able to kind of reach out in the last 45 days to, former boosters of mine and things of that nature who really want to see the project going. I've reached out to Andy Bass, and we kind of talked about the pickleball issue and just trying to help kind of with that lack of space and accessibility. So that was something that he and I had talked about, and we're very much open to. Yeah, I've had the chance to reach out to the NNSR about partnerships, Washoe County, athletics, the Truckee Meadows pickleball club, CYO basketball, and just a couple of smaller AAUs and things of that nature. So when we originally came, we had an idea of what the need was. As we kind of went out and were able to access it more, we've realized that it was just far bigger than what we even thought. So with that said, we kind of had just a little, I don't know if it'll all fit, but that's the layout my architect and civil engineer put together. And what it shows is basically the front building that still stands there right off of Keystone, and then the ability for us to add 4 basketball courts that could serve as volleyball, pickleball, wrestling, and any other thing we can kind of get creative with. It also allows us to have weight facility and just other amenities, snack bar and things of that nature on that front piece. And then along the back side of it is parking. So this is the layout, if you guys have any questions.
All right, council members, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, we were ready to put this to auction when you came forward, and we gave you 45 days, and I appreciate your interest and all, but I was looking for a little bit more of a kind of a mesh plan, and I thought you already had this organization stood up, but you don't have it stood up yet? You don't have a nonprofit status?
My lawyer is currently putting together all the paperwork, so it will be done. yes.
Okay. I mean, I must have misunderstood. I thought it was something set up. I thought you had active programming.
I do have a nonprofit program that does basketball. We're going to put the facility in its own nonprofit.
Oh, I see.
To separate it away from the kids in the AAU basketball program.
Okay, so you have
yes.
like a club?
Yes.
Yeah, you have a club. Okay. I've got to be, and before, weren't we talking about you were just going to look at part of the property?
Yes.
And now
And that is part of the property.
Okay.
I was also asked with part of the property if there's anything I can do with the remaining piece, in which, yes, we could, but yes, this is the layout that we've had.
Yeah, I get that. The appraisal came in so high on this, and I'll be honest, I think that I appreciate your interest, but I think with the public trust that, you know, is, I feel that it is in our interest to maybe hopefully work with you on some programming options for your club and your nonprofit that you're forming. But I also feel that the revenue that the city could get back from this is something that would be a benefit to us to put into, you know, the parks budget or pay off, you know, some of the debt that we have. So I appreciate the 45 days of effort you put into it, and nothing would prevent you from bidding on it for, you know, the commercial enterprises that you do. And I know you're in the housing business, but that's where I'm at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Reese.
I guess I don't know enough about the history of the parcel, and so is this akin to a hardwood palace type thing in Roseville? I mean, what am I looking at here? Because I can't tell from this picture.
Well, currently, there's a building that sits there that occupies, a couple of people in there who doing the wrong things. So if you could feel free to walk through, you'd probably see all kinds of needles, glass, and everything else. It's been sitting there for a few years now. I'm not sure of how long, but long. This side here is Keystone. In the building, we would essentially kind of rehab and add on to the back of it a metal building that would allow us to basically put in forecourts for it. And like I said, the back portion of it is the parking lot that is required. So,
Well, I guess my point was I am very interested in seeing this community have a sports court facility, meaning like the Hardwood Palace. I mean, I spent 10 years with my children every weekend going to Roseville and spending my time there rather than here, which where I would like to be. So in concept, I very much am excited about the idea here, but like my colleague, I'm concerned that the financial part of it doesn't pencil for the city. So again, I applaud you for the creativity and the idea. I just don't know how to part with a fairly valuable piece of Reno real estate at this point in time, based on what I see on this drawing. So that's my thoughts about it only, and I appreciate your spending some time with us tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Jill Thomas, good to see you again. Good to see you again. So what I have in front of me is a little bit different than what I know what was presented, what we talked about the last time you were here. You're just looking at the front end piece. And this entire parcel changes things a little bit in terms of discussions we've had here at the council with other council members in terms of possibilities or other opportunities, especially related to housing or other pieces. Yeah, all right, so what you presented to us today is this the project that you have in front of on the screen. Is that all or nothing? And the reason I say that is I know we're in the middle of people contacting me, a few different people saying, are you guys going to sell this or not? Because they want to move on doing some housing or other things, right? And I know my sense is the council's not going to be looking forward to kick this anymore down the road for you to come back with other designs or products. And so I asked today, is this what you're looking for in terms of these four courts? And if you can't have them, then it's just not going to work out. Because I don't see it being this large of a parcel from what the conversations we had the last time around.
well, when we broke down the numbers of it, just to put two courts and essentially redo the front building, the cost was just too much.
Yeah.
It just didn't pencil. So, with the need, with the money being spent, with the money being asked of, these community leaders, this penciled out, and so this is kind of where we were with everything.
No, I totally understand. That was one of the conversations I remember everyone having and why it was difficult for the city staff to previously to try and find developers to look at that, and they just couldn't pencil out to work out. So that's what it sounds like it is for you as well. And I know this doesn't necessarily fall under my ward. I know it's Councilwoman Breckus's, but generally I'd like to hear from the other council members because I know there's been other general conversations about the changes that are happening over there. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I apologize. Was this something that was at the last council or the council meeting before that and I was not here? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Because I apologize. I'm getting a little up to speed. Yeah, because I'm like, wait a minute. I don't remember this. I feel like I'm having amnesia today because
think
I'm
you were
like,
on
I
the
don't
phone.
remember this one.
I think you were on the phone.
Okay. I'm a huge fan of sports, and I think we need a lot more, youth sports. And it's one of like the biggest tourism drivers, and I'm a big advocate. You don't own this property, correct?
No, you own it.
We own.
Oh, this one we own.
This is
Yes.
ours.
Yeah.
This is the retrack, right next to the retrack north,
Oh,
Chisholm.
gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry. When I read this, I didn't realize that. Okay, but I guess I don't know enough, but I want you to know that. Oh, okay. Thanks. That I think we want to be really supportive, especially initiatives like this. This is kind of the thing that we're looking for. So I just think at this time, though, that might not be all the way baked. So, okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hill Thomas, thank you for being here. I know you've been a great advocate in this community. Love the Pink Hill Project up by the university. I think it's doing great things. We advocated for the 45 days. I kind of hoped this would be a little more baked too. Have the funding more secure in place, the nonprofit kind of more stood up, and maybe not needing so much of the property because that kind of kills our ability to make some money off the remainder of it. I mean, this kind of negates that ability. What I would like to say is I think there is great value. I, like Councilmember Reese, have spent a lot of time down at the Hardwood Courts in Roseville as well, and I think there's great value in your concept and what you're wanting to do here. You have a proven track record. You got a great following. I want to see it happen. I want to continue to work with you to find a place for it to happen. But I don't think, given where you kind of are with this right now, I think we got to move on the auction and get it out and see what we can get from it. But I do want to continue to work with you because I think there's some other things we might be able to do. So if it doesn't happen today, it's going to happen. I have faith. Just stay in touch and we'll make it happen.
Awesome.
I think it's been said. Oh, you're all good? Okay. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Breckus, because of your work.
I mean, I think it's just no action. I'll editorialize here is we sell this property. We could have put air conditioning in the South Side School, and that's where basketball needs to be played because there's a gym up there, and I would love to see that property inhabited for recreational purposes. I've hoped for that for a long time, but it's going to UNR at this point. Maybe he can talk to them. I don't know. But moving on to L5. Which I guess we open up with D6.
We open D6 and L5 together, so if council is not going to move forward with item D6, then we would move forward with items D7.
D7?
So if you're not going to take action on D6, then D6 becomes...
It's a co-owned property, so you have to have one on RDA and one
Yes, but I thought the one that gets opened is D6. She's saying D7.
We just opened D6. That was D6 and L5 were tandem items.
Okay, so now we're going into
But now you're going to take D7.
D7. Okay,
Because you're
then-
not taking action.
Okay. Can I just move to adopt the resolution?
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Madam Mayor, may we go to items F? I have people in the lobby that have been also waiting all day for these
Yeah.
3 items. Which one? F 1, 2, and 3. Okay. On F2.
Item F1, Madam Mayor, is an ordinance to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
Ordinance adoption, this is ordinance number 6504. This is case number LDC 19-00016, Sierra Manor Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning. A plus or minus 3.9 acre site located on the south side of Holcomb Ranch Lane, plus or minus 645 feet west of South Virginia Street from plus or minus 1.97 acres of large lot residential, 1 acre, and plus or minus 1.93 acres of mixed-use South Virginia Street Transit Corridor to single-family residential, 4,000 square feet, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion
All
to
right.
approve.
Thank you so much. I have a motion to approve. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item F2, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
So ordinance number 6505, case number LDC 18-00078, Northern Nevada Sierra Medical Center, PUD, zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning a plus or minus 22.2 acre site on a site bounded by Longley Lane to the west, Double R Boulevard to the east, and Innovation Drive to the south from industrial commercial, and tentative approval of the associated PUD handbook together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right. May I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I just have a question for Ms. Hanson. I know last time we had a lot of conversation on this topic, and in this reading of the second ordinance, all of that's been incorporated, those new conditions.
Yes, Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager for the record. The wording was added on page 9 regarding the signal light.
Okay.
Was the newer.
All right, thank you.
You're
Well, with that, I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item F3, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
This is ordinance number 6506, case number TXT 19-00001, drive-through facility signs. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.16, signs, Section 18.16.203, exempted on-premises permanent signs, and Chapter 18.24, rules of measurement and definition, Section 18.24.203.4570, sign, in order to identify specific standards and exemptions for drive-through lane signs, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you so very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have none.
Okay.
Motion
thank
to
you.
approve.
I have a motion to approve.
I'll second. I'm just brief question is wondering why the ordinance adoptions in the previous two items are all in bold, and then this one doesn't have any bold print on the agenda.
Just,
No, it's just wondering why.
Yeah. Someone just forgot to hit control. What is it?
I just have one question,
Control
Ms.
B?
Hanson. So if we adopt this, now what does this mean for like the McDonald's? Can they go forward with their sign?
Yeah, they
Like-
have, right now they have like plywood up, I think, so
Right.
they can go forward and put in the electronic.
Okay,
sign.
do they have submitted their paperwork and
Is it
the
not
staff
official
can
now?
process
They would
that?
have to turn in the building permit application because it's got electrical on it as well, so it's
Okay.
not just a face
I
change.
didn't know
like
if
you
it
would
was
see.
sitting up there upstairs or,
They may, I haven't checked since the first reading if they've applied or not yet.
all right,
But they are waiting for this.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. You gave me a motion.
I motion and
And
Second.
Councilman Reese, second? All
no,
those
it
in-
was Breckus.
Oh, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, getting back in order, item D8 was continued to a future meeting. Therefore, we are on item D9, amended and restated bike share franchise agreement. Madam Mayor, I do have public comment on this item.
Great, thank you.
Christina Kleist would like to speak.
Okay, perfect. Just figured this would be longer and it would be shorter and.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Christina Kleist of Hyperion Advisors, and I'm here representing the electric scooter company Bird. I just wanted to highlight the statement of interest that was provided to you yesterday. Bird would like the opportunity to serve the city of Reno with electric scooters and is working with legislators, members in the industry, and stakeholders so that electric scooters can be operated legally in the state of Nevada and in accordance with any local regulations. Bird is excited to bring this technology to Nevada and for an opportunity to provide options for the residents of Reno. Maybe a little premature since the presentation hasn't gone on yet, but if we can be of any help or a resource to you, please don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
I know it.
Madam Mayor, we
sat here
also
all day,
received
too.
online public comment
I
in
think we should
favor.
give prizes out to people that
Say
last
the
so many
longest.
hours. That means staff, you get first.
Madam Mayor, we received online public comment in support of this item from Jesse Jemerson, John McCann, and Molly Livingston.
Okay,
With that, Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment.
okay, thank you. Are you coming up?
If you'd like.
Come on up.
Okay.
Come on up, Lynn Barker.
Sure. I have a few slides if you want to put that up. So,
Yeah.
during the, go to the next slide, please.
Oh, that's me. Okay, during the January 9th City Council, Lynn Barker for the record, Sustainability Manager. On January 9th, the City Council directed staff to amend the bike share franchise agreement to extend the agreement. The amendment really is going to provide us time to make some changes at the state legislature so that we have a definition really for electric scooters within our state regulations, which then will allow us to create an ordinance for the safe operation of scooters. That is in process right now. There is some draft language that is available, and the goal is for us to be able to pilot the dockless electric scooters once all of that is in place. So you do have before you an amended and restated agreement with the changes that we presented in January. There is one exception, which is in January, we were also informed by Lime that they were getting out of the pedal bike business. Most of the bike share companies have taken pedal bikes off of their fleets because they were not profitable. And so that definitely is happening with Lime. They will be keeping some electric bikes. It is, we're unsure at this time whether or not electric bikes will be coming to Reno, but we do know that the staff that we've been working for is working really hard with their leadership to try to see if they can get some electric bikes here. We also, in terms of the amendments, addressed a couple of the concerns that council had in terms of having better communications around implementation or deployment of electric scooters, a plan around that, an expansion plan, and regular updates to council, improved education to the community as a whole around electric scooter safety and laws, and then the fees that are actually being assessed on electric scooter use are much higher than the bikes, and so we should see an increase in our franchise fees. And then we did renegotiate the distribution so that the distribution is reflective of where the electric scooters are being used in terms of the different jurisdictions. And then we have asked Lime to explore the feasibility of allowing our community service providers to create juicing programs to see if we can't direct some of that revenue that will be coming into our community to support homeless services and low-income services. And so that's something that we would have to explore moving in the future. So that's it.
Great. Good job. Okay. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Breckus. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm of two minds. I thought when we were having this conversation back when that maybe the legislation would have taken form by now.
Exactly.
And it hasn't. I understood. I guess I asked Mr. Shaver. He said that bill hasn't even been, that makes me a little uncomfortable because then maybe we have to redo this. But on the other hand, I think you came to terms on a pretty good agreement that I like. But can you confirm for me, they're not, does it mandate them to have bikes out on the road or just electric scooters?
It doesn't mandate that they have to have bicycles on the road.
Okay.
On the road, we still do have some bikes in our local fleet. I don't expect that they'll be here for much longer. To your first point, the draft amendments to the state regulations are available. I think that the industry itself is just making sure that all of the players are in agreement before they release that.
Because Lime did not step up to the table with the bikes, which I think should play a role. I mean, I think that it's just good to have people, the bikes there for people to become bikers. I'm going to have one in my garage. Even if they don't live here, I'm going to have one. So that because I believe it's not advancing multimodalism, and it's a missed opportunity. Second, this other firm is here, and they would like to compete. If we're going to be looking at this new technology, I'm not entirely sure that an exclusive franchise is the way to go. If the law sets, maybe we give each the opportunity of 200 for a period of 6 months and under same terms and see, because sometimes competition in this can, if it's a new business model, new technology. One could be doing things in a way that the other one doesn't, and then the council could say, well, this looks like the better way to go. So I don't know. That's just where I'm at. I'm maybe not ready to move forward with this, particularly if the bike thing is not even going forward.
Well,
But
there are no companies right now that are providing the dockless pedal bikes. So that's something that you're seeing industry-wide that is disappearing because
They can't make money.
They don't make money. I would like to say, it's the decision of this body whether or not you would like to franchise. My opinion is that there just aren't the staffing resources. So this is something that I'm managing along with a very large workload. And managing multiple relationships through a pilot puts, I think, a burden on a very constrained staffing resource. So I would just include that as part of the
yeah, and
discussion.
I appreciate that. I think that's very good verbiage. I think sometimes staff doesn't come up and say, the parameters, but I don't know. I'll wait to hear from my colleague.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I think you might have pressed your button too. I don't think you can see. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we need to clarify for the record, when did we find out that our bike share program through Lime wasn't going to have any more bikes?
Actually, Gabriel had discussed that at the last time that he presented.
No. As I recall, the discussion was that they were moving from the pedal only to electric assist as part
Right.
of the kind of the moving forward.
Right.
Okay,
And-
so now, but it's like none of it.
Okay, so this is my understanding, and we do have somebody from Lime here, Jonathan, who is taking over for Gabriel as his role shifts. So the whole industry is supported by venture capital. And so venture capitalists are basically demanding that the companies start making a profit. So they're taking a look at all the different devices and figuring out what the profit margin is. They have identified that in very large markets, that the electric bikes actually do make a profit. In the smaller markets, not so much because they don't get ridden as much. And so from mid-sized cities like our city, they are pulling the electric bikes, and that's my understanding. Do you want to clarify that at all?
Do you want to come up?
You got to.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm Jonathan Hopkins. I have Gabriel's job for the Northwest U.S. now as Governor Affairs for Lime. With respect to the bike issue, I think Ms. Barker made it really clear about there is the challenge of there's communities where we're paying to, like, they're not profitable. So essentially our part of the partnership is we're paying for the city to have a bike share, and we've been doing that for some number of months. And there's been shortcomings in some of that partnership over the period of time, but we were trying to make sure that we're good partners. But there's some really hard calls that have to be made. They're still being decided about, how much longer can we keep, pedal bikes here?
Right.
Bringing in e-bikes, they might get ridden a little bit more. The data shows they wouldn't be profitable, but there'd be a cost to bringing those here too. And so both would be unprofitable options, not even break-even options, but unprofitable options. And so that's the challenging situation that we're trying to figure out. And certainly, just really quickly, at the beginning of this, the whole concept of piloting this was a way for cities to have bike shares without having to spend millions of dollars. And the opportunity there incentivize this council to be innovative and show leadership in this country for cities of this size to try it out. And one of the risks of that is finding out that, okay, maybe it doesn't work at this scale with this type of device. And it results in sometimes some unfortunate surprises, but it's also helped us discover that people like use scooters a lot more than they use bikes. So these are some of the things that we're wrestling with and trying to be very collaborative with the city on this front, because it's not Lime's bike share. And it's not just Reno's bike share, it's the bike share that we all work on together. And so we're trying to work through those issues and not do the best we can to make sure Reno's not left in a lurch in between.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to close out my comments, I think it's no secret the concerns we've had with Lyme and some of the relationships we had in the past and some of the surprises. I've made it abundantly clear that I've had concerns about that relationship and voted no on the bike share going forward on the franchise because I didn't feel like Lyme had been a good partner. I feel like this is another bomb that has kind of been dropped on us. Too volatile for me, won't be supporting this. And I think, as Councilmember Brecka said, I think the whole clarity through the legislative process isn't even remotely clear at this point. So I won't be supporting moving forward on any of this.
The one thing I do want to say is that I think Councilwoman Breckus is right. Like, at this point, I mean, I think we were kind of waiting on seeing what the legislature was going to do with, some of the requirements and those kinds of things. So that makes it a little difficult too. But, I also want to be supportive of you, Lynn. I think you've done a really good job, and we've done a lot in sustainability. And this is, one of those directions that it's hard because, it is very innovative. And, I want to say thank you to the companies like Lime, and there's other ones out there, but you guys really took a lot of the risk and the money risk in a big way and put it into these cities, because for 4 or 5 years we were trying to get the bike share, and it was millions. They were telling us that the ones with the docking stations were millions.
Millions of dollars.
So, this has kind of been a pilot project for all the people in the space too, and so I get that. But I want to also be supportive of you. I'm a huge fan of Lyme and what you guys do. So, I want to, make sure that we're supporting you in this effort.
Right, thank you. Well, so it has been interesting watching the evolution of what I would consider a very disruptive technology being introduced for micromobility. And I completely understand your concerns. It's been, working very closely with Lyme as a service provider and seeing the changes that that company has undergone just in less than a year in working with us has been pretty incredible. But I think the changes are reflective throughout not only the national industry, but also international industry. Yeah. So it's not, and I'm sure that, the company was very well intended in terms of wanting to be able to provide these solutions, and it just wasn't working out. I do want to say that it has been, in terms of getting the language, the recommended language, the city did not take the leading role in that. We allowed the industry to take the leading role. It has been a little bit slower than I had anticipated, but we do have the draft language. I do have that in hand. So we'll be, as a staff, we'll be reviewing it internally and getting our comments to Dylan to make sure that we get what we want into that language as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's funny because I don't think you guys ever thought that. I think you guys are like a tech startup company. I'm not so sure you guys ever thought you would also be partners with cities in this capacity, which was the government side of things. And it's funny to watch a lot of these tech startups that don't realize it's Uber. For one, I mean, look at what we went through with Uber and trying to get that whole, situation going. I don't think they ever saw that coming working with cities. And so it's really interesting to see this entrepreneurial movement blend with government, because I think I love the innovation. And then unfortunately, you guys are, disruptors. And then when you get to the government side, it's like, and so we want to help you because I think cities want to be innovative.
Can I speak to that?
Go ahead.
And so this is a really important part that I think whichever company is doing this, that the whole council could be behind, is the promise of this is actually a really good partnership. So this, I'm gonna get briefly personal for a second. I came to this role from a nonprofit that worked on behalf of the transportation and transit agencies in Seattle with businesses and the government. And our whole job was to work together to get people out of their cars.
Yeah.
And there's the same promise with this private sector tool. So while we've had a couple hiccups here in Reno, the type of partnership that we're having in other cities like Salt Lake City or Boise or Tacoma or Seattle is working with transit agencies, seeing how can we work with the transit agency to increase ridership by shrinking that first and last mile so it's just a few minutes for somebody.
Yeah.
And that has worked a lot better because some people will ride these scooters 3 or 4 times for every one time they'll ride an e-bike. And so can we do this sort of thing in partnership with cities at generally no cost to cities and in partnership with transit agencies to lower carbon emissions, to lower VMT? In Portland, we removed 86 tons of CO2 from the air just in a 4-month pilot.
That's a big deal.
And so that's the sort of thing, like we talked earlier in different topics, maybe with RTC, about the reset on certain issues. This is an opportunity for us to try really hard to reset that relationship and do it right. And so there's certainly some trust to be built, but the opportunity is huge. There's a bunch of different models to go to this, whether it's an open market or an RFP franchise agreement, but that partnership opportunity is a big deal, and that's why I'm here.
And you guys, I mean, I don't think, that was your intention, how, things kind of ended up. But you also, Gabriel, in the beginning, he kind of took a chance on us because we kind of didn't qualify the size of our city and all of that. So, there was that rocky road. But again, I think, let's try to get back, on the road, no pun intended. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say has probably mostly been said. I have been a big supporter of the program, and I'd be extremely disappointed if it went away. A lot of people can get their own bikes at their own house and ride them to and fro, but I think the beauty of it was, they can get their own cars and ride them to and fro. That's where Uber and Lyft and even taxis come in, is that, it gives you lots of mobile options. So I would be very disappointed. I'd almost want them to do it as a lost leader if we give you the opportunity to do scooters. Seems to be that, you might have to do something that isn't as profitable, like I said, lost leader to support the smaller demand. I was of the same mind that I was waiting for the legislature. I thought they were going to get their thing done. I feel like this is premature. So that's just where I'm at. So I want you to understand where I'm coming from. It's not against this. And the biggest concern I have is I keep getting emails and texts about people saying, I got a scooter somewhere else and I got an accident, and I heard so-and-so got in another accident. And I don't think that issue of the accident and the training, the helmets and the safety has really been all worked through. So those are some of my concerns. And I think this here today is a little premature for me, but.
So I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
And I'll be fairly quick.
right
I think
ahead.
go along with a lot of my colleagues here in terms of the prematurity of waiting for the ledge to issue what they're going to issue for us to go through. But to Councilwoman Brex's point too, I'm of a little bit of two minds too, and to what Councilwoman John alluded to is I get in terms of you guys got to make a buck, right, for it to pencil out. I totally get it, but I also know that it kind of goes against us as trying to also promote a healthy city where we want people to walk and ride and other things, right? And so now we're saying it's good you're out and about, and but that changes also just that kind of idea that we're one of the cities with the highest obesity rates and diabetes issues and everything else. And I get it's like, well, we can't force people to ride bikes, but in the way I saw kids in my neighborhoods and my zip codes riding the bikes. But now we're going to have them jump on e-scooters, and what does that change it look like and what's different, right? But we often talk about access to healthy foods, and then we have no grocery stores, right? But how do we play that into who we are as a city, identify, how do we push to make sure that there is all opportunity for them and the diversification of modal transport for some? And I guess, and I get it, you guys market, it doesn't pencil out, but also something that I was excited about that I could speak to of saying, look, people that usually weren't riding bikes are now riding bikes, but now they're going to jump on scooters, and is that really making a difference in terms of what I want to see in my communities? And I don't know, but again, to what Councilwoman Brackus has stated also, this is a new product, a new pilot. And maybe that's an opportunity to put it out there to an RFP to see what are some other ideas or who are some other players. I think we had the experience with Lime Bike, and that was with the bikes. This is totally different. We have an idea what it might look like in the rollout, and after the ledge comes back to us with some language, then we can kind of go back out to the general community. But thank you, Ms. Lynn, for everything that you've done. I know it's been a lot of work. But thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Just briefly, I wanted to thank all the work that went into the franchise agreement itself because it is complicated. I assume it took many hours of time and planning, and so I thank staff for that. I am in favor of the staff's recommendations in this regard because I do think it is something we ought to be supporting, and so I'm happy to see the effort that's gone into it, so I thank you for that.
Okay, is that a motion? You're the councilman at large and everyone's spoken.
Yes, so I would move to approve the staff recommendation.
Well, that's to go into the, I'm not supportive of the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion, and I'll second that. So all those, or let's go, if you want to have discussion, or we can move on.
Well, I'm happy to
Madam
let
Mayor?
this motion go, and I have one.
I'm gonna, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna have our city manager, Sabra Newby, wanted to chime in.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, I wanted Lynn or Ms. Barker to let us know. So today we have the extension of the franchise agreement before us. Should the council desire not to go forward with an extension of the franchise, that means that we have no franchise, correct? And if we have no franchise, then what happens?
Well, I think that the franchise provides a level, in my opinion, it provides a level of protection from having a lot of companies coming in and dropping their electric scooters. I've received a lot of calls from companies wanting to bring their electric scooters in, and have been able to just point to the franchise as a way for us to control the pilot and control the deployment of electric scooters and testing it in our community. Knowing that a lot of people will love it and some people will not like it at all.
So in the absence of a franchise, then these other companies could come and deploy their product within the city. Is that my understanding from legal?
Probably.
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman. So at this point, if a company were to come in, they'd have to file for a business license. They would have to, in the business license, say that we're going to do this.
I will tell you, other cities, a lot of mayors have brought this up, that they will just drop. You have to be very careful of that, is these companies will just drop in the city. And then it's really hard to take it out, by the way, because citizens get used to it, and then, it becomes an issue.
So you could set up a business without going to the city and getting a license?
So that would be the potential, and they would try to do that, and they would deploy the bikes, and then they would receive probably a cease and desist letter from the city saying it's time to remove
Bad
the bikes.
PR.
That's not bad that's bad partnership.
Yeah, and I'd be fully
there, done that.
intending to have the RFP, if we ever do one again, which we probably will once the law's done, is exclude anyone from applying for the RFP, disqualifying factor, if you've gotten a cease and desist for wrongful business practices in this arena in the last 2 years from the city of Reno.
Thanks, Ms. Barker. I just wanted to provide that information to the council so they understand the pros and cons of both sides and the absence or the conditions that may occur in the absence of a franchise agreement.
Right, and the original franchise agreement actually did allow them to deploy electric scooters, but we had asked them to wait until we had a better both state level as well as local regulatory environment. And so they have held off and worked with us to try to get those in place since last fall. So, and the original franchise agreement allowed us to extend the franchise for an additional year, and so that was the direction that this body gave on January 9th, was to go ahead and amend and extend the franchise.
And then if we don't, then it doesn't continue to do that. It just.
I've got to ask a question.
Go ahead.
I'm just really confused. So if we don't approve I thought we did approve the extension of the franchise under the terms.
That's this. This
That's what this
amendment
is.
is the extension of the franchise.
Yeah.
We said go forward.
Yeah, but we didn't say deploy scooters right now.
Well, we're not deploying scooters right now.
Well-
What we're doing is we're working through the legislature to get state regulations in place, and then we'll work to create a local ordinance. And then while we're doing that, as we advance, Lime is going to provide us with a deployment implementation plan and a communications strategy for reaching the general public.
But here's I've been supportive of that. I made that motion to do this, but yet I was about to vote against this because I'm confused. They just said I thought you just said they're taking away the bikes. Something we just.
Well, they are, yes. So, yeah, so they are. So the original franchise allowed them to deploy bicycles, electric bikes, and electric scooters.
Yeah.
And what they found in our market was with the bicycles, I think when they first launched, the ridership was fairly high. As ridership dropped off, they literally were losing over $10,000 a month in our market. So I don't know that we could ask companies to provide a service where they're losing that level of.
Well, I'm going to remind you of something. I mean, winter came.
Right.
And it snowed a whole bunch this winter. It was pretty darn cold. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Eddy conversation where their model is that they're open in the 6 months where the weather's nice. And then they're saying it's not working so much, they want to extend their hours because they're not making enough money, I guess, to operate when the weather's nice, which you are very weather dependent as well. And so I'm confused. What are you asking us to do, Lynn? You're saying approve the franchise, but if we do, but they don't bring any bikes, but then this other group can't bring bikes either.
Well, they don't have bikes. Nobody's providing dock-free bikes. I mean, dockless bikes anymore in any markets.
I heard all that, but I just want to make sure I understand what we're agreeing to. That's all.
Yeah, go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think this conversation was as kind of fast-moving as some of the issues happening with Lyme. I will say this, I had my concerns about Lyme before, been very vocal, don't need to be a dead horse. I think you gave me some hope on the go forward with the fact that you could have been dropping in some scooters, but we put the brakes on that, said be better partners. But there's just too many hanging chads here today. I mean, we've got too many things that, whether it's other providers, the impacts, the legislature. I think this council was very progressive and said, come on in, we want to try it out. I think it's kind of like, it's a little nervous now, particularly when we're moving into the scooter world, that we haven't got some clarification that we and our legal have said we need. Everybody has said we need. There was a cease and desist. We pulled them off the street. Thank you, Madam Manager, for the clarification. I, like Councilwoman Breckus, think that anybody that just thought they'd come in and drop a scooter on our street and then think we're going to ink some franchise on the go forward, I agree with Councilwoman Breckus. You immediately get excluded if you try to do that. So this is all just a little, too many moving things to be comfortable.
And if I could, I know we're in discussion and I'm standing, I'm trying to move my legs, is the Lyme representative talked about partnerships with transit agencies, and that might be the natural progression. It might be, particularly this community's, the EPA saying, guess what? You're non-attainment.
Yeah.
And the transit agency figures out, well, we better load some CBAC money into bike shares.
Yeah.
And so there could be a whole new future out there.
Yeah, I
and
agree with that.
that's why I'm willing to let this thing go. And frankly, the Lime bikes that I've seen, I saw one just the other day, are they're kind of becoming litter this winter as the winter goes on, I've noticed.
So you let it go, meaning what?
Let it expire.
Councilwoman Jordan also suggested that they need to go before RTC, and I think that's really smart. So, Lynn, I would put them in touch, and then
you mean in terms of RTC managing micromobility? Okay, well, I've had numerous discussions with RTC wanting them to manage this micromobility solution because they do have the transportation planners, and because of the way that they're regulated, they actually, I've been told by Lee and Rebecca that they cannot, because it's not about infrastructure. It's a different solution.
Well, they're a broken system in need of reform. I listened to a half-hour podcast about a Southern Nevada MPO that got reformed top to bottom last year, and so their time will come, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Well, I'm comfortable with it. So do you?
Well, I
Councilman
just
Reese?
wanted to add, Madam Mayor, that Again, this is sort of in response to something that Councilwoman Jordan said, which is we took a risk. We were being progressive. I think we need to continue to press that progressive nature. I mean, whenever I go to other communities, I'm looking at things that I want to see here, the good parts, right? I don't go to bring back the problems, but the good parts. And something that I have enjoyed in a number of cities are the scooters. I've enjoyed the bikes when they were available. We've done all of those things. I just think it's something that younger, another generation of people are very interested in. I'd like to see us encourage that growth.
But we're not going to deploy the scooters till you give them the go-ahead.
It'll be, no.
Okay,
No.
good.
We're looking
Okay.
at probably at least 4
Councilman
months.
Delgado.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, in response to Councilman Reese here, I don't think we're trying to not be progressive. I think we want to make sure we have the proper language. And then since this is a new pilot project in many different ways as well, that we give the opportunity now to some other people to put in an RFP. I think we worked with Lime. They've done the bike piece. We understand what that looks like in terms of them dropping bikes in and how that all fluctuates and works. That was an experience for us. That was very progressive, I think, moving into an opportunity with a whole new type of infrastructure. We kind of more or less know what that's going to look like, and let's allow some other people to have that opportunity. But I don't think that should ever be taken as us not being progressive or pushing it. I think we are just waiting on the sidelines until we get the proper language.
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much. Okay, so I have a motion and a second on the floor to support Lynn Barker. I was going to say Councilwoman Barker. That's right. You're one of us. You stayed up there too long. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, I think 3-3. So fails. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, we will move to item D10, Poet Laureate for the 1920 year.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a recommendation. Motion on this.
Okay, please do.
Okay, I figured you would want me to. The Arts and Culture Commission met and evaluated the 2 candidates who applied to be our Poet Laureate. And I'm very appreciative of the time they put in, the interviews and all of that. What I would like to suggest, though, is we've had a day of splitting the baby. So what I would like to suggest is that we follow the Art and Culture Commission recommendation to appoint Pan Pantoja. But I would also like to recommend that we only do it for 1 year, 2019, in the amount of $1,000, and that we direct staff to look at working with the Nevada Humanities Commission and reformulate this Poet Laureate a bit. And I would like, Alexis, would you like to comment a little bit?
Thank you for that. Alexis Hill for the record. I think the idea of working with Nevada Humanities, although I have not vetted this with them yet, would be if council thought that this was a good plan. They could help bring candidates. They are very literary focused. That's one of their major missions. They do the literary crawl. They do readings throughout the city. And the Arts and Culture Commission is very focused on art. And Pam Pantoja also happens to be a visual artist, which is, I think, one of the appeals that they had to Pam Pantoja. So I see that working with Nevada Humanities and reformatting the Poet Laureate so it can come back in a new form could be a great option.
So that's my motion. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. I mean, we pioneered the whole poet concept, and then Clark County, got on board afterward. There's a lot of interest to see this governor stand up a Poet Laureate program, and it should be the activity of the Humanities Division. It's unfortunate that the Arts Commission, is tilted one way, as you both just mentioned. But I don't think we should be giving up our ability to, this nice little effort that we have. And it was an initiative of mine, and I hope it will continue. I don't think we have a lot of poets out there, and I don't think, people are knocking at the doors, and I don't think it's rocket science either. So
I'm not saying give this program up to the Humanities Commission. What I'm saying is to consult with them and see if we can add some more rigor and get expanded interest. That's all I'm suggesting.
Yeah, I just think, the Arts Commission should be able to handle it, in my mind.
And that may be the end result.
Yeah,
But
I don't
anyway.
know. Do they have a strategic plan?
They do. They've
Yeah.
spent a lot of time doing a lot of strategic planning.
Yeah. And they have $200,000 to give out, so.
Yeah. Okay, so we've made a motion, but it's for 1 year, Madam Mayor. 1 year and $1,000 to just give an opportunity to reevaluate the program.
And I'll speak against the 1 year also. I really did like the 2 year. I've met with each poet when they've started their tenure and when they've ended, and it really does seem like it takes 2 years to get them up and going and get a body of work done. So.
Okay. And they may suggest an additional year for Mr. Pantoja.
All right, so you gave me a motion.
I did.
I'm going to second
And,
that.
well, I think Mr. Reese did already. Oh, Mr. Delgado
You
did.
give it to Mr. Reese.
I couldn't tell which one of you.
I have noted for the record it was Councilman Delgado.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, looking out for him.
It's writing down
Thank
what I
you.
hear.
Yep.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are on item D12, an update and presentation from Flirty on the FAA Integration Pilot Program.
Awesome. I'm sorry it's so late, and you've been here all day too. Right? You've been here all day?
Not all day. We gave them a little bit of heads up. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Rebecca Venus for the record. In early 2018, the city of Reno was identified by the Department of Transportation to be one of 10 locations to participate in the UAS Integration Pilot Program. This program partners the FAA with local government entities, private partners, and private operators in the FAA, apologies for that, to test safe integration of drones into the national airspace. Flirty was selected as the lead team member in that partnership with the city of Reno. And so this evening, Jason Ryder is going to give us a really quick update on where we are with the program.
Perfect. Since it's late, I'll try to speak fast. Okay. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, or good afternoon. We'll change all the notes now. Good evening, Mayor Sheevy, City Council members, and Manager Newby. My name is Jason Reeder, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at Flirty, a drone delivery company headquartered right here in Reno. And most of you are very aware of us, and so I'm going to probably give you a little bit of an overview of Flirty just for the folks that may be watching on TV that aren't as familiar. But as Rebecca mentioned, today I'm going to be providing you an update on the FAA's Unmanned Aircraft Systems Integration Pilot Program that Flirty is partnering with the City of Reno in. So here we go. It's my first time here, so there we are. All right, so Flirty is a drone delivery service. Flirty's mission is to save lives and improve lifestyles, but making delivery instant for everyone. As I mentioned, we are headquartered in Reno, and we have built safe drone technology and logistics technology by hiring engineers out of industry-leading aerospace institutions and companies, including NASA, SpaceX, and many others, also including graduates from the University of Nevada, Reno. Some of the quick pioneering achievements of Flirty. Let's see, there we go. Include many firsts, including the first ever FAA-approved drone delivery in the United States. That aircraft is now in Washington, D.C. It was accepted in the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. We also conducted the first ship-to-shore drone delivery in 2016. We were partnered with Johns Hopkins University. The drone delivery took place in New Jersey. We did the first FAA-approved drone delivery to homes right here in Reno. You guys may remember some of those, including the 7-Eleven deliveries in 2016. In 2017, we raised investment from leading investors in Silicon Valley to commercialize this technology. So a little bit of background real quick on the IPP's history. In 2017, the President directed the U.S. Department of Transportation to establish the Integration Pilot Program to accelerate safe integration of UAS into the national airspace. The IPP partners the FAA with state and local and tribal governments, as well as the private sector, to safely explore further integration of drones. And the City of Reno, City Council actually passed a resolution in November 2017, unanimously supporting being involved in this program. So of 2,800 applicants. There was 149 competitive entities involved, and from that, the FAA chose 10 awardees. So it was a incredibly competitive program that Reno was able to win. So the City of Reno and Fleury were one of the 10 awardees selected, and our focus here in the IPP is on life-saving medical defibrillators and commercial package delivery. We chose AED delivery because cardiac arrest is the leading cause of natural death in America. And when a cardiac arrest patient wants to receive defibrillation, or when a patient waits to receive defibrillation, the odds of survival drastically drops every minute that they don't receive it. So deploying AEDs via drones has the potential to increase cardiac arrest survival rate potentially from 10% to 47%. And REMSA is a partner in the program. They do a fantastic job, but because our drones don't need to adhere to traffic laws like they do, or traffic obstacles rather, we're able to get there faster.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. We need to stop. Council's lost quorum.
No, rookie move, Reese.
I wasn't talking fast enough.
As we've said before, when you gotta go, you gotta go today.
Okay, resuming your meeting.
Perfect. Okay, so up on the board are our participants in this program. We have a lot of local government entities, first responders, education institutions, medical centers, Red Cross, and technology companies as well. So it's a great partnership between the public and private sector, and we are moving ahead very effectively. Let's see. So real quick, so the IPP key facts. Flirty's philosophy is to roll out drone delivery in a crawl, walk, run, fly, soar, milestone-based approach. This is very similar to what the FAA uses. Safety is the key in this technology. So we're conducting our testing currently in a safe rural environment in northern Nevada. And through the IPP, we've been able to get fast-track regulatory approvals, including night flights, flying multiple drones per Flirty operator, flights beyond visual line of sight. Mayor, thank you for coming out for that announcement last Friday. We appreciate that. Very few companies in the nation actually have that, so it's a very big deal and helps the city of Reno lead in the drone delivery industry. So Flirty, we anticipate continued fast-track approvals throughout the rest of the program, which expires on October 2020 unless extended. So we're anticipating being able to carry out the mission of our AED delivery and commercial package delivery by then. And so, as such, Flirty, in collaboration with the City of Reno, is working to educate the public about the program, about the benefits of the program, the life-saving nature of it, also the commercial delivery aspect to folks who may have mobility challenges as well. And so part of that outreach has included a program website that I'll show the link at the end. Includes resources about the IPP, videos, news releases. Sign up for regular updates. We post all of our news releases there. You can reach out and ask questions, as well as contact us on social media channels if you have any questions. So the City of Reno and Flirty are also going to conduct meetings with the public, local stakeholder groups. We're doing elected official updates right now during this month, but these are going to probably continue or on an in-person basis if you like to meet whenever it's convenient for you. We're happy to do that. In addition to neighborhood advisory meetings and board meetings and plenty of other groups as well. So here we go. Again, we're just very appreciative of the Reno City Council for supporting this program, the City of Reno for leading this program and being in support of innovative technologies like this. And we want you to know, because of this IPP, this region is paving the way for drone delivery of life-saving emergency medical equipment and commercial package delivery. Flirty, thanks you again for supporting the IPP, and we look forward to providing you with many more updates on our progress as we continue to move forward. Happy to answer any questions. Tried to skip over a little bit to save time.
Okay, good job. I think you did an excellent job. It's really exciting to see, this, I guess, smaller company compared to other drone companies, right? There's some
Absolutely.
pretty big ones out there, and our very own Flirty is continuing to make us incredibly proud in the community, and it will save lives. And I'm super excited to see what their next vision is going to be. And so thank you. Let them know, thank you. And thank you, Rebecca, for, you're putting this all together. She just makes us all look good. So just so you know. So we need to thank her. But yeah, good job. And that was, I had a lot of people ask me about that press conference. There was a lot of people that saw it, and it just made me very proud as a city. So
Yeah, I just want to say, thank you to Mike
and
Kazmierski.
you're really representing. You got the.
I'm
want
trying.
one. I
I'm
want
trying to do my
one.
best. I've got the tie
Where's
color. I've got it all. Yeah.
We all want little lapel pins.
Yeah. We're whoever wants one, we're happy to give them out. But yeah, it's because of large part thanks to Edon. They brought the company here, and we like to be a success story for the region. And thank you again for your support.
Any questions from council members? All right. Seeing that there are none, just accept the report, I guess.
You don't have to take action on this, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Well, we'll make you feel better, and we'll just do it anyway.
Okay.
Can I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, congratulations. I felt like you at least needed that because you sat here all day.
I appreciate it.
You needed some action. To take home. To take home, right.
Madam Mayor, I would like to go back to item C13 as was pulled from the consent agenda earlier. Council had an attorney-client briefing and requested to come back to this later. This was pulled by Councilmember Breckus at the time.
Oh, yeah. Where are we going?
Move to approve.
All right, so I've got a motion on item C13. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on item C13? Seeing none? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're on item G11. This is appointment of council members to various boards.
Because Councilwoman Weber is not with us, I would like to, can we put this on the next agenda, Madam Clerk?
We can move this to the next agenda, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, with that, we're on item G21, appointment to the Historical Resources Commission. This is Councilmember Breckus's.
Yeah, I'd like to move to reappoint Zoanne Campagna and Melinda Guston.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, with that, we're on item H1, updates from council on boards and commissions.
And there are none.
Okay, with that, we have no general public comment for the council meeting, so I would be looking for an adjournment of Reno City Council. We do have an item on the redevelopment, so
Move to
please do
adjourn.
not leave.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
With that, Madam Mayor, just for clarification on the record earlier, when we did accept item D7, that was also in conjunction with item L41 for 265 Keystone. With that, we are on item L6, Reno Orthopedic Clinic Expansion Infrastructure Discussion.
All right. Come on up, Eric. Thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Manager Newby, we have had very patiently waiting here representatives from the Reno Orthopedic Clinic. We're very grateful for their reinvestment in the downtown area. They had options to reinvest in other parts of the community in the south, but they chose to do an addition to their structure in downtown Reno, which we are very supportive of. Tonight before you, you have a request for $46,000 from the RDA number 2 operating fund budget to assist with the extension of utilities or the relocation of utilities. And staff recommends approval, as this is a very, very, very small amount in comparison to the investment that they are making in our community. In particular, almost $1 million of easement or utility relocations. That's it. And with that, if you have any questions, I can turn it over to the representative.
Okay.
Trudy from the Rock.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And trust me, I think this expansion will pay off in spades for them and downtown and everyone
Absolutely.
involved. So thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan. It's your ward.
Move to approve.
I've got a motion and a second.
Discussion. I'm not going to support this. First of all, we have an expired redevelopment plan, and I've said that we need to update the redevelopment plan before we expend redevelopment money. Secondly, when the Plum Lane subsidy deal went for sewer relocation, there was a lot of blowback, and I took some of that to heart. And we needed economic development policy to establish when we're going to use our funds to subsidize the infrastructure of local businesses. And I haven't seen that economic development plan. I've been asking that for months, and I've also been asking for an update, an analysis of the cash flow of the redevelopment agency. And we're coming mid-year, mid-budget on some operating funds out of the redevelopment agency 2 budget. And I'm not entirely sure that the redevelopment agency budget 2 doesn't owe the city general fund money, which that could be money that we could use broadly for any other uses. So, and thirdly, is prior to Ms. Manager getting here, I understand that another hospital asked for some financial subsidy assistance in financing, and we rebuffed them. And I just want to make sure that as we go forward to subsidizing one sector, different competitors in this sector, that we're on a policy basis, and I don't see any sort of policy basis that's been delivered here, despite the economic development plan being on our agenda for deliverance to us for about 3 or 4 months. So I'm disappointed that we have the time to focus on bringing subsidies to private businesses, but not the time to either show council how the redevelopment budget's doing, to update that plan, or to do an overall economic development strategy, which we said we were going to do when we adopted our master plan. So I will not be in support, but I am thankful for the reinvestment of the company in this location. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I think maybe we can have, and I know it's late, but I think it's important because there's some assertions about subsidy and we talk about revitalization of downtown, which not only includes housing and redevelopment, but it includes retaining and expanding the committed businesses to our core as well. And to me, that is absolutely 100% what this is. So maybe do you have your PowerPoint that you would like to?
I know it's late. If you still want to see it, I'd be happy to do it. Sure.
Yeah, if you want to just come up. I think it's important, and maybe some aren't fully aware of your impacts that you've had and your many employees have had on our downtown.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for having me. My name's Reno. I'm one of the 26 physicians at the Reno Orthopedic Clinic, and I'm the president of the clinic right now. So I will be brief. So just so you know, some of you probably know us, we've been here for 60 years, 45 years in downtown, and I think the other 15 years we're on Marsh Street in a little house, so in the downtown corridor the whole time. Almost 205,000 patient visits last year. We do 85% of the region's orthopedic care, and when we say the region, we're talking Alturas, Elko. I mean, it's a big region. And our economic impact to the community is $71 million a year. We currently have 350 employees. The average wage is about $26 an hour, and they're 75% female with 23% minority. We do a lot more than orthopedic care. Everyone just thinks, hey, we're orthopedic surgeons, but we actually do a lot. We do education, we do research, and we do community outreach. Education, we have partnerships with the local nonprofits, high schools, college, the University of Nevada. We provide educational clinics, labs, clinical rotations, not to bore you, but over 4,000 education hours a year. In regards to research, we have 12 research trials going on. We are improving orthopedic implants. We're doing a few different research studies on platelet bolus prior to surgery and some osteoarthritic drugs. And then the community outreach is probably one of the things we're the most proud of. We do the Operation Walk, Stand Tall. We currently have set up our first Hopes Clinic. So as you probably know, there's a huge underserved population in Reno. They have no social services. They have no transportation. Even if you want to take care of them, you can't. I mean, you just literally logistically can't. They have no homes. So we actually started up our first orthopedic clinic at Hope's in February.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do Rock Cares grants, not up here, as we have, we did a big thing with the Discovery Museum, with the Girl Scouts. Anyways, I think it's kind of important to know. Our new project, let's see, did I skip? Okay, new project. So it's a $54 million project that will double our space. We currently have about 70,000 square feet. We're going to go up to almost 140,000 square feet. We've just outgrown our space. There'll be a bioskills lab, which will provide education to students, both at UNR, TMCC, and the nursing school. We're going to relocate and expand our surgery center. The clinical space will almost double. There'll be a new imaging center, and we'll plan to hire 10 new physicians, which is almost 100 new employees. It's almost about 10 employees per physician. The construction will have a $75 million economic impact on the region. This is the current building. You guys have probably seen it near St. Mary's on 5th and Arlington, 45 years old. This will be the new facility. On the bottom right is still the 1-story, which will be the new surgery center. The back right corner is the 4-story, and then the new structure that will connect is a new 4-story, which will involve quite a few different things. We've been looking at this for a long time. The easy decision would have been to go down south, buy 7 acres of land. You don't have to worry about parking. You don't have to worry about utility relocation. But the group really stayed strong and wanted to stay downtown. They felt we've always been downtown. We wanted to stay downtown. We'd be part of the revitalization, even though it was going to cost probably $8 to $10 million more dollars and a lot of headaches, because to try to keep the business open and remodel downtown is almost impossible. We might have 1,000 people a day come through the office. Parking's a huge issue. St. Mary's has been amazing trying to help us with that. So anyways, yeah, I think I went through all that. The operational costs are much higher, required to parking leases, valet services, and our patients aren't mobile. So it's a huge problem without parking. We'd love to have built a parking garage. It's another $6 or $7 million. You guys, I heard you guys earlier today, Midtown. I mean, no one said, hey, let's just build a bunch of parking garages, right? There's a reason. We know the same reason. We would love to do it. That's not in the budget right now.
Yeah.
So the other issue is just financing. I'm kind of the one that does a lot of the financing. Even if you want to build it, you may not be able to get a bank to do it because a building will not appraise. There's not a lot of comps downtown that are just going to appraise for tons of money, and the banks are happy to give it to you. And rents downtown are tough to convince an appraiser that they're appropriate. So why stay downtown? The proximity to the university, the proximity to Hope's, and really it's patient access. So to be regionally centralized and public transportation, there's a lot of our patients. We have some temporary clinics right now just for space issues in the south. The patients can't get there that require the bus or other different transportation methods. We're the only group that accepts Medicaid. We do over $1 million a year in kind of pro bono work to uninsured or underinsured. We take call. We don't really turn anyone away.
Yeah.
We believe in being part of the solution and trying to revitalize downtown. And again, it's been our home for 45 years. So this is just downtown Reno. You can see it's a, I don't know if it's kind of a cliche, but it's a medical desert. There's only 6% of physicians are still downtown. We're the only urgent care downtown, the only ortho clinic downtown, and the only physical therapy downtown. So we're not trying to just run away. We're trying to stay down there, but it is expensive. So we're hoping for some help bridging the gap. We have tried a lot of different things to help the gap. We're still working on new market tax credits. I don't know what's going to happen with this opportunity zones. We qualify for everything in the zone we're in, but they're not easy processes to go through, or just kind of listen to you guys with the Midtown. I mean, you get federal funding, it's a whole other set of problems.
Yeah.
So anyways, the sewer connection, to move the utilities is $1 million. The sewer connection fee is $46,000. Our sewer is apparently Clay 107 years old. As we've moved them, it helps up and downstream, so we're hoping that there's some support that you can do to this project.
Are you all looking at our tax exempt bond financing like we did for Renown? Have you?
So we did go down, the bond. We looked into it. It seems very difficult and challenging, kind of like these other avenues of
That's why a lot of people don't do it.
We thought about it. Oh my gosh. I mean, I heard it and I was like, oh yeah, this was great. Let's do it. This is awesome. And then we heard about it. Same thing with new market tax credits and other things. We've tried everything. I assure you. The bonds, when we looked at some of the things, and then you get a bank, they don't want any part of it. That was when we let go.
There's going to be an opportunity zone town hall. I don't know if you know that.
I don't know that.
Okay, when is it?
Said 19th.
Yeah.
19th?
Yeah.
So anyone that's in those zones, they will be there. It's the 19th. Where's it at?
Lannis or Pepper or something. We got flyers. I think they're all over our elevators.
Okay, 19th
Okay.
of March?
Look in our elevator.
Eric,
You
Mr.
really
Jensen
need-
can get you that
You
information.
need to go. It's,
Okay,
it's
okay.
really, and all the developers that are in those, opportunity zones, I think that would be really helpful. And that was one thing that I had brought up to Councilwoman Jordan, because I know it's in her ward, and I sat in on a phone call a very long time ago, but listening to the problems that with the sewer and how old it is,
Yes.
I absolutely, think that this is the right thing to do. And not only that, if we invested in more companies like this, we would probably be able to, attract and retain more medical professionals here. Because we're always hearing, that they're hard to attract, right?
No, it's true. I mean, if you want to get a rheumatology appointment, it's 6 to 12 months.
No, it really
And that's with me
is.
calling you and begging, please get this patient in.
Yeah,
6
or
to
the
12 months.
the dermatologist.
No,
or,
you can get into CV, you just gotta call.
Yeah.
We're pretty available.
But that's right, and people
Not
want to
6
live
months.
in communities with great medical care, So
Yeah.
I honestly think it's super wise to say downtown, because you are, a staple down there.
Yeah.
And, I mean, downtown is only going to get better and better. It's going to be
Right, and
tremendous.
if all goes well, I mean, we will literally have shovels in the ground April 8th.
Okay, great.
So, I mean,
Anyway,
this isn't
I'm
like-
happy to
Anyways.
support it. So did you make a motion? I can't remember. We've
I
been here
did,
so
and,
long.
and again, thank you for all of your contributions to the downtown core. I mean, we work really hard to attract people and businesses to downtown. I think we should work equally hard to retain those that have been professionals and contributed so much for so long. So thank you to all of you, and I know you've worked really hard on this. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, with that, we would, there's no update from council on boards and commissions. Therefore, general public comment, of which I have none registered, we'd be looking for a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to ask for another item so that we can just
Go right ahead.
get it clear.
Okay.
I've been asking for months for our finance director to show us what the RDA, what their financial situation is. Do they owe any money to the general fund? What are the projections? And I've also been asking for a couple years now to update the redevelopment plan, and I feel very uncomfortable doing redevelopment duties, redevelopment subsidy to private businesses with an expired redevelopment plan. Frankly, I don't think it passes the muster of the legalities of having a redevelopment agency. So, thank you. And so this request is for our next agenda item, to have this on the agenda next meeting. Thank you.
Our city manager, you stepped out a little bit. She had asked for a rundown on the redevelopment agency from Deborah Lochner. Am I right? That's exactly what you got it? Look at you with all your flair going.
Like it. I'm the company man tonight. Got all of them. Got
I
all
love
of
it.
them. Bells and whistles. All I need is that hat with the little propeller on it. For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. It's not for lack of interest and effort that those two items haven't been addressed. We've been working on them.
Yeah.
Not making excuses, but there's
Sure,
a
no, I know
lot of
you
things
have,
on our
so-
plates. So we will be getting that information to you shortly. The economic development plan is in draft, and before we send it forward, we want to make sure it presents to you the information that we think you need. And I know the finance director has looked at particularly RDA 1 is where her effort's been. And so we will, on behalf of the manager, we will certainly have that conversation about when we can have the report on RDA 2.
And Madam Mayor, I asked for an item earlier today. We had a lot of public comment on, and I asked that Mr. Flansburgh come back in the next 1 or 2 meetings with the spring runoff, show us the hydrograph and talk about what's going on up there. Because we haven't had a report, I think, for about 6 months.
So, Madam Mayor, with that, back to the item for adjournment, be looking for your motions.
So moved. I have a motion, and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.